Good morning, everyone. We are starting with UG presentations. So now we have with us Shweta. She will be presenting now.
Okay, the total duration given for you is 8 minutes. Of which at the 5th minute will read the bell, 6th minute you have to stop, you will have question and answer for 2 minutes. Is it okay? Yeah?
This one.
Yes. Okay, let's start. Time starts now. Please start.
Okay, good morning everyone. So I'm Shweta
And I'm Shreya.
and we are doing a presentation on the comparative study on the status of three wetland ecosystems of Bangalore, the Gulimau Lake, Mariwala Lake and Biofilm Lake.
So our study included checking the level of pollution and degradation of these three lakes in Bangalore. So introduction. So basically, what is a wetland? A wetland is a transitional region between water and land, which includes both terrestrial and aquatic aspects. A lake is a very good example of a wetland. Marshes, ponds, all these are also very good examples of a wetland. Significance of wetlands is that wetlands such as lakes, ponds, marshes, etc., they offer a very good hotspot for biodiversity. They also give humans with several social, economical, and cultural resources. These are also called ecosystem services. Due to these aspects, it's very essential to maintain and conserve these wetlands to ensure a balanced ecosystem. As I said, lake is a very good example of a wetland. It fulfills all the aspects which I told, as it provides recreational, economical, social, cultural aspects. It also hosts a lot of biodiversity from microorganisms to sometimes even mammals. Bangalore used to have a lot of lakes. The founder of Bangalore, Kempegowda, he had instituted a design which involved interconnection of several lakes in Kempegowda instituted a program which involved connecting of several lakes in Bangalore. Since Bangalore doesn't have a major river flowing through it, so it was unable to provide Bangaloreans with a lot of water services during those times. But with the rapid urbanization, uncontrolled development, the lakes in Bangalore have reduced from over 1,000 to hardly 100 now. And out of these 100 lakes, also almost 90% of these lakes have been degraded due to a lot of anthropogenic activities and pollution like garbage dumping, effluents from industries, etc.
Okay, so for our project, we had four main objectives. That is comparison of the status of these three lakes in terms of change in lake morphometry and biological parameters. And second was to assess the need to restore these lakes and discussion of the previous restoration efforts for the lakes. And finally, suggestions for newer conservation methods. So the study area again, Gulimau Lake. It's a moderately sized lake of around 0.13 acres, and it is near the Gulimau region. Mariwala Lake, it's one of the largest lakes in South Bangalore, and it has like 253.28 acres. And finally, Biofilm Lake is near Jayanagar, East Jayanagar, to be precise, and it's a pretty small lake. And the species identification methods were field guides. We had some field guides that were available to us. And then for the ones that we couldn't find in the field guides, we used websites and all those things.
So for our study area, we involved checking the avifaunal diversity, which we included in the biological aspects. We also checked for the change in the size of the lake and the extent of weeds present in the lake. These three pictures are of how the lakes used to be several years back. The picture on the right-hand corner is that of the Hulimau Lake. The Hulimau Lake had a lot of pollution activities and anthropogenic activities like open defecation. The boundaries of the lake had been destroyed, and the residential and commercial areas around the lake used to dump garbage and sewage into the lake. It also had a few desilting programs, but this didn't really help the lake. There have been no previous studies, official studies of the Hulimau Lake, which include the physical, chemical, or biological parameters of the lake. The picture in the middle is the Madiwala Lake. This was taken before the restoration project, which began in 2018. The Madiwala Lake suffered similar conditions. It had a lot of sewage deposits because of the residential areas from Bommanahalli, BTM layout, etc. It had a lot of it had high pollution levels, and the restoration program of the Maniwala Lake began in 2018. It proposed the involvement of a biodiversity park, an orchid garden, butterfly park, and an island in the middle of the lake. The picture on the left-hand top corner is that of the Bairasanga Lake. The Bairasanga Lake, around 10 years back, it was almost barren land. There was hardly any water left in the lake. So moving on to our results and discussion. So the Hulimau Lake, we found around 25 species of birds. We also found that the lake had suffered severe degradation. It was almost covered by weeds like water hyacinth, typha, etc. By around 3/4 of the lake was covered. A lot of developmental activities were going on around the lake and especially inside the lake bed. It also included some construction activities. This construction activity was one of the major reasons which caused the breach of the Hulimau Lake in 2019. This breach caused flooding in the neighboring areas. Around 800 places were destroyed. This is the boundary of the Hulimau Lake which has been destroyed, and you can see the weeds present in the lake. Moving on to the Madiwala Lake. The previous analysis of the Madiwala Lake showed only around 18 species of birds found in the lake, but during our visit to the lake, we found around 29 species of birds. Some of the birds are present here. It also had, through the rejuvenation project, the biodiversity has definitely increased.
Coming to Biosandra Lake, in 2017, because of the deterioration of the lake, the students of Christ University, specifically the Club of Green Army, they had conducted a cleanup drive and so they had adopted this lake as their own because this was very. Okay. So from our observations, we found out that Hulimau Lake was actually the most in the worst condition of them all. And so our recommendations for the newer conservation methods would be that we should organize more stringent laws. Like for example, in Mariwala Lake, there is like this whole ecotourism aspect of it because people are charged to go inside the lake and all those things. But littering and all these things they are not making the laws and all those people. The people who are part of the ecotourism, those people they are not. Maintaining this lake's conditions, and so more stringent laws and the stakeholders have to step up, have to be made aware of the need of the restoration of these lakes, and if not, then the lakes are prone to complete deterioration. Thank you.
These are our preferences.
Thank you.
from the dais, this is one expectation from the people that you prefer the timings. Okay, we are giving 8+2. Okay, 6+2 because we have filled up with so many presentation and there will be negative marking because this is a competition we are having. So please stick to the timings.
Request the judges to kindly pose the questions.
Basically, these rejuvenations of the lakes was undertaken by whom?
The rejuvenation.
How old it was?
How old?
The rejuvenations happened.
The rejuvenation of the Madiwala Lake began in 2018. The rejuvenation of the Biofilm Lake happened in 2017. The rejuvenation mostly began with the help of the residents nearby and the VPN.
So when you have made the biodiversity check of the birds, did you have a comparative to the previous ones which are existing? Did you find there is a rise in the bird population or the diversity?
Since there's no official documents of the Villinao Lake, we couldn't really compare. But with the Madiwala Lake, there was a publication by Dr. P. Anthony. This showed that around 18 species of birds were present. When we went, we found around 29 species of birds.
Thank you.
Hello, Priya. One more question. The things conclusion what you have given suggestions. So you people have given like imposing some rules, right? Some protocols or rules. Rather than that, what is the other things that we can do as far as my suggestion? Don't you feel that we are supposed to educate the people around there about the environment, what is happening there?
Sure, ma'am. That's actually one of the most important aspects of the maintaining of all these wetland ecosystems and lakes and all. This also is included as part of the biodiversity project in the Madiwala Lake, which helped in educating all the residents nearby about the biodiversity of that lake. It also involves the tree plantation, the biodiversity part, butterfly part, which helps educate people about the biodiversity in the lake, so they have an idea of what they are destroying if they pollute the lake. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I request Purna Pragna to kindly come. So she'll be presenting a poster. So she'll be presenting upon faunal diversity of Ishwara Mangala. Okay. So we'll be presenting the poster there. Let me help you come.
Good morning, everybody. Myself, Purna Pragna from Puttur. I have documented few fauna from my place, Ishwaramangala. My place is in Dakshin Kannada district of Karnataka. It is Ishwaramangala, which is adjacent to the borders of Karnataka and Kerala. The study area is 4 acres under organic cultivation at Ishwaramangala of Netani Mudnur village. I've considered only my farm, which in which we grow coconut, areca nut, pepper, and other crops. It's not just commercial crops. We also have some wild trees, plants, and other bushes. Like when you enter a farm, it somewhat appears like forest only. So I could document 84 butterfly species, 51 bird species, and 10 snake species, and 42 spider species in near my home, in our home garden and farm. So, if I could document those many species of animals in just 4 acres in the outskirts of Western Ghats, Imagine the richness of Western Ghats, entire Western Ghats. So I don't know if we can restore the lost parts of Western Ghats or not, but we definitely can conserve. At least we can conserve the remaining parts of Western Ghats so that all these species can survive for longer. So I also have some endemic species like Malabar banded peacock, Malabar banded swallowtail, and Malabar rose and other butterfly species. I have documented mainly I have concentrated on butterflies for 2 years, and I recently started documenting spiders and birds also. Uh, you can see there is hump-nosed pit viper, and I've also documented Malabar pit viper, which is endemic to Western Ghats, very near to my home. We have many wild plants. I know the local names. We have many wild trees very near to my home, on which I observe the behaviors of birds and other butterflies. Thank you.
I have a question. So having said this, when you're documenting, are you also trying to help the nearby students? Let's say it's a sort of environmental education you're doing that one?
No, sir. Actually, I listed these out of interest, and Viju sir suggested me to document in a scientific way and present something like poster or something.
So this study was conducted for how many months, or is it a year document or something like that?
So I started observing out of my interest. So from 2020 to 2024, I've been observing these species. I studied my PUC in residential college, so I couldn't stay at home entire year to document all this. I recorded only during the Corona lockdown and after July 2020 onwards.
Why do you have such a huge number of diversity?
Because my place is very near to the core Western Ghats and it lies between the coastal area and core Western Ghats.
So you have documented so many species of butterflies, birds, and spiders and reptiles. So what do you understand from this about the habitat that is available in your farm?
Oh, we have conserved the wild plants also, wild trees and other bushes also. So if we conserve the wild variety of flora in a ecosystem, then only we can see all this fauna diversity.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kusuma and team. You can use the mouse to move down and move up. Okay. I think this should be visible. Okay. Your time starts now.
Good morning, everybody present here. The title of our research.
Mike is this one.
Good morning, everybody present here. The title of our project is Analysis of Water Sample from 3 different lakes in Bangalore. The bio research work is done by myself, Kusuma, with my friend Likita, under the guidance of our zoology teacher, Ms. Bhavya ma'am. So, Is anybody there who can thrive without drinking water? No, right? So the water is a very important and a basic source for every living beings. So, so in 1970, when the estimation was done, there were almost about 350 to 400 lakes in Bangalore. When in 2020, that is after 50 years, when the estimation was done, there were only 150 lakes in Bangalore. We can see the rapid decrease in lakes. So, lakes are the major life supporting agents systems. They are facing ecological degradation today due to the undesirable anthropogenic stress. The quality of surface water is governed by the natural and anthropogenic activities like rainfall, erosion, industrial and agricultural activities. Bangalore wetland has been experiencing anthropogenic stress, especially due to a sustained inflow of sewage, altering the integrity of wetland. Increasing water pollution causes contamination of the entire food supply chain. Careless pollution and contamination of the streams, lakes, reservoirs, wells, and other groundwater sources have greatly impaired the quality of available water. So, the use of water by man, plants, and animals is universal. Without it, there can be no life. Every living thing requires water. Objective. Objective of this research work is to determine the quality of water or in all the three lakes. And the study area you can see in the first picture, the Bimangla Lake and the Sankitank Lake and Hesirgata Lake. And the materials we used are litmus paper to check the pH of the water and a thermometer to check the temperature of the water, dissolved oxygen testing bottles and required chemicals. Conical flasks and burettes are the and other required chemicals for the tests like salinity, chlorinity, hardness, and organic matter. Then the methodology we used is the analysis of water was done in three different lakes and we collected them in three different bottles. Dissolved oxygen, salinity, chlorinity, temperature, pH, color, and organic matter were the tests done in the samples. Dissolved oxygen was tested using Brinkler's method, and the salinity chlorinity was tested. Salinity and chlorinity was titrated using the Morse method, and the hardness of water is titrated by Rockwell's method. The hardness of water was determined by the complexometric titration using EDTA, that is ethylene diamine tartaric acid. Then over to Kusuma. So in the discussion part, we can see that we collected the water samples in two different months, that is between October to November and November to December. In the month of October to November, we named sample A as Bimangla Lake, sample B as Sankey Lake, and sample C as Esargata Lake. The first test was with pH. The pH of water in the sample A was tested was marked as 9 and sample B as 8 and sample C as 7. The normal range of pH should be between 6.5 to the normal range should be between 6 to 8, where sample B and C was between the same range, but sample A showed 9 because the salt content in it is more and this shows that alkalinity of water was more, and the temperature was also tested where sample A at a temperature of 19 and sample B with 20 and sample C with 18. The color was also noted down by looking at through a naked eye. The sample A was colorless, sample B appeared to be greenish, and sample C was pale yellow. Next, the dissolved oxygen was tested. The normal range of dissolved oxygen was between 3.5 to 5. 3.5 to 5, where sample A and sample B had dissolved oxygen value of 5 and sample C with 3, where all the three had a dissolved normal range of dissolved oxygen. And salinity and chlorinity was also tested, where the salinity was should be between within less than 600 mg per liter, where all the three lakes had were less than 600 mg per liter. Chlorinity must be 10 mg per liter, but sample A was 16.7 mg per liter. This shows that the salt content in it is more, and it adversely affects the increasing pH of water. The same tests were again done in the month of November and December.
Then the reasons for this variation is due to the climatical changes and inlet of sewage and other anthropogenic activities. Then I would like to conclude like water is a vital and important source on Earth. We should understand the importance of water and participate in more number to conserve the water and the lakes present in Bangalore. And anthropogenic activities are the main reasons. In the future, it is necessary to participate in large amount, and it's one's responsibility to raise the voice against the declining of lakes and reference. We referred many research papers
It's okay.
and acknowledgement. We would like to thank Dr. T.V. Ramachandra sir and conveyor of Lake 2022 and his team for guidance. We would like to acknowledge college management and principal and department of zoology. Thank you so much.
How many samples did you take?
3 samples were taken, sir.
Okay. And the organic matter content, what was the method?
We just normally titrated it. We used a titration method for organic matter, sir. We collected a sample.
Temperature with
Maybe then study for that, sir, for your best.
so what was your inference from organic matter content?
We can see that organic content matter in each samples are more, which helps in better growth of crops.
So what might be the source of organic matter?
Inlet of sewage and
Yeah.
more fishes and
Because of decomposition method, which increase the organic matter value there.
Sources are
Fishes and okay, so we'll study for that.
You know who you spoke to right? You had reference, no? The first author in your reference?
Yeah.
That is him. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sulana, ಮುಂದೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಏ ಬಾ. ಎದಕ್ತಾರೆ ಮರೆ? Okay, next ಕುಸುಮ. ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಪೋಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ತಲೆಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಬೇಡ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪುಷ್ಪ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಪುಷ್ಪ.
ಬರ್ದಿರೋದು ಯಾವ ತರ ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಸೇವ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಯಾರು ಸೇವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಫೈಲ್ಸ್ನ? ಮನೋಜ್. ಹೆಂಗ್ ಸೇವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಒಂಚೂರು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು. ಹೆಂಗ್ ಸೇವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಒಂಚೂರು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ವಿಚ್ ಫೈಲ್? ಪುಷ್ಪ.
ಪುಷ್ಪ?
poster means
Medicinal
highlight
it's a
findings,
poster.
research and their part.
ಕೊಡಿದೆ ನಿಖಿತನ ಪುಷ್ಪ ಚಂದನ ಶ್ರೀಜ ಸಿಪಿ can you name the
Medicinal is
kusuma kusuma and kusuma
Kusma.
pushpa you are presenting a poster, right? Poster guru Rupa is Patil, please be ready. Next paper, right? Rupa ಇರಬೇಕಲ್ಲ
ರೂಪ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿದೆ.
ಈ ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡ್ರಲ್ಲ ಏನದು copy to one system and don't copy to multiple systems which is your presentation. You use this one. You is not poster poster present send to madam. So presenting a poster.
See, for posters, we are giving the first bell at 3 minutes, and the 4th minute you will give the second bell. So once you hear the first bell, please start concluding it so that you don't exceed time. If you exceed time, we are giving negative marks, so don't lose out on marks.
most of the population are
As per the title suggests, the introduction is that we are going to say the use of the weeds, and basically we have considered the medicinal property of them. The objective of our study was to say the benefits of the weeds, and the methodology which we used was not much complicated. We just directly selected a certain area, which was my native Narsipura, and collected the certain 20 different wheat plants, and started browsing the information about that.
Yeah, coming to the medicinal uses, they are used to treat basic diseases like fever, cough, cold, etc. And they are used as painkiller. They can be used for diseases like diabetes, urinary problems, skin infection, digestive issues, and etc. Apart from that, species like Crotalaria pallida used as the strongest candidate to be used in hormone implantation and cassia for female infertility. Likewise, other plants also have similar uses in them. Even though they're used to treat issues like malaria, dysentery, asthma, and they're helpful in reducing weight and many more. Plants like Siddhartha help in treating tuberculosis and during childbirth. Solanum vilum species acts as an anti-cancer agent. Along with this, they are helped to treat during dog bite, snake bite, and also they act as an anti-inflammatory, antifungal, antimicrobial uses. So these are the uses that we have listed up in the study. Coming to the conclusion.
As my friend said, the weeds can also used in a better way, where if we try in future, it can be a magical healer in medicinal field. Thank you, everyone.
nice. You are trying to do something good. The question for you is define the term called as weed.
So it's unwanted
Medicinal plant, what you are talking right now.
So it's not a medicinal, it's just a property of the weeds here. Medicinal property of the weeds we have searched here.
So
Means in a farmer, what the farmer thinks, sir, if like kade anta ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ sir, ಅದನ್ನ ಅಂದ್ರೆ basically they think that it will destroy the crops in the field and they'll remove it, sir. So rather than just throwing its BPMD, it can also be used as some better property.
okay, but you mentioned some few plants. Am I correct?
We have
Can you show
collected
them?
different.
What is this plant? What is at the bottom?
Sir, they are not in the case like this.
No, whatever is there is a plant. Like, it has quite a bit of plants. Both of you hold it. One person can identify the plants if you can.
First one with that.
The one with the purple color flower. Next one.
This is Solanum VRM.
What's the local name?
Locally,
That needs to also be right.
That's what you said that it is the weeds can be used as a medicinal usage. But did you find you are from T Narsipura, right? Narsipura? No, Narsipura. Okay. So that is the thing. Did you just found any of the community are using that?
It's not. Means in our area there is one Ayurvedic person. He will do Ayurvedic medicine and he'll use this plants for medicine.
Okay.
I have a question. Now I am a farmer. Okay, I am growing a lot of crops and your Ipomia and Alternanthera and all these plants what you have mentioned here, they are growing in between the crops. So for me it is weed, like you said. So how do I preserve it? Because I don't have the disease right now. So for future I have to use it, right? So you are saying use it. So how do I preserve these plants to use it later on?
Sir, means not like preserving, sir. So means rather than plucking and throwing them, no, sir, we can directly send it for some Ayurvedic person and they can and it can be helpful.
So if I just pluck it and take it to any Ayurveda person, they will buy it from me.
Yes, sir, obviously, no, sir, because it's useful for them, no, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Habitat
Moderate, sir.
habitat.
What type of habitat?
Narsipura.
Habitat I'm telling.
What type of habitat they grow in?
Where do they grow?
Sir, in
Basically those weeds will grow. What type of habitat?
sir, normal
Conditions along with each plants.
means in any plant, along with every plant in the
No,
group.
habitat means either it is a purely aquatic or terrestrial like that.
No, sir, all of them is
Terrestrial. But I told you it was the first one.
I told me different.
Okay. Fine.
Next, we have Rupa S. Patil. Yep, submitted. It is yours. Is it here? Hi. Kaushik, PPT kodo.
Yeah.
Rupa do.
Sir, may I get the remote sensor?
The remote sensor is not here, pa. So you want to present in the main hall, but you have to be here because the video is from here.
Sir, can I move? Sir, can
ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ
ಅಲ್ಲೇ ತನಕ ಎಂತ ಇಷ್ಟು ತಡ ಆಗ್ತದ ಮರೆಯ.
ಬೇರೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್
ನಿನ್ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನೀನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ವಿಚ್ ಒನ್?
ಯಾವ್ದು
ಯೂಜಲಿ ಇದು ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಕೊಡಿ
ಸರ್ ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಬೇರೆ
ಇರಲಿ ತಾಳಮ್ಮ, ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಯಾರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಹರ್ಷ ಯಾದವ್. ಓಕೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದಿತ್ತು ಚೀಟಿ ಕೊಡು. ಪೆನ್ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಕೊಡು. ಪೆನ್ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ?
ಅಷ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ಕರಿಯೋಣ ಇದು ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಇದೆ
ನೋಡಿ, ಇದೇ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು ಕಣ್ರೋ. ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ದ ವೇ. ಪಿ ಜಿ ಯಾರು ಹ್ಯಾಂಡಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು? ಹಾಂ, ಟಿ ಆದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಹಾಂ, ಯಾರು? ನೀನೇ ತಾನೆ? ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಡ, ನೀನೇ ಫುಲ್ ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊ. ಎಲ್ರು ಬರೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾನು ಮಿಕ್ಸಪ್ ಮಾಡಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಕಣೋ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಹೆಸರುಗಳಿರೋರೆಲ್ಲ ಪಿ ಜಿಗೆ ಯು ಜಿಗೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರ, ಯು ಜಿ ಪಿ ಜಿಗೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರ, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರ?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಪಿಜಿ ಖಾಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರ ಹೆಸರು ರೂಪ ಇಲ್ಲಿ
2 ನಿಮಿಷ. ನೋಡು, ಕೌಶಿಕ್. PPT or poster? PPT.
Sir, I'll take notes.
It had to be here, okay?
Nice start.
Yeah, please do it.
Okay, good morning everyone. I am Rupa Shivanagowda Patil, first year BSc from Maharani Lakshmi Ammani College, Bangalore. So here is my topic. I have done a minor project on the topic microbial assessment of Sankey Lake water. So before I start with my topic, I am going to give a small introduction about wetlands. Wetlands are the ecosystems which provides goods and services to millions of people. You know that Bangalore is highly populated city and it has been it has increased its concentration in development activities in industrial sector for its economic growth. All these population has been burden on they are putting pressure on the infrastructure, natural resources, and lack of basic facilities in some localities. So in Bangalore, the total geographical area of wetlands is about 4.8%, that is 645 kilometers. As many of our friends told that there were many lakes earlier, but now the lakes have been degraded or declined to minimal number.
Many lakes are artificial and man-made. In the Sankey Lake is one of which is built by Hiram Sankey in the year 1882 to meet the water requirements of the Bangaloreans. So, in reference with Lake Symposium 2022, a minor project was carried out in determining the qualitative and quantitative assessment of quality of water from Sankey Lake, Malleshwaram. Physical, chemical, and biological based experiments were conducted. The project highlights the different types of bacteria and fungi that were isolated. The main objective of the study is to know the conditions for the presence of different forms of microorganism and mesophilic bacteria growing under aerobic agar. So as I told that I have done the study of Sankey Lake. Sankey Lake has a rich biodiversity that includes aquatic plants, birds, fishes, and microbes. The Sankey Lake is a perfect example for stagnant water body with more complex and fragile ecosystem compared to running water because these bodies lack self-cleaning ability. The contamination of Sankey Lake water accounts the sewage inflow from several inlets connected to storm water drains and garbage and also leakage from the sewage pipes. These contaminants degrade the quality of water and in turn affect the aquatic life. This is my study area. I have collected 3 water samples from the 3 different places. Sample A, sample B and sample C. I have taken this sample B and sample C from the inlet source. Sample A is taken from the outlet source where there is no flow of water there. It is highly contaminated according to me because I have collected from there. So the materials and methodologies which I have used to conduct the experiment were pH paper, that is litmus paper, turbidimeter, BOD testing bottles and chemicals, petri plates for the isolation of microbial culture and chemicals. So the analysis was carried out for the triplet samples to support the accurate value, and all these pH, turbidity, BOD and microbial assessment, coliform test, all these tests were taken for all 3 water samples. Testing of biological parameters using compound microscope and their identification was done. So we have done the pH test. We have dipped the litmus paper into the respective water samples and noted down the pH. The same way the BOD test was done. We have taken the water samples and required chemicals were taken in that. So we titrated these BOD water samples with sodium thiosulfate, in which before titrating we were having yellow color. After titrating with sodium thiosulfate, it changes into light pale yellow color, and after that we have to add 2 drops of starch solution, so it changes to blue and turns to pale, colorless color. So the serial dilution of the samples were serially diluted up to 2 dilutions and plated on the nutrient agar for bacteria and Martin's rose Bengal for fungi. Gram staining was performed for the bacteria to know the gram characters. The fungal staining was performed with the piece mount method with lactophenol cotton glycerin. The fungal species such as Aspergillus niger, trichodermal species, fusarium species, and yeast was observed. Here we have done the coliform test. Coliform test was performed with eosin methylene blue to agar to determine the growth of coliforms. The presence of coliforms will not likely cause illness. However, their presence in drinking water indicates they are disease-causing pathogens. So these were the results I got after conducting my study. So I have found more number of gram-negative bacteria, which indicates that gram-negative bacteria in the water body is highly pathogenic because gram-negative bacteria are resistant to many antibiotics, and it likely causes more diseases, airborne diseases. So these are the microbial observations. So many of them are making the statement that Sankey Lake is very beautiful. We can see only beautiful picture from the outside. This is the beautiful picture gallery of Sankey Lake, but the problem exists here. So when we look here in the water bodies, we'll see many sceneries of floating debris, animal bodies, and unclean and maintained outlets can be seen. So I'll conclude with this study that the massive bacterial and fungal growth has affected this sandy lake. So I have done the minimal project, which I further continue to do more tests and more bacteria, microorganisms presence. So many of them go to sandy lake for the recreation, for walking and exercise. But have you ever noticed the smell near the outlet? So what happens is if we don't have any physical touch with the water, these bacteria or pollutants may affect our body and causes many diseases. So the water may not be fit for the consumption unless it is treated properly. So thank you for the opportunity. And I like to thank my microbiology department teachers for their guiding, and also Vijala sir for his guidance. These are my references, and thank you.
What was the dilution factor of water for the microbial molecular?
Sir, I have taken dilution up to 10 power minus 2, 10 power minus 1, 10 power minus 2, 10 power minus 6, sir. So for the microbial assessment, I have taken 3 dilutions, sir. That is for 10 power minus 2, sir.
So I am curious about the fungi. So 3 species you have.
Yes.
Trichoderma.
Fusarium.
So what is your inference from that? So what? Next present just asking what will be your inference from that?
Sir, you mean you are asking what is the effect of that presence, sir?
Your inference from 3 species you have observed. So what you can conclude from that?
Sir, I think I have not studied deeply about it, sir. I should study further, sir. But the presence of these are pathogenic in nature, which causes illness. So I will continue further and I will study more about it.
So trichoderma, especially trichoderma. So what is their role or what is the significance? Trichoderma species maybe up to species level you have identified or
Only species.
genus level?
Trichodermal species but which genus
So
it is?
trichoderma next comes species.
Yes, sir.
So you have identified the species level or
Not the species level, sir. Just I have given what.
okay, I'm just asking what is the significance of that. Either it is harmful, you have told pathogenic. So what is the
I continue. First present model.
Did you find any correlation between, as I said, fungal pathogens to the other biotic components like fish? Did you ever try to just pick out one fish to see has it affected its existence or healthiness?
No, ma'am, I have not gone that much deeply. I will do further experiments and I will give you the answer.
But did you try to correlate anything with that? No.
No, ma'am, I will focus on it.
The presentation was nice. The thing what I wanted to, as you have told, pathogens are
Hello. Yes, sir. Am I audible?
find out
Yes, yes.
parallel solution for this pathogens. How to avoid.
First of all, the index should be
General thing I'm just asking. Not in depth.
ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ.
You can take a tea break.
Nikita?
Meanwhile, Bona.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm sharing the screen. You can start. You can start the presentation. I'm sharing the screen.
Okay,
1
sir.
second. Huh?
All right, sir. Yes, sir. Shall I start? Sir, can I start?
Yes.
Okay, sir. I'll just start. Good. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Nitika Bhamri this side. Uh, from I'm pursuing BSc Microbiology from University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, Dehradun. Today I'll be presenting on the topic regulation and optimization of biofilm and extra polymeric substances in wetland agriculture. Next slide. The authors that have been working on this particular topic include myself, Nitika, and Aliza Khan under the guidance of Dr. Durga. Moving on. The topics that I'll be covering today in order to give you all a glimpse of what we are working on includes a brief introduction on biofilms and EPS, that is extra polymeric substances, the problem statement that we have taken into consideration, why is it necessary to work on it, and certain important key factors followed by its future scope. Next slide. Starting with a basic introduction of biofilms, many environmental colonies are associated with interfaces or surfaces. Microorganisms adhere to living or inert surfaces and form membranes, commonly known as microbial biofilms, which are embedded in a matrix of EPS and water. A microcolony, which may comprise of various species, is the basic functional and structural unit of biofilm. They are viscoelastic in nature, that is, it can behave both as a liquid and a solid. A solid-liquid interface offers an optimal habitat for microbe attachment and biofilm formation. Biofilm formation occurs in four main stages. First is the bacterial attachment to a surface, the microcolony formation, biofilm maturation, and the detachment, also known as dispersal of bacteria. Moving ahead. With the recent rise of interest and demand of natural polymers, a contemporary intrigue has been developed in extracellular polymeric substances, also known as EPS, which are produced by microbes. What exactly is EPS? It is an extremely hydrated organic polymer which is secreted by microorganisms such as archaea, bacteria, and eukaryotic cells. It is primarily found in the intercellular space of microbial aggregates and is essential for microbial vitality, being associated with the cell's interaction with its environment. Mainly composed of proteins, glycoproteins, polysaccharides, etc., it provides optimal conditions for interaction such as chemical reactions, nutrient entrapment, and protection against adverse environmental stresses such as salinity and drought. It is a key component in the formation and maintenance of microbial biofilms. Next slide. So this is exactly how microbes are aggregated on the EPS matrix, where the colored segments are microbes, and we can also see the wide range of functions and the importance of EPS. Next slide. Coming on to the problem that we are targeting, nitrogen loss and lack of bioavailability of phosphorus lead to reduction in productivity. This is due to lack of efficient nutrient uptake and regulation of the same. Invasion of pathogenic microbes on the plant roots and formation of biofilms for an enhanced pathogenicity. which means pathogens like Pseudomonas aeruginosa can form biofilms that can help form resistance against any antimicrobial substances. As a secretion of EPS and establishment of biofilms is primarily a defense mechanism. Yet, there are multiple plant microbes that form biofilms in various parts of the plant that build a symbiotic relation with the plant and increase its productivity. So the main question that arises is how do we inhibit the formation of biofilms by certain microbes that are pathogenic while simultaneously encouraging the formation of other microbes in the same rhizosphere? Moving ahead, why is this such an important issue to deal with? It is because of the importance wetland agriculture holds in the economy. It is the process of growing plants in soils that are frequently inundated by natural water flow. They are commonly used to cultivate major crops such as rice, jute, and sugarcane. Wetlands, furthermore, also help in the stabilization of shoreline and water purification. Hence, it is important to help promote the growth of useful biofilms and maintain a healthy microbiota. Buildup of pathogens in one plant or one region can cause damage to a very large area due to the constant flow of water. Now that we understand the importance of combating the mentioned issues, let's understand them a bit deeply. Next slide. There are mainly three reasons for nitrogen loss, which is ammonia volatilization, nitrification, and denitrification. Denitrification is the main reason for its low utilization efficiency. And to combat this, there are three different ways to go. The three different ways that we can consider first includes the first include periphytic biofilms, which are complex microorganism communities which are entwined together by extracellular polymeric substrates. Second, in a recent study, we found out that it was observed that free-living nitrogen-fixing bacteria have the ability to fix nitrogen for plants by forming biofilms in the rhizosphere. The third, which is the main, is flavone has also been observed to assist biofilm formation as well as nitrogen fixation. Next slide. Coming on to phosphorus, the main cause is the presence of occluded phosphorus. Sorry, the main cause is the presence of occluded phosphorus. For this, there are two things that can be done. Periphytic biofilms have the ability to make phosphorus available by two mechanisms, and these biofilms can also produce phosphatase, which again make it available for plants to use. Moving ahead. One of the main things that we need to do is the inhibition of pathogenic biofilms, such as Pseudomonas aeruginosa, because this is one of the main organisms that causes it. A major concern in developing an antimicrobial therapy against opportunistic pathogens is their inherent potential to develop antibiotic resistance, and hence we are not able to do that. Rosmarinic acid has shown potential to prevent the formation of biofilms, although it has no effect on mature pathogenic biofilms which are already present on the plant surface. So some microbes are already used as biocontrol agents, and the microbes are mentioned below. Next slide. So talking about the future research that we are going into is the detailed analysis and conceptualization of EPS, its biosynthesis, and factors which are contributing to the variation in composition. Second is the detailed analysis of structural and functional properties of periphytic biofilms, since we saw that they are proved to be very useful. Formulation of efficient formation of biofilms by free living nitrogen fixing microorganisms directly on the plant root, so that we can enhance nitrogen fixation. In addition, we can also look into alternate mechanism for rapid biosynthesis of flavone. Improving production of phosphatase and breakdown of pathways. So breakdown of pathways would be for better understanding of occluded phosphorus activation by biofilms. Next slide. The current steps that we are looking towards taking, the first research that we are going to perform is the identification of genes which are responsible of biofilm formation and possible strategies to prevent pathogenic invasion. Understanding how certain pathogenic bacteria have an affinity to many hosts and their virulence factors, resistance mechanism of biofilms, and methods of prevention of biofilm formation, specifically by pathogenic bacteria and breakdown of pre-existing pathogens biofilms without causing any damage to the plant. Thank you all. So this is what we have been researching into, and we are looking to take it towards proper research. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Nikita. I will check whether there are any questions. Any questions for Nikita? Sudarshan?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, 1 second. There is a question from Dr. Sudarshan. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So out of that, you are telling about
Good morning, sir.
phosphate solubilizing bacteria species. So which one is more efficient, and why have you narrowed down to those three?
So we looked into many methods, but the main two things which we thought that could be used as biofilms was periphytic biofilms, because especially for phosphate, because of two reasons. Because first, that they can make phosphorus available because of, by two mechanisms. First, it does co-precipitation of metal salts, and it also helps in the solubilization of calcium phosphate complex, which are very common in wetland. The second, it also produces phosphatase itself. So that was the main reason that we chose periphytic biofilms for that purpose.
Okay, out of these three, which one is so which species you will be? So which one has high efficiency? You can tell. I mean, I'm asking about efficiency. So out of these three, so by seeing the literatures, if you have seen, so if I
Yes,
understood
sir.
the characteristic, why you have selected something you told, but by seeing the
Sir,
efficiency,
most
what you can
probably we'll be
tell?
looking towards Pseudomonas species, because that has shown the maximum efficiency.
Okay, okay. About flavans, so what is uh, inside from your side about flavans?
Can you please repeat, sir? I couldn't get you.
You are highlighting about flavans, no?
Yes, sir.
Flavans.
Yes,
So
sir.
what is your insight to what is your insight from your studies? What is your
Okay, so
plans?
sir,
No, you from
basically,
your research studies.
yes, sir. So basically, it has been observed that it assists in the biofilm formation, and it at the same time it also
Yeah.
helps in the nitrogen fixation. There is no, like, we researched about it quite a lot, but there is no clear idea how it does that. But if the roots of the plant are biosynthesizing flavon, biofilm formation and nitrogen fixation is favored. So, like, this is one of the major scope that we are looking towards for future research, to find out how it connects.
Okay, okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Nikita. Thank you for sharing your research
Thank you
with
so
us.
much, sir.
So,
And I'm extremely sorry for
okay.
the inconvenience.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Thank you.
Did you know that you are on camera and people are watching you? Yeah,
Start.
their names won't be there. Names will not be there, but you have to write the names of people. You, research scholar. This is from yes, right, no, it was there. She told, she came in the morning and she told that it was region research scholar not together. Okay, let's not get to talk mind. Please start. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Bhuwana. I'm from Center for Environment Education, and today I'll be presenting about changing waterscapes, a study on arachnid cultivation in Tumkur district, Karnataka. So Tumkur belongs to a dry agroclimatic region, and it is known for dry crop cultivation. And ragi was a dominant crop here because it could withstand drought. And people have shifted from growing ragi to arachnid and coconut, which is a water-intensive crop and is usually grown in high rainfall regions. So my focus is on this part as to why arachnid and why did people shift. So study area is Gubbi Taluk of Tumkur district, Karnataka state. I've chosen this study area because it has highest area under arachnid cultivation in the entire district. So the aim of my study is to map the change in waterscapes due to arachnid cultivation. So my first objective is to get the change in the area under arachnid cultivation. Second objective is to get the drivers for change in the cropping pattern. And the third objective is to study people's perception towards the shift in cropping pattern. So for my first objective, to get the area under arachnid cultivation, I have taken from decadal and sentinel source and analyzed on ArcMap and Idrisi test set. And then for objective 2, I have got, for the drivers for change in cropping pattern, I have reviewed literatures and then coded the data into categories. And then for my third objective, for the conversational interviews, I have interviewed farmers and horticulture officers. Okay, let's see the results. So this is the land use and land cover map which I've got from 1985 to 2020. So from those, so from 85 to 2005 I've got from decadal and 2020 is from sentinel. Okay, so from those maps, we can see that the cropland has increased from 85 to 95 and it has decreased post 95. The fallow lands have been converted to croplands from 85 to 95, that's why there's an increase. And then the croplands are converted to plantations. So decadal and sentinel, they define cropland as the temporarily cropped area or what we can say seasonal cropping lands, and plantation as the commercial horticulture plantation. So by definition, we can say that in this case, the seasonal cropping lands might have been converted to arachnid cultivation. And we can see the increase in the water bodies here, which could be because of the many irrigational developments that happen in the region. So this area I got from district and taluk horticulture office through their crop surveys, which shows yes, there's been an increase in the area and arachnid cultivation from 2010 to 2021. So for my objective 2, I reviewed literature to get the drivers for change. So those drivers are classified as 5 categories. So the first one is seeds. So areca seeds were distributed under very concessional rate, and then there were many irrigation developments that happened, and then minimum support price was given for arachnid for the farmers so that they're not under loss. And then electricity helped in pumping water from the bore wells, and then are many technological developments that came in which helped in arachidontic peeling and processing. So the same data I've represented in a chronological order to get the pattern of development. So for my objective 3, I have put the interview in Max QDA and then coded the interviews. So my first question to all the, since it was an oral history and conversational interview, so first question was how was life before? So they actually, explained life with respect to before arachnid came into picture and after arachnid was there. And then they spoke about crops cultivated before, and then there was a shift in the cropping pattern. And then when I asked them why did this shift? So the answers given by farmers and officers, I have put it separately. So farmers wrote because of climatic variation, they couldn't predict the rainfall for sowing and harvesting of those, ragi or other millets. And political influence, the supply of electricity, which helped in pumping water from borewells easily, and the labor charges, societal pressure. So people saw each other shift, and then they shifted to arachidontic cultivation. Officers saw the subsidies that were given for machineries to peel and process arachidontic, subsidies to set up the land for arachidontic cultivation, and then pesticides were given, and there was beekeeping also. So the common reasons both the farmers and officers gave was increased irrigation facility, the growth of tobacco industry, and the machineries to drill bore wells. So this created, made easy access to water for irrigation. So what happened later? So later there was many loss of indigenous crop varieties. The lifestyle of people changed. The groundwater level went down. And then in 2015, there was a break to arachidontic. So a committee, they studied, they said that, okay, arachidontic is not suitable in this area, but it was too late. A lot of people had already shifted before 2015. So profit was the main reason why they shifted, and then was the technological development, especially the bore wells. So coming back to the aim, my aim is to map the change in waterscape. So here I'm trying to bring link between all the 3 objectives. So before there was many local varieties of crop, rich lifestyle, groundwater level was 100 feet. And then there was series of development that took place, which are presented in objective 1 and 2. So post that, the arachidontic became the dominating crop, and the groundwater level went to 1,200 feet, and there was, change in the lifestyle, culture and everything. So here the change in cropping pattern, the increased irrigation facility, the lowering of groundwater level has impacted the environment and society. So this is what I'm trying to define here as the changing waterscape. So it is interesting to note that how people have shifted to growing something that cannot be consumed as food. So the marginal farmers, if there is a loss in the yield, they end up buying food grains. So imagine farmers buying food grains. So, and then this improved irrigation system and arachidontic as a commercial crop, it has changed the perception towards water and lifestyle in the region. Management and reference. Thank you.
Well, you mentioned about Sentinel data source. Did you do the classification or you had some other source?
No, sir. Sentinel, there was. Yeah.
After 2005, 2020, right?
Sir, in between, these were the ready classified maps. So I wanted something like that. So 2020, the Sentinel already had classified. So, but the resolution was different. I just changed the resolution. This is 10 and that is 100.
Having said this, these are water bodies.
Yeah.
1985, 2005, they were persistent, the bigger ones.
Yeah.
Why they are not there in 2020?
Sir,
what kind of data you are using? You said that irrigation projects have come up in the system that led to improve horticulture activity.
But if I look at this one, water body looks, it's going down. The larger water bodies are going down.
Sir, but
Explain that.
actually, if we take the area from these maps, if we extract the area, it shows there is an increase in the water body.
I'm not looking at the stats here.
Okay.
I'm not looking at the stats. Just look at the maps. Try to explain. Okay, upstream side you have some lakes. Near the north arrow you get new lakes, you get the but downstream side you have a very big water body. Probably there may be small reservoirs, but they are missing in the system.
Sir, this same part is here. Here it says flooded vegetation.
What do you think by that?
So which could be because of rainfall, excess rainfall, or it could be
So that's why whenever you take the data, you are liable. You need to justify why and what. Okay.
Why there is what is that? Fallow like that.
which one, sir?
In 2005 and 2020.
Yes, sir. Fallow land.
What is the reason?
Sir, fallow land, it could be it is an agriculture land, so it was under cropland, so that is seasonal cropping land. So it was left uncultivated that time of the year.
This work is done by you, no?
Which was the maps. Yes, yes, sir.
So what
That's what I am saying.
Not classification, but extracting and like creating the map.
That's why he asked the question and you are not able to give that answer. Okay.
What is the main water source there now?
Sir, it is all the minor irrigation
Yeah, you told. Okay.
projects that has taken place. They have channelized the river from Himavati, from Hassan, and they also have some check dams and for irrigation, and mainly for the Raka fields, it is from borewells. Yeah, borewell. And that water is from Himavati.
So what about subsidy? You are telling about subsidy. So how much subsidies they are getting?
So subsidy with respect to like to set up the land also, if I want to, set up a araconut farm, so they'll set up the land, the saplings and everything, the subsidy for that. And for drip irrigation is there, and for araconut machines to process the araconut.
How much?
How much I have not studied that. It's not under my objective.
You have done a questionnaire survey.
Yeah, I have done a oral history interview, not a structured interview. But
Because whenever you are coming up with stories like this, because this is entirely you are trying to see what is being done with the help of arachnid and what is the changes in that particular area. So we go for a questionnaire. No? You need have a structured questionnaire. You need to do this. You need to you have to tick mark. A number of questions are there, so you have not taken that.
Yeah, from the literature you are highlighting that point. Then you could have asked them, no, subsidy or how much they are getting.
No, actually, sir, like from literature review, I got that part, the schemes or whatever that's helping araconut cultivation. But to farmers, I wanted to know, like, their perspective, not very structured. Some event has occurred in the past, and I wanted them to, bring out like a story as to, why there was a shift.
There is no quantification of the data which you have done.
See, yeah, mainly they are, it's a cash crop. So I am asking you, so subsidy and that related things. That's why I am.
No, there is no quantification of the data you have done on that. That what instances, number of people who had stayed on the same line.
Yes, I have something.
Considering the time limit, we will discuss that in afterwards.
So
Okay, we will take up next week.
I have this, like, how much of percentage of people spoke on why they shifted.
Maybe you can enrich with the economic value, so it will be very effective.
Okay.
Thank you. So thank you, Rona. We will go ahead with another presentation. So next presentation is by Karthik.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Karthik Visadekal. I'm working as a project associate in Center for Environment Education. Today's my presentation topic is preliminary study on butterfly diversity of Someshwar Wildlife Sanctuary. As we know, the insects are a very diverse group of organisms in which the Lepidoptera, the order Lepidoptera is one among them, and in which butterflies and moth mainly shares this order. And butterflies are basically classified into 6 families, namely Hesperidae, Nymphalidae, Peridae, Papilionidae, and Rhiodinidae. And these insects are host specific. Basically, in their developing stage, they prefer the host plant, and when they reach to the adult stage, they prefer the nectaring plant. Along with that, they prefer the animal excreta, bird droppings, soil patches, etc. And coming to the diversity part, the Western Ghats itself almost contribute 334 species, in which 12% are endemic to the Western Ghats. And my study area is the Someshwar Wildlife Sanctuary, and in which 122 species were recorded during the COVID time, that is 2021. My objective is to record the butterfly diversity along the Kudlu Tirtha Trail of Someshwar Wildlife Sanctuary, and to record the frequency of sighting of butterflies during the visit, and along with that to determine the dominant butterfly family in that region. My study area, as I told, my study area is Kudlu Tirtha Trail of Someshwar Wildlife Sanctuary. It is situated in Udupi district, and which covers almost 86.99 square kilometers. And vegetation is semi-evergreen and evergreen forest. And the main river, like Sita Nadi River, like flows through this wildlife sanctuary. And in this wildlife sanctuary, there are many activities are occurring, like ecotourism. There are some temples also. People visit those temples, and there are some monoculture plantation around the Someshwar Wildlife Sanctuary. This is my trail which I used to go for that visit. A point represents the starting point, and B represents the end point. And this is how the Someshwar Wildlife Sanctuary looks. Materials and method. I use Nikon D3400 camera with 7300 lens and datasheet, mobile. And my method is like I use polar walk method, and I visited 4 times, like 26th Feb, 2nd March, 26th March, and 2nd Feb. And I used to watch the butterfly during in the time between 9 o'clock to 12 p.m. Like like it is the time where the butterflies, most of the butterflies are active. And the distance cover was like 4.48 kilometers. And the photographers taken during the field to identify the unidentified butterfly. Like there are some confusion to identify those butterfly. Some of the photos were taken. And result and discussion. Totally in 4 visits, I recorded 73 species of butterflies belong to 6 different families, and in which the Nymphalidae family butterflies were dominant, which is almost 32 species, and which contribute 44% to entire diversity. This is the map, and those are the numbers, number of species, family-wise species. And coming to the next part, the season-wise species occurrence, like the earlier objective was to identify the post and pre-monsoon the difference, but due to the some of I could not, the visit could not happen, so I restricted it. But I showed that in pre-monsoon there are almost 55 species of butterflies were recorded, and post-monsoon 35. And like in both the season, the common butterfly species are 17. Coming to the next chart, the frequency of sighting butterflies. Like I visited 4 times. There are like one time like butterfly which sighted only once are 39, and twice are 16, 3 times are 14, and all the visits, whichever butterfly I got as 4 butterflies I got enough on 4 visits. Conclusion, during the field survey, almost the trail, I got 73 species, in which the dominant was Nymphaeonidae family, followed by Papilinidae, Peridae, Lycaenidae, Hesperidae, and Leodinidae. And during my 4 visit, 4 butterflies were common in all 4 visits, and 39 was unique for the individual trail. And butterflies, like, they are prefer the host plant for their food, and for nectar they prefer other plant. They are act very good, act as a bioindicator, where they show the what the condition of biodiversity around the study area. And apart from that, the Someshwar Wildlife Sanctuary is like, there are lot many monoculture plantation happening, and apart from that, other anthropogenic activities are happening. So due to this, there will be lot of habitat change happening, and that may vary the butterfly diversity. And I want to continue my study further, and I want to make it as continuous and systematic monitoring. These are the NHL which are the butterfly I got during my visit. This is my acknowledgement. These are my references.
Any questions? Why that particular Nymphaeonidae family or combination?
So, in India, or in case of world or India, the Nymphaeonidae family butterflies are proportionally high in number, and those are more likely we are like to get those butterflies continuously, and those are very common butterflies. So that's what I can, and I can that's what I can tell.
Okay, I have a question. In one of your slides, you spoke about the pre-monsoon and post-monsoon variations.
Yes, sir.
So why do you think that there will be a variation, pre-monsoon and post-monsoon?
So during pre-monsoon, the mainly summer, the climatic conditions are not that good, and some of the plants, like, they like to get dried, or some of the plants they wait for monsoon to germinate. At that time, some of the butterflies goes for a long migration. For example, milkweed butterflies, and some of the butterflies go for the four western ghats for the food, like the host plants. So they go for a migration. So that may affect the population of the butterfly of the region.
That study area, total square kilometer you have mentioned, and the total kilometer. So 86.99 square kilometer is one area, and 4.
The 4.48 is a trail length, sir. Because I used to travel in a trail, like in Pollard Oak method, we have to travel in a train. So that much trail I covered during the individual visit.
And the timings?
The timings, I used to prefer to go by 9 o'clock and end by 12. Only one.
Okay. Thank you, Karthik. Now we will take one more presentation by Harshya. So he is doing online. He's from UG. Sir, good morning, sir. Good morning. Good morning, Seshgiri.
Yes. Yeah.
Sir,
Good morning.
we have one presentation by UG. After 5 minutes, we will ask you to present, sir. After 5 minutes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. I will. Thank you. I'll be ready.
Okay, sir. There is a presentation by Harsha. After that, you can present, sir.
Okay. Sure.
Good morning, everyone. So is my
Sir, you have 20 minutes for presentation, sir. And 10 minutes for discussion. So we have kept 30 minutes for the slot, sir.
Fine.
So are my
Okay,
slides
sir.
visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Harsh, it's visible.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. I'm Harsh. I'm pursuing a diploma in data science currently from IIT Madras, and I'll be presenting on the topic of air pollution status in major cities of India. So I'll first introduce you with the basic terminologies. So air pollution, it is defined as the contamination of indoor or outdoor environment by any chemical, physical, or biological agent that modifies the natural characteristics of the atmosphere. This definition is given by the World Health Organization or the WHO. Then coming on to aerosols, these are solid or liquid particles dispersed in a gaseous medium. So atmospheric aerosols basically lie in this size range, that is from 0.002 micron to 100 microns. Then aerosol optical depth, it is basically a measure of aerosol distribution in a vertical column. So I will not get into the technicality due to the time limitation. Uh, Then there's the Air Quality Index. The National Air Quality Index is a tool that helps in getting an idea of the air quality of an area in one single number. So basically, the National Air Quality Index, it takes into account 8 pollutants, including PM10, PM2.5, NO2, ozone, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, ammonia, and lead. So, what happens is the air quality index tries to measure concentrations of each of these pollutants and give us an idea about the air quality of the place by dividing the final value into 6 categories. It may belong to the good category if it lies in the 0 to 50 range, and so on and so forth till severe category if it lies in the 101 to 500 range. The thing is that each of the categories have different health implications. Good air quality would be the best for us, and severe would actually be hazardous. Moving on. So this is the study. This is the title of my study. So I'll just read out the title and explain. So, study of aerosols and air quality during the pre-monsoon season for the cities of Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, and Chennai over the past 5 years, that is from 2018 to 22, using MERA2, that is satellite data, and ground-based data. So, I'll be using AOD data, the satellite data, from the MERA2 reanalysis model, and the AQI data, which is the ground-based data, just to get the ground perspective as well. So, the cities that I have chosen are some of the major cities of the country, and I have chosen the recent year's data for this assessment. And pre-monsoon season is the 3 month season from like IMD defines it as from March to May. March, April, and May, 3 months are termed as pre-monsoon. So the primary objective of my study was to retrieve and present the seasonal mean AOD and the monthly AQI data of the pre-monsoon season over the 5 year study period for these 4 major cities. And by the side, I have also made a comparison between AOD and AQI, that is the ground-based data and the satellite data. Here's an image of the famous India Gate monument in Delhi, which is covered in haze. So there are a few limitations of the study which I want to point out. So the data availability was quite limited in case of AQI, but I tried my best, and I tried to find one monitoring station per city which had the maximum data available. for the study period. And more focus was given on the data behavior as the data was limited already. So uh, it was more of a qualitative analysis. Here's the literature review. I would briefly touch up on this. So, De Vries et al. Talked about the air pollution, that it is linked with the health issues like the chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. And then Mehta et al. Talked about the increase in the AOD level in the major zones of India, the IGP, the Southern Peninsular region, and the desert zone during the pre-monsoon season of 2005 to 21. So this is coinciding with my study. Kedia et al. Talked about IGP, that is the Indo-Gangetic Plains being an aerosol hotspot, and Delhi is located in that aerosol hotspot. So it itself is a hotspot. Mandal et al. Talked about the carbonaceous fractions of the aerosols emissions and linked it with the vehicular exhaust smoke from coal and fossil fuel or biomass burning in Delhi. Then Kumar and Joseph, they observed that the PM10 and 2.5 concentrations in the city of Mumbai were linked with the vehicular emissions. Gowda et al. Talked about the pre-monsoon period in the pre-lockdown era. So they talked about the reduction in the level of pollutants post-lockdown as compared to the pre-lockdown years. So I'll just quickly go through the methodology. So I took out maps, time average maps from the Giovanni platform, and I used the QGIS software for the AOD, for extracting the AOD data. And here's a sample file. And for the AQI data, I used okay, sir, I'll just quickly go through this. The AQI data was extracted from the Sameer app, which is freely available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store. Then these are the monitoring stations which I considered, one per city. This is what my tabulated data looks like. So I'll just go through the results quickly. So what I observed was a dip. These are the AOD results first. So what I observed was a dip in during the lockdown period, that is the 2020 period, and immediately after that, after the lockdown period, there was a rise in all cities in the AOD levels. So it went up again after lockdown. Talking of the AQI, I saw a similar trend for AQI as well. For March, April, and May 2020, there was a dip in case of Delhi and in case of other cities as well. And again, we saw a rise after the 2020 period, that is post lockdown or the post COVID. These are the prominent polluters which I found with the AQI data. Then here was an attempt to correlate or just to compare how the AQI and AOD vary together. So AQI only talks about the 8 pollutants, and AOD is the total aerosol concentration in that area. So they show a similar trend for most of the cities most of the times. So I'll just jump to the conclusions part now. So all cities show a drop in AOD and AQI levels in the lockdown period of 2020, and Delhi was the most polluted city, and the air was almost always above the 100 AQI level. All cities have an AQI level above 50 almost throughout the study period, which is a sign of worry actually. AOD and AQI levels have increased significantly in Delhi and Mumbai in 2022. They were actually at the highest levels in 2022. AQI data availability is an issue for certain cities, but a positive effort has been made by CPCB to provide public AQI data. I could continue the study with considering more number of ground stations, and I could link it with health data and other parameters like temperature. Then these are two recent reports which are important. So the first report just talks about the health implication of bad air quality, which reduces life expectancy by 10 years in Delhi alone and by 7.6 years for 500 million people in this IGP area and from like Punjab to West Bengal. And the second report just talks about how this air pollution problem needs to be solved through coordinated coordinated policies, and how the countries would have to work together. Here are the references, and thank you for your patient listening.
Nice.
Sorry, I just have to rush through the thing.
Okay, if you can go back to your slide where you were showing AQI for Mumbai.
Yes, sir.
For all the four. If you see AQI in the month of May, previous image, yeah. In the month of May, if you check Mumbai, it looks almost constant throughout in the presence or absence of COVID. How do you explain that one?
Sir, in the month of May, I am not sure about this, but because I am taking the data from only one ground station, so it could be that the number of points, the data points might be less throughout the thing, and that could be the reason for this consistent looking AQI. And
In that
also,
case, in March and
yes,
April have some variability. In March and April you have variability, whereas in May you have very minimal variability. How do you explain that?
Yes, sir. I have shown here the number of data points. So in bracket, there are the number of data points for each city. So in case of May, for Mumbai, there are only 3 data points in 2021. So 19 in 2022. So then data wasn't available in 2018, and in 2020 there were 14 data points available. So data availability was a problem, and maybe it was due to that the lockdown phase must be at its end during this. So it might be the same
Can you just
for all the.
Okay, Ash, thank you. But I think you should check before you answer this, because when you check at the other data points, you have more than 14 or somewhere you have 9 points, etc., reflected in Bangalore, which are showing some variability. I don't think your data points are making some influence there. But if you can try to recheck what you want to speak, that would be great.
Okay,
Is it
sir,
okay?
I'll definitely.
Just recheck, right? Why? Because maybe it's in the beginning of monsoons in Mumbai or something like that. That is basically helping you to reduce the thing. So you need to just
Yes,
look
sir.
into the other aspects also, rather than just putting all into the data points.
Right, so
Okay,
right,
thank
so
you.
the geography might be.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Harsh.
Thank you, sir.
So now we have with us Seshkir Rao, sir. Okay, now we have with us
I'm uploading my PPT.
Seshkir Rao, sir. Yeah, please do that, sir. You can click on present and then you can share the screen.
I'm uploading the PPT. Since
Sir,
I
you
am
can
on,
do the share screen, sir. That would
I
be
am
better
online.
than sharing the
If
slide. Okay.
Okay, sure, I'll do that. Thank you.
You can click on share screen. If you click on share screen, there is an option to share screen, sir.
Yeah.
Instead of going to slides and do it, there is another option also. Is there?
Yeah, thank you. Sure.
Yeah. Before you upload, sir, I just want to introduce you. So, dear students, we have with us Seshgir Rao, sir, who is a eminent field researcher, I can say, who has working on the watershed management in Pagoda Taluk, and who has given solutions for the many farmers, and who has helped the farmers to understand the requirement of the water. And he has also associated with many universities, and he has helping the various farmers for practicing the dry cultivation, and also he has given the solutions for the water problem in Pagoda Taluk. So I request Seshgiri Rao sir to share his PPT and do the presentation. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. You are able to presentation?
Yes, sir. It is just loading, sir.
Hello.
I'm just waiting for the. Yes, sir.
Okay.
It is loaded, sir.
Okay.
You have to open the PPT, sir.
It is loaded. So I have opened it. You
Sir,
are able
it
to
is-
see it?
No, sir. We are unable to see it. Sir, you can share the entire screen so that whichever the screen you open, it will be shown there.
Stop sharing and start sharing.
Okay. It has done both. You are unable to see.
Yeah, I'm able to see the your PC, and it is showing downloads.
Okay.
Sir, you can share the entire screen so that whichever window you open, it will be shown here.
Okay, one second. I've done sheets.
No, it is not yet shared, sir.
What?
Exit, bro. Wait.
Yeah, I have just come back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I saw that.
Yeah. The screen is visible now.
Yes, sir. It is visible,
Hello.
sir. You can go to full screen. That's presentation mode. Yes, sir. It is visible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now
Okay.
it is fine, sir.
Thank you
No
all.
issues.
My apologies for the delay. I'll try and finish it in the allotted time. Okay. So, what I want to talk to you about is we are attempting monitoring of ecosystems through participatory ways. If it is participatory, you will have to create win-win options. In just a moment, I would come to why it needs to be participatory and why it needs to be win-win. Uh, this is an effort from the company that I own and also the research trust that I operate. I will talk about more of this as we go along. Thank you. So now, in the recent times, sensor-based, automated, and affordable monitoring of ecosystems is possible because of ubiquitous connectivity, which has improved leaps and bounds, and also advances in technology. This was not possible earlier. We know this very well because from 2004 to 2018, in Paugada region, which is a semi-arid region, we did a project called Common Sense. This was a collaboration between DESE, Indian Institute of Science, EPF Lausanne, Switzerland, and Channakeshava Trust, where I work with. The whole project took place in and around my farm. I'm a farmer by profession. I also do research, and I'm an entrepreneur. So, in this project, we completed the project. After the project, I took it further into implementation. So one of the things we focused post project was we focused on groundwater and aquifers. We have used all the learnings point into ecosystem monitoring. Why aquifers? Aquifers have a huge impact, but we know very little about it. It is mostly a black box for us. It is also the key for climate resilience in all regions, particularly semi-arid regions. It is closely linked to wetlands. In hard rock aquifers, they are already under the tragedy of commons. You would know what it is. Then why do we need to do participative, integrated, and real-time monitoring? We need to do participative because that is the only way we get large number of observations. If we try to do on our own, either through government or institutions, your numbers are very limited. Now, if it has to be participative, both parties should gain. Okay, so you have to create win-win with the users. Okay, in this case, with the borewell owners, you will have to create a win-win situation. Make them win, but it also should be affordable, rugged, and sufficiently precise. This is a nightmare for people who deliver solutions. Most of the decisions depend upon multiple parameters. So you need data to public and we also need it to be real time or at least near real time simply because if you have to benefit the user has to take so near real time. Also, the resource dynamics and new insights like using artificial time. So what I want to discuss today is to show our current work.
Sir, you are muted, sir. Sir, you are muted.
Sheshgiri, good morning.
Yes.
You are muted.
Can you hear me?
Voice Kerala.
You didn't hear anything that I spoke?
No, we heard
Did you
only
hear
the last
anything?
40 seconds. 40 seconds we lost.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Up to aquifer we understood
now
and other
I
part.
can
The
move
next
on?
slide. The current focus we missed, okay?
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, fine. Thank you. You see, we aquifers, we want to focus because you have already heard why we need to focus on aquifers and why we should do participative, integrated, and real-time monitoring. There is a reason for all of that. And today's discussion, we want to place before you our current work. And then when I say current work, we want to show you what work we have already done, what is in progress, what further is possible, and invite partnerships to work with us. That is the purpose of today's discussion. What do we do with respect to aquifers? We monitor bore wells. So we monitor water level in bore wells in real time. I believe in working bore wells, this is being done for the first time in an affordable way. We have a patent pending technology to do this. You can see, we can get as a snapshot, we can also get the trend lines for the bore wells. We also monitor water yield in the bore wells. Again, you can get snapshot, you can get any timeline. So the time unit is under our control. We can get any kind of data analytics. All these are mobile app based data. The data is delivered to the user on mobile app. We can also do it on the desktop. So this is how the data is presented. Each borewell is geo-mapped with full details. Here is the here is if the screen is not showing, I'll just move ahead. What you will get is you see here are patients from data 600 borewells in 4 states of South India. Now we also get a lot of other parameters relevant to ecosystem, motor and pump data, which to us we do get that data. Now, how is it possible? This is possible because of digital starter that we fit to the borewell. It will replace the mostly analog starters. These digital starters, we can also do it in board is adaptable and rugged data and sense live streams the data. If it has to be participatory monitoring, you have to create wins for the farmer. Otherwise, he will not buy your instrument. Okay, and we don't get data. Now, what are the wins for the farmer? First win is that his motor will never burn out. We are so confident that we offer a 5-year warranty. Okay, so that is the first win. Nobody else has this feature. We also give him a mobile app with remote access and alerts as well as data analytics. We also optimize the pump and give him advice on direct recharge. Pump optimization can increase the yield of the borewell. we have a modular architecture. So up to 1,000 IoT devices can be plug and play for this with no additional cost. We have multiple connectivity options which can go up to 10 kilometers. And we have priced it same as the L&T's digital starter, but we have many more features. So these are the wins that the farmers get. So we are having good sales. So people are already using our starters. What is the win for the managers? See, in aquifer and groundwater, there are managers who are interested in managing it, or there are researchers who are interested in data. So what do you get? So you have real-time data, which is available to you free of cost. You don't have to do, and it is available on your computer instantly. I can show you our data set. It has close to 1 million entries already. It is a large file. A computer may hang, so I will skip it. But we do have data live streaming as I speak, and our data updating frequency is every 7 seconds. So since it is based on return on investment without subsidies, the number of connections will grow very rapidly, and you will have more data points rapidly. It is modular, and it is a customizable platform to integrate with many other IoTs. We also have a system intelligence that can integrate multiple data sets. Already, our system is already integrating rain data with crop tree simulation models. It integrates farming systems and market dynamics. So we already have an integration system with us. And now, using all this, what are we doing with it? Now, I just want to present one use case that we are already involved. In the village that I stay, we are now using multiple data sets to understand aquifer dynamics. Here is the example of that. This is a project which is under mapping of CK panchayat and based on geo here is the second user case that we are already involved in. In a watershed, we have taken about 750 square kilometers, which involves 27 panchayats in Chitradurga district. We do something similar to what we have done earlier in CK Pura Panchayat. The entire, we want to do it in a much higher scope. The entire water ecosystem is sampled. We are able to measure. We are measuring rainfall, soil moisture, and stream flow. All of that are measured in addition to aquifers. We also monitor both domestic and farming groundwater. And then we also measure the impact of existing recharge efforts, both at the individual level as well as watershed level. Individual borewell recharge as well as the new watershed structures and heritage structures like irrigation tanks. We measure the impact of that. From that, we want to work out what are the best options for recharge, where to recharge, how much to recharge. These things are available. The current status of this project is that it is submitted to Ministry of Jal Shakti. We are waiting for the results. It is under discussion. Similarly, the third user case is individual farmer based. We are working with farmers in a pilot scale. To recharge borewells directly, we first select the borewells that have appropriate geomorphology. Not every borewell is suitable for recharge. And then we have a specially designed water filter for direct recharge from the rain harvest. And we measure the input of recharge. And we measure the discharge as well as time to surface. So in order to assess the benefit by direct recharge, we want to see the delta it provides, at least the before and after. So that's what we are trying to do. We also do it across seasons to see what is the variation. So this again is about to be funded. The fourth one, which is most interesting for me, is water use planning or irrigation planning at farm level. We use both rainwater and groundwater availability. We measure soil moisture, and through a system intelligence, which is proprietary, we are able to remote control the irrigation delivery by controlling valves. Valves are remote controlled through our app, and then we are able to deliver plot-wise crop or tree customized irrigation. Irrigation is customized to the trees and crops and the existing soil moisture. This customized irrigation is what we plan to deliver. Here is how we do it. Our database starts with 100 years of daily rainfall, and with rainfall, we need to look at 100 years because the rainfall is variable. So we have a way of understanding variability and predicting availability beforehand. With this, we combine the irrigation data available from the bore wells. So this is the starting point. This is used for strategic level planning. And then so these are the devices that provide it. And this is how we get data. The data comes in real time. And the predicted rainfall, we schedule irrigation according to the crop and tree. And this is auto-scheduled by the system intelligence. And here are the remote control valves, which are controlled by the program and the system intelligence. And here is the valves that we have deployed. And the whole operation is done through a mobile app. These are the screenshots of the mobile app. We are able to control each plot. We are also able to control each borewell pump and the irrigation valves. So these are the kind of controls that are available to the farmer. Here is what the farmer gets, and the environment also benefits because of this. So we are able to do deficit irrigation through simulation modeling. This is system intelligence. And if we do that, we save up to 30% of the irrigation water. Even under drip irrigation, you can give 30% less. That is our experience. We also increase nutrition efficiency because deficit irrigation makes the roots go deeper layers. Otherwise in drip irrigation, the roots don't go deep. They are all on the surface. So the nutrition efficiency increases. Particularly in fruits and vegetables, the quality improves. So again, the disease risk comes down. It can also be auto-scheduled. System can take over. You don't have to do anything. Once you feed the parameters, system can take over and do auto-scheduling. This is an industry best practice, we can do that. And it doesn't cost much. For a 5-acre farm, it costs as much as your motorbike, about 80,000. So this is the kind of cost. And what we are attempting to do is, this gives an overview. As I said, this borewell starter, which does the groundwater monitoring, is an entry point, is just to penetrate the market. Based on that digital platform, we can build many more things. We have already built stream flow sensors, a customizable weather station, surveillance cameras, and digital logs. They are already in the market, including remote control valves. So these are available. They are plug and play. Once you buy the starter, rest of them are plug and play. We are also field testing nutrient sensors, drone-based wildlife threat management. Elephants and wild boars are a huge problem near the forest. So we are able to manage them using drones. We also have RFID-based traceability, water quality monitoring, sensors for rapid composting. These are already in field testing. What we have in lab under alpha testing is pest and disease alert systems, sound-based insect population and life cycle sensing. Okay, and these are things which we are developing based on the user requirements. So we are quite confident that we have the infrastructure in place, the digital platform and the basic Wi-Fi mesh in place. We could develop any kind of sensors that the users require. The line that the engineers tell me is that since I'm not an engineer, anything that can be converted into a voltage can be sensed. So you will be surprised what all can be sensed and the data can be gathered. Our instruments also have multiple connectivity. The biggest distance comes from LoRa. Of course, it will take low data loads. It can go up to 10-kilometer radius. We have all kinds of connectivity which are rugged and have performed well in the field. So with this, I would like to close my presentation and invite you asking questions. Thank
Thank you, sir. Hello, sir, can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, sir. There is one question.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
So there is one question which I want to ask you. Since I'm working on a large watershed management plan for government of Chhattisgarh, what is the feasibility of your these sensors and deployability also? Okay, that's what I wanted to ask you.
Can you repeat the question? I didn't hear you. I heard
Yeah, this
project, large watershed.
Yeah, I'm taking a area of around 6 districts. So I wanted to see what is the real-time data which I can gather, because it is putting us on different level of work level where we have to use our so much of petrol and diesel just to reach the fields. So I wanted to know whether what we can do, and I would like to talk to you in person also about the feasibility of your these devices.
Hello.
You see,
Hello.
I heard only parts of it. Can you just repeat his question?
Yes, sir. He works on large watershed.
The voice was breaking,
which is
so I could not hear much.
Yeah, it span in 6 districts. So he is taking care of entire watershed. So whether this technology can be deployed for the large scale?
Okay. Yeah.
Whether this technology will be feasible to deploy to large scale
Yes.
watershed, he is asking.
Yes, certainly. We have we are working with Orissa government for the World Karnataka Watershed Department. So the answer is yes. It is very much feasible to do so.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll talk to you in person, sir, then.
Sir, he
Yeah,
want
it is
your contact details,
very
so I will
much
share.
possible.
I will share your email ID. So,
You please,
yeah,
Dr. TV Ramchandra.
sure, sir. I will share your email details, so he will contact you directly.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your insights and as well as sharing your valuable time with us. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, we will continue with our presentations. Next presentation is by Pragati.
Pragati G, Priyanka SS. Have a poster? So after Pragati, Priyanka, next will be Harshini.
Priyanka.
Priyanka, Pragati. Followed by Ananya and Monisha. This one. Either
Priyanka पूछा.
Pragati and
Priyanka.
Where is Pragati?
इधर जाना. Usually.
Which one?
Pragati.
There is
And
no
Priyanka, yes.
There is no Pragati.
Priyanka, yes. Illegal.
I will copy everything.
It's not.
Okay, just to remind everyone, for those who are presenting posters, it is 4 minutes. So 3 minutes will be hitting the bell. By 4th minute, you need to conclude. For those who are presenting by oral, okay, for them it is 6 minutes plus 2 minutes question answers. Is it okay to all? So we'll be continuing PG after UG, so it's in a continuous mode. Okay, we have a list here. Accordingly, we'll just go through.
Eight.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Priyanka and my partner Pragati. So we are going to present on an idea which we had to reuse and recycle plastic, and we came up with this plastic mattress. So, so we all know that plastic is a major source of plastic waste that is being produced by everyone, and it is contaminating all the ecosystems and our surroundings. So it is necessary for us to maintain the proper disposal of the plastic that is being produced by us, and a proper monitored solid waste management has to be put into use. And milk is considered as a whole food, and like everyone consumes it, and every household like almost uses at least 2 packets of milk each day. And it is made up of polythene. Every milk distributing industry produces around 2.5 crore milk packets every day. In that, around 10 to 15% of the milk packets get recycled, and the rest of the milk packets end up in the land dumps and other ecosystems. So these plastic polythene bags are being consumed by animals, and it harms the organisms and also pollutes the environment. So in the picture that can be seen there, it is a land dump where the elephants are going and feeding on the food. And in that, it was in Sri Lanka. Many elephants died by eating the polythene bags and other plastic items which were in the dump. So the main objective of our presentation is to create an awareness of how to reuse and recycle plastic, and encourage, like, many people enthusiasts have given their ideas on how to reuse and recycle plastic waste. So all these ideas should be considered by us and should be implemented. So the plastic mattress which we prepared, it the materials and methods we used around 60 plastic bags, like the polythene bags, milk packets, and we washed it, and it was cut open, and it was all dried so that there was no moisture present in it, and it was arranged like 5 sheets in a bundle, and it was stitched together. As this was a model prototype, we stitched it by hand. If we are going to make it on a larger scale, we can use heat sealing method to secure the sheets together. There's a video on how we prepared the model, like we'll get onto it later. So the mattress that we designed, it's like this, and the advantages are like it's waterproof as it's like plastic, and it's durable as it is not biodegradable, and due to its less weight, it is easily portable and travel friendly. And as it was clean, there it is pathogen free, like there is no growth of microorganisms that is possible in it, and it is cost effective as it was done using waste. Now I would like to list upon few success stories. In the first picture, what we can see is Shaya. Shaya in Sanskrit means bed. It was being created by Lakshmi Menon, an innovator who thought during pandemic time there was lots of PPE kits being generated or produced by many industries. The waste products were not at all used in any other field. So she thought it would be a simple idea. And as girls, almost everyone braid your hair. It is a simple technique what she used. She braided the PPE kit waste things there, and she was able to make a shaya. And one more important thing is, because of this, there was a local economy being boosted up. One unit consists of nearly 20 humans, and they helped in braiding this PPE kit, plastic waste, and this was used as a bed. And COVID was very infectious disease, and it was transmitting like a forest fire. This was the case then, and when a patient died, they are supposed to burn the everything belongings, and the mattress being used by the patient too. So there was a shortage of bed being created. That time Shaya came to help, and it was told that 700 Shayas were being donated to many orphanages and the old age home, and this could effectively work on the solid waste management, that is particularly the PPE kit plastic waste. Then the seat bag by Ram. Ram is a techie, and he was just like collectively is throwing his plastic waste once in a week. Then he thought what he doing to the environment, and he thought he met a person named Madhulika Chowdhury, a person who runs an NGO, and they together thought that what can be done. So in the milk packets, what they thought is they will grow some medicinal plants which are on the verge of extinction. But I'm not specific which plants they were focusing on, but it was told that they are doing it. And then the art and crafts by Leelama. Leelama is a 67-year-old woman in Kerala. She, from her childhood, she has almost recreated everything out of plastic. She, because of her, a whole neighborhood people are not throwing their plastic waste like that. They just collect it and give it to her. She cleans it very well, and she cut them into very minute pieces and stitch it. And it is said that around 1640 milk packets are used to make a wardrobe, and 1000 milk packets is being used to make a laundry bag, which we can see in the picture. Then the milk bag project, it was in Mumbai. The three friends named Hansu Paredwala, Kunti Oza, and Chitra Eremat together took up the work of collecting all the plastic bags. It was told that the retailer will not accept the plastic bags in a very small quantity like how we do. And the weight of one plastic car, what we throw at home, will be less than like 50 mm or 50 mm. So, in order to make 80 kgs of plastic, they have to collect 7.5 lakhs of plastic papers. And they formed a unit to collect almost all the plastics. Like, next. Recommendation, what we are thinking in larger scale, we can use the heat sealing machines to make the mattress, which will be more easily. By this, we can complete our work in a very fast time. Conclusion, by the collecting of 2 months waste or 1 month waste, it depends upon the usage of the people. We are able to make this kind of miniature model, and if it comes in a better way, in a larger scale, we can do it in a very large scale. The first picture, what we see is, if we don't recycle or reuse plastic, this might become our future. But if we know how to use it in a positive aspect, this can be a future too. And if there is time, we would like to show the video what we did.
Pragati, Priyanka, you have done a good job. Okay, this is a good job which you have done. But in presentation part, whenever you are presenting, put your story first. No? We know there is a number of things, internet is there. Okay, we'll search it. Don't emphasize on things because we are marking you, and anywhere you will go. The time is a constraint. Okay, just show it. People will come to know. Tell 1 or 2 points and then move ahead. Okay, that's it.
No, sir. When there is food content, when you are heat sealing it, there will be the effect of heat sealing material on the food impact. But when it is empty and we are thoroughly drying it under sun, there is no such issue, sir.
Will this be hygienic?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. So we have stitched this, like, that was a small one. No, on a larger scale, if you are using more packets,
Good
we can
initiative.
use.
Good initiative.
And yes, sir. It is made up of PET, polyethylene tetraphthalate. It belongs to low density.
How do you quantify HPs? Do you know how it is done? What is the basis for the calculation of density?
Sir,
do you calculate it bond wise? Do you calculate it on an aggregation basis or the number of substituents? Do you have any idea about this?
Sir, to be honest, we don't have any idea, but what I think is density.
Next, we have Harshini, Arun, and Divya Shri.
A very good morning to one and all present here. I am Harshini and my friend Divyashri will be doing a paper presentation on the topic effects of cell phone tower radiation on bird diversity. So I would like to start my presentation with a slogan which is called set a bird song as your ringtone, for soon that might be the only way to hear our winged friends. So I know it's a little saddening to hear such a slogan at the beginning, but it's unfortunately the harsh reality of the present scenario, which I would like to elaborate. And moreover, use of cell phone towers have been increased in recent decade, and it's been drastically increased during the COVID period. I would like to elaborate further in my presentation. Cell phone towers, cell phones are very important to mankind, and such cell phone towers also hold such equal importance. In India, at present, there are 75,000 cell phone towers and nearly 6,000 alone in Bangalore. These are not just freestanding towers, but they are the giant towers which emit balloon of invisible electromagnetic radiations that continue to threaten wildlife around them, especially of the birds. The reason I'm emphasizing more on birds is because it's easy for the electromagnetic radiations to penetrate to the bird's exoskeleton because of their fragile and pneumatic bones. And moreover, birds have a less body surface area and body weight compared to other animals. So it's easy to warm up their body and it can easily weaken their immune system, their reproductive system, and also their nervous system. The electromagnetic radiations can also affect the delicate bird skulls, their eggs, and also their embryos. Recently, in a research work done in Center of Environment and Vocational Institute in Punjab, where they have taken 50 eggs, and they had exposed it to EMR radiations for a time period of 5 to 10 minutes, and they could find that nearly all the eggs were destroyed. So this is the extent of threat of electromagnetic radiations on birds. And further, the electromagnetic radiations also affects the insects such as the beehives. It causes colony collapse disorder, such as, for example, if a bee leaves the hive in search of a pollen or a honey, it finds it very difficult to get back to the beehive. And electromagnetic radiations effects have also seen on bats. There is a reduction in number of bats, and it also affects the plants. That is, the plants exposed to electromagnetic radiations have lower metabolism, and their leaves are light green when seen. So these are the recent newspaper articles uh, published where there is a decrease in number of migratory birds, decrease in number of birds due to urbanization, and increase in number of towers. So there are recent, not only in India, not only in Bangalore, but also in abroad. So the aims and objectives. So the main aim is to study the extent of threat on avian species, to review various published studies on effects of EMR on wildlife species, and to discuss the preventive and safety norms.
So to study the extent of the effect on the tower radiation on the birds, so we have done 2 surveys. The first survey was done is a field survey done in Bangalore in the areas of Rajajinagar, Cod Road, and Abhigere and Basveshwar Nagar, Manganapati Nagar. So we have visited these areas twice a day in the morning at 7 to 8 and in the evening at 5 to 6. And the bird count and the towers were observed and tabulated. And these are the towers in Rajajinagar, Basveshwar Nagar, and Mahaganapati Nagar. And these are from Abhigere and Cod Road. The results obtained shows that the number of birds within 300-meter range are less, and away from the 300-meter distance range is more. In the survey too, it is also a field survey conducted in 2 different zones. So the zone A represents the rural area where it's a village called Malo Nagatihalli. It's present in outskirts of Nelmangla. And zone B represents the rural area of Bangalore, urban area in Bangalore, that is Vijayanagar. And these zones were visited for 2 days, and the towers and the bird population were observed. And the bird population was observed within 500-meter range, and the conservation and the bird conservation status is listed using IUCN Red Book data, and the birds are identified using the book Birds of Indian Subcontinent. And these are the images of zone A and zone B. Here we can clearly see that it's a rural and urban area where greenery is seen more, and here highly populated with towers and buildings. on comparing these two zones, we can say that the number of towers within 500-meter range in rural area is 0 or negligible, and in zone B, that is urban area, there are about 5 to 6 towers within the range of 500-meter, and the number of birds observed between the range in rural area is 40 to 80, and in our urban area is about 30 to 50. These are the common observed birds in Mala Nagathihalli, that is rural area, and these are the birds commonly observed in Vijayanagar. And to conclude this, the survey the results obtained clearly suggest that the number of birds within the tower range are less compared to the birds away from the tower range. And in the survey too, on comparing the both zones, we can state that the densely populated towers have bird population with less number, and we can say that the number of birds is inversely proportional to the number of towers in that area.
I'm concluding, during the survey, you could also find some of the towers were installed on top of the buildings, which is not only harmful for the birds, but also the humans residing there, because electromagnetic radiations can affect other animals also, so it can have a considerable impact on humans too. So these are some of the electromagnetic radiations effects on humans. Several studies have established the respiratory problems, the fatigue or muscle pains, affecting nervous system also, like headaches, palpitation, etc. And in an recent study in effect of reproductive system, a cluster of 6 cases of testicular cancer was found among traffic polices who were exposed to handheld radars. And there's also increase in abortion in pregnant women was seen due to exposure towards more exposure near the tower areas of radiations. So I would like to finally conclude by saying birds are a wonderful species of God and which enhance the beauty of the sky, but these species are in danger. And the credit for doing this again goes to most intelligent species on Earth, that is us, the humans. So I think it's our duty to reverse back the situation by following some of the future plans, like minimizing the extent of phone usage, by not upgrading to a higher network range like 4G or 5G, by maximum using messages, or not using more than 2 phones per person, etc. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So, what kind of birds did you find black kite in your studies?
Sir, actually, within 300-meter range, we did not put more emphasis on the type of birds. We just found the birds number of birds as a group. But while doing an individual study between rural and urban area, we could observe the birds which we had put, sir, like common birds.
Black kite you have not seen.
We have not found like an individual, is this there or that. We didn't specify on the species.
Okay. You see, with these birds, the larger birds, okay, you will see black kite having their nest in those towers only. It's a very different.
I think there might be an electronic tower and the tower radiations which emit.
I'm just asking you one ecological question. What is the reason for that?
So it might be an electronic tower which just transmits signal. Mobile tower.
This is a basic question about birds. If you are presented on birds, that's what I'm asking.
Yes, sir. So can I make one more comment? I just forgot to do it. Can I just do it?
No, you just answer the question.
Yes. One more. I had to add one more point.
You can say that point.
Nothing, sir. I just forgot to add that electromagnetic radiations also affect the migratory birds. Migratory birds travel long distance with the help of protein molecule called as tryptochrome 4 in the eyes of the
Don't
birds.
tell what is there on the net. We also know that.
No,
have you seen what you have seen? It's good. Whatever you are telling, it's good. Okay. One basic question which I'm asking, because you have worked on birds, that's why I'm asking you one basic question. Why did you find black kites or bigger birds on these towers? That is one simple question.
Why do we find? Yes, sir. I think most probably the birds would have adapted to it. Smaller birds are
said birds get affected by the radiations and they move away.
Yes, sir.
Right? So he's telling that So he's telling our observation, since we both work on birds, our observation is that we have seen big birds like black kites and other raptors especially have built their nests on the mobile towers itself.
Yes, so we could also observe few, but I think it has more impact on the Luciferase when compared to details.
Okay, my question, what I have is very simple. In your second part of your research, you have said you have compared between an urban area and a rural area. Now, the diversity of birds, whatever you have seen, could be because of the habitat type also.
Yes, sir.
So, how will you tell that it is because of the mobile tower radiations?
Sir, as you said, it is there might be more species because of the environment change also. But towers, we chose a location with no towers surrounding anywhere. Like even though like fully the ground was also there, but there was no tower. And this so even in rural areas like in where Vijayanagar Park also we observed there's also a tower. Birds were less.
Vijayanagar Park is not rural area.
No, sorry, urban area. Sorry. So urban area, in Vijayanagar urban area, there was a tower nearby, and the species were less, even though there was an environment. So like that.
You are in UG, na? Statistics is there.
Yes, sir.
There is something known as correlation. Correlation.
Yes, sir.
You are not correlating two things. This does not have even same parameters.
If you have to compare, you have to keep all the other parameters constant.
Environment. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good one.
It's my book.
We have Ananya and Monisha.
You search for the question, okay?
Yes, sir.
That is for your homework. Okay.
Monisha.
Yes.
Sir, it's not. This is BSF.
Ananya and Monisha, you have the paper?
Yes, sir.
Is it poster?
No, sir. Paper.
Ananya, yes.
Time starts now.
So, if you refuse to reuse, then it's the earth you abuse. By wellness. So if you refuse to reuse, it's the earth you abuse. By Vanessa Venice. Good morning, good afternoon to one and all. I'm Ananya. This is my co-presenter Monisha. We are here to present a paper on solid waste management, in specific the bio-waste management. Due to increasing urbanization and population, the solid waste management has become a matter of importance. And bio-waste, being a major part of solid waste, needs to be treated. Insect-based larva treatment is one such way is by BSF, that is Hermetia illucens, commonly called as the black soldier flies. Our aim here, BSF is in industrial use for organic composting is already in use. But as Ramchandra sir in his yesterday's morning talk mentioned that nowadays people have chosen to manage the organic waste by throwing it to the neighbor's compound. So we here aim to get a better way by composting the organic waste which is produced in our household level using the BSF. Our objectives are the ability of the BSF in organic waste is assessed, the life cycle, the feeding habits, and the living conditions of the BSF are studied, and the prototype is prepared to meet the above objectives.
So regarding the objectives, the methodology and timeline can be seen in the further, in a detailed way in the further slides. So coming to the life cycle of the BSF, it's generally, the average life cycle is about 44 days, and it has 4 significant stages such as eggs, larva, pupa, that is nothing but it later undergoes pre-pupa and adult. And after the life cycle, I would like to say we have conducted this bio-waste management in our household. It's in Ananya's house, and we have done it. So this is the
a small video regarding that. And the waste, what is you're seeing all over, it's a kitchen waste, and it is called as frass after decomposed by the BSF lava, and that is a lava which you are watching there. And it consists of a liquid which is entrained from the organic matter, and it will be extracted out. So the white one is the lava, and the dark one, what you are seeing, is the pre-pupa stage. And this is the pre-pupa which is moving. There will be a pupa stage which will be differentiated from the pre-pupa. This is the pupa stage. And it doesn't have any movements because it later undergoes metamorphosis into adults. So as I was telling about the liquid matter which is being entrained in this, it is rich in the ammonia and we extract it. It is actually called as leachate, and this can be used as a fertilizer and pesticides to grow the plants. These are some of the images which are captured from the household level which we have done it in our house. The first, it actually consists of two containers which are placed one above the other. The above container contains the organic matter and its bottoms are made up, it's sporated at the bottom. And the flies, BFS flies, which compose the organic waste, also produce the leachate, and these leachates are collected in the below bucket and it can be used as a manure. So regarding the limitations in the first prototype what we have created, we saw that there would be a larva which is being buried itself into the deeper organic compost just to attain the darker environment where it can undergo metamorphosis. So that's why we have provided with the different chambers here, the inner chamber and outer chamber, and the inner chamber is connected with the tunnel with the other chamber which is being coated with a black paint so that it can have a shaded and more darker environment where it can achieve its life cycle. And even the egg slots, as we saw, the egg slots actually had been hatched. The eggs are hatched in the lid of the bucket. So hence we are provided an egg slot wherein it can lay the eggs in an easier way. And also here the larva plays a major important role because it's the only feeder and will contribute to the decomposition process as it has a more sophisticated, powerful chilling mouthparts and also the intestinal microbiota and high enzyme activity will ensure the whole organic compost will occur in 8 to 10 days. Hence it is a very efficient noun. Coming to the benefits, the BSF can convert around 80% of the organic waste into manure, and it has a higher rate of composting compared to other methods. And the prototype which we have designed is not made up of any high-end technology, and it is cost-effective, and it is also easy to use. The BSF larva and its pre-pupa stage contains almost 40% of protein and 30% of fat. Hence, it can be also used as an animal feed, and it also contributes to other value-added products such as biofertilizers and biodiesel. And the BSF can also convert all sorts of bio waste, and these are its benefits. And also, I would like to show one of the things which I forgot to mention, that is, we are provided with the inlet and outlet chamber where the BSF can easily go outside for the mating purpose and can come again to the model which can lay the eggs. So coming to the conclusion part, the bioconservation using the BSF survey is a leading innovation in the recent times, and it is because of its major benefits like environmentally friendly, economically feasible, and socially compatible. And yesterday in the Hari sir rightly mentioned that micro things can take care of the macro things. The micro change is what we done. So ensuring this to be implemented in the household level can able to solve a major problems, and it can become a very good solution. So thank you so much for providing such an opportunity, and we have certain references. These are the references which we have referred, and thank you so much to our mentor and also all friends and audience who patiently listen. Thank you so much. Lastly, I would like to conclude with a quote that is, little droplets of water make the mighty ocean. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
For presentation, I'll give you good marks. But for idea, how did you come to this idea that you will use black solid frame? Why?
So actually, what happened was the first one which we showed, no, sir, initial composter. So we saw the BSF in it, and then we just got to know the idea that BSF is the one which can actually compost well, and and it is also useful in urban areas, like when compared to.
Why not other flies? Why not other flies? Housefly can also be used.
So, but
That is much more easier thing.
So, but housefly has several it's a vector, sir, and it can cause the disease and all. But it is a harmless species. BSF doesn't harm anyone because after when it reaches the adult, it will lost its mouth parts. So hence it can be an efficient way to convert bio waste in the household because in the kitchen as family were residing. So thank you, sir.
Okay, I have a question where if every household
Yes, sir.
starts to do this, won't there be an outbreak of BSF population and what kind of impact could that have ecologically?
So as we mentioned, BSF being a harmless species, if so it would be in the model itself, and in the sense it will contribute much more. And the adult actually does not live for a longer time, sir. It has around 4 days of after it actually comes out of the prototype. It has around 4 days of life cycle, and so I don't think so it will cause any harm, sir.
COVID also lives for 7 days only. Okay. You see, we all over the world, humans. COVID also lives for 7 days, but see, we are done.
So, but adult doesn't have any impact on this because this whole bioconversion, what has been happening is because of the larva which is present in it. So, larva is the one which will plays a major role in converting it. And larva becoming.
My question is not about who is converting the waste. My question is, won't there be an outbreak of population which will have, or what sort of ecological impact it might have?
We'll look into. Yes, sir. We'll surely inform you. We'll inform you.
Quantity
Sir?
of the waste.
Sir, 1:1. Like, yes, sir. If we put the 1 kg of this oil, kitchen waste into it, we can able to get processed in the 8 to 10 days, sir.
Idea is good. Okay,
Yes, sir.
idea is good, but address the question what has been asked.
Yes, sir.
That will
Yes,
be you
sir.
asked.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. We will look into it, sir. Thank you, sir.
What are your provisions for anaerobic composting? Do you require any provisioning?
Sorry, sir.
Are you provisioning properly for aerobic composting?
Yes, sir. Because oxygen we are supplying to the inlet and outlet wall, sir, and BSF larva generally requires a shady environment to occur at later process. As we are enhancing its production in the model itself, so we make sure even it is with the oxygen contact, sir. So
When you are pushing in oxygen,
yes, sir.
how are you very sure that creatures all follow through? And there might be anaerobic environments within. So that might not be good enough for the BSF larvae to go because they need oxygen. How are you ensuring that oxygen is passing everywhere and it is a model aerobic compost?
Sir, since we have already done it in the initial compost, so we didn't face any such decrease in any population.
Did you at all test there are anaerobic zones there?
No, sir. No,
How
sir.
can you say we have not found it? Okay, think about it.
So we are actually provided an outlet and inlet zone. So there was exchange of gases over there, but in the anaerobic zone we didn't.
At pressurized condition, when we have.
So yes, sir. It has a conditions over there, so it should have.
Please take this question with you.
Okay, sir.
Come back and answer it.
Yes, sure, sir. Sure, sir. We'll look into it. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
The rainy season, I found that all had come out. It started moving out of the bin. So, what is the effect on the temperature and how we can manage it in the rainy season?
Ma'am, they have an optimum temperature around 30 to 35 degrees Celsius, ma'am. Other than that, usually in winters, I mean, which is where in the lower temperature they go into hibernation. So there is a kind of a slow development during that time. So, yes, ma'am, you are rightly said. In the winter season, compared to the summer season, the rate of composition will be slower, ma'am, because it undergoes a hibernation process over there. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Even the humidity plays a major role. That will undergoes in a slow process, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all present here, respected dignitaries, teachers, and all science students present here. My name is Chandu Jaikanta, and my topic is effect of 3 plant extracts on the Cytophilus oryzae, stored pest in rice. So you all buy rice. Have you seen black insects in rice? Those are the rice wheel. So these rice wheel reproduce in the rice. So to prevent that, we humans put pesticides. These pesticides are very much harmful for our body. These pesticide contains phosphine, aluminium phosphate, and EDTC. So these, like we are taking in a small amount these poisons. So in future, we may have these adverse effects of these pesticides. So instead of these chemical synthesized pesticides, I worked on organic insecticides. The aim of my research is to evaluate the effects of plant extracts as a pesticide on the stored food pest, an alternative to the chemical pesticide, which may have an adverse effect on the food chain. The materials I've used is plastic box, plant extracts, coriander, curry leaves, mint, distilled water, rice, mortar and pestle, strayer, and adult insects. Methodology: first, I weighed 20 grams of rice with the weighing machine, and I transferred to 20 plastic boxes, and I later put 10 adult insects. Then I weighed 50 grams of leaves of coriander, mint, and curry leaves, and I used mortar and pestle to grind, and took 50 gram of fresh leaves weighed and crushed in 100 ml of distilled water. The concentrated solutions were sprayed, 2 ml in each set. The flies were transferred to each jar, and I've recorded it for 24 hours. I've made in dry method, even wet method. For the dry method, I've used the electrical grinder. The result in dry method as follows, and the result in wet method. So I observed this for 7 days. In the dry method, the more mortality rate of insects were more compared to the wet method. In dry method, the curry leaves had high mortality rate, and in wet method, coriander had high mortality rate. Pesticides are chemical substances which are used in large extent all over. So instead of using pesticide, I came up with this idea of using organic pesticide, as it doesn't disrupt our health. These are the reference. I thank Dr. T.V. Ramachandra sir, zoology department, and my guide Miss Bhavya for guiding, and my parents and friends for supporting. If there are any suggestions, I would like to take it. Thank you. Yes.
Look, you have taken 3
plant extracts. Yes, sir.
Why did you choose this topic? Because if I had to take care of the rice weevil, I'll just put a curcuma longa in that pit. Done. In the entire bori, entire sack, I'll put few of the curcuma longa. That is more than enough to take care of the rice weevil. Okay. So what is the point of doing this experiment or taking up this topic? That is a simple, long age thing which is going on in house. I think ma'am will also be doing the same thing. I am at my house also that is being done.
Yes,
so
sir.
Why this particular topic?
Sir, actually, before my topic was on regeneration property of earthworm. Then later I had to give that topic and take this topic. I took this methodology as we can do at home also. That's why.
Something which is prevalent and which is going on, which is working well. I like to change it, but this is good what you have done. But what is the need of presenting it as a work which is on up to the level where people are presenting on such a different level also? How should I read with them?
Okay, sir, I'll.
And next time onwards, try to take something which is not taken.
No, sir, this was in the last moment. I was doing on regeneration property of earthworm. Due to the heavy climate, bad climate, I had to take this topic. And
then
yeah, this was suggested by my teacher.
Don't get offended.
Don't get offended.
Don't get offended.
I was trying to say, did you make any comparison between the three plant extracts?
Yes, ma'am. I told that curry leaves had more than.
That's what this is.
Why that there is a difference between the dry and wet result?
Sir, in dry method, in wet method, actually there was more moisture, and insects, I think, can get adapted to moisture. Or even in the wet method, I took just 50 grams in 100 ml concentration. It was not having strong concentration. I think for that it did not work. In dry method, I saw in curry leaves all the flies died.
Okay, to continue of the question, here. In wet method, generally when you put water to rice, doesn't it get damaged in the sense?
Fungal infection.
Infections
Fungal infection is there.
directly? Let's say if you just put rice in water, when you soak in water, it pops up, right?
Yes, sir.
So similar kind of effect is not found. Doesn't it harm the quality of rice also in the wet method? Is it checked?
In the wet method, when I saw, what happened is there were lumps created between the rice, and there was no smell or anything. But I just observed it for 7 days.
Okay. Is the rice like palatable? Like we can take the rice, or is it?
I think yes, sir. Because when we wash it, I think the green color which is having with the lumps, it might go.
Try sticking
Yes,
rice.
sure. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So without even testing, we total restricted fertilizer.
Sir?
Without even testing, you say that you are taken biopesticides, right? Without even checking, you already have a preconceived notion that these are biopesticides.
No, I have performed it. I had shown the
Okay,
pictures.
so forget about it. So what sir rightly said, even clubs can do that,
Yes.
So what do you think is the mechanism? Why is that weevil or wasps or many insects are not getting attracted or are dying when we make it exposed to such environments where there are herbal extracts? Could you throw some lights on the mechanism?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In mint, we have methanol, and because of it is very toxic for the pest, and it dies. And in curry leaves, we have this gallic acid, which is also preventive for the pest. And in coriander, we have this stiripene, which is also a toxic for the pests.
So that is toxicity. I'm asking about mechanism.
Like how?
So what about this olfactory sensations? Is there the aromaticity which is affecting it? Is it what is the extent of lethality when it is? So do you have any idea on these things at all?
No, sir. I didn't go in the microscopic level. How it affects the rice with it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next Lavanya.
Yes.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. I'm Lavanya, and this is my co-presenter Varsha. We are here to present a topic on survey report on avian fauna in regions of Bangalore lakes. Moving on to the introduction and objectives and materials and methods to conduct migratory bird survey in the regions of Bangalore. That is the three regions we have taken, mainly GKV campus and two of the lakes, that is Alada Lake and Jakkur Lake. Objective is to study the migratory bird biodiversity and to apply the study data in order to improve the count of bird biodiversity in those regions. Materials and methods is camera and bird count data from the data book and the binocular. The field visit, the methods which are followed is the field visit. We have visited the GKVT campus for 3 days, that is morning and as well as the evening. Comparison between the sandy lake, that is we have done about Alada Lake and the Jakkur Lake, and also the walk was done during 2 days in a week, in the morning as well as in the evening times. Moving on to the results and discussion. The GKVT campus, which is spread around 1,200 acres of area, also abbreviated as Gandhi Krishi Vigyan Kendra, has a wide variety of bird diversity, and some of which are native to that particular campus, and some of which are migratory, such as slit grey, Paris aphid, and the common birds such as pigeons, myna, and parrots. They have also maintained agroforestry, which owes a way for both the migratory as well as the native birds in the campus. And the green cover or the tree cover, which is there in the GKVT campus, as we all know, we have visited the GKVT campus many of the times. We can spot the people walking and taking a nice breath during the evening times as well as in the early morning times. And some of the bird photos which we can spot in GKVT campus. Now, this is some of the birds: tit grey, purple rumpled sunbird, rose-ringed parakeet, and common myna. Now, moving on to Alada Lake.
When we look into Alada Lake, the lake is seen to be not maintained well, and not favorable conditions are not seen for birds to survive. According to eBird online database birds observations, till now 125 species of birds were seen. But when we visited that during recent times, there is massive decrease in bird count. When we visited, only 2 to 3 bird species were found. And the reason why the bird count has decreased is sewage water is left into the lake untreated, and eutrophication and other plastics and waste is seen in the lake. And the only migratory bird which we could spot is American white pelican, and these birds are large aquatic birds, comes under order pelicaniforms, and these bird breeds in interior North America and South, and these migrate to India in winters. And in South India alone, we can find 12 breeding and nesting sites. So, when we come to conservation status, these birds come under least concern category of IUCN Red List.
Moving on to the Jakkur Lake. The Jakkur Lake is widespread around 2.9 miles, and the birds which are spot here is cattle egret, Indian spot-billed duck, and green heron. Moving on to the conclusion discussion part. From the analysis of data from websites and the field study from all those three regions, we can say that vegetation cover around the lake plays a vital role, and the conservatory measures which have been taken in the lake, or one of the lake, that is Alada Lake, is not proper. So it decreases the migratory bird as well as the common birds count also. These are some of the references. And I would like to conclude that by saying one information regarding the World Migratory Bird Day. Next year, that is upcoming year, we will be having World Migratory Bird Day on May 13th, and it's a theme of focus on water. Thank you.
Varsha, Lavanya, not a good work. When you are giving a statement that bird population has decreased from 125 to?
Sir, it is in ebook data. There are.
So why are you taking this? Ebook data is maintained for years.
Yes.
Okay.
But
And
it is
when you
now
are-
reduced.
How can you say that it has reduced?
According to the reports and some literary
What
articles we referred.
What reports you have referred?
Sir, in the Indian News Express and all the Hindu newspapers, they have stated that the migratory count bird has been come down in Bangalore. And talking about the American white pelican, that particular region.
If you are quoting media, then quote every single thing which is said. This is your work which you have done, na? Don't take statements and just put it. Okay, showing that something has degraded. You have said that it has degraded because water has some water has came into that. Okay, some effluent, something has came. But how that can affect a bird which is passerine? Passerine does not have to do anything with the water itself.
So due to that eutrophication, fish comes.
How? Passerine has nothing to do with your fishes.
What are passerine birds?
It's not passerines. Pelican.
Pelican.
Fish is the source of
You
food.
go back to your slides. You go back to your slides.
How did you identify the species?
By,
Bird species.
Sir, by taking the photographs, we had took the photographs during the field study, and we had put it through the Google Lens where we can identify it.
When you are writing a scientific name, it has to be italics.
Yes.
First name, second name. In your presentation, it is not there. You're presenting in a forum where people are going for competition.
No, sir, it was in italics and.
You go and check your presentation. I didn't interrupted you there. Okay. Don't put now some big things. Okay. Do small projects, but do it good. Okay.
Thank you.
Also, please check the identification once again.
Yes.
Start ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಸಮಾಧಾನಕ್ಕೂ ಆರಾಮಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. Next slide ಹೋಗೋದಂಗೆ. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Sir. It's not working. Yeah, it's not working, sir.
3 minutes.
Move for next slide, sir.
What is it? Deepika, no?
Yes.
This one?
Yes, sir.
Huh? It's there? Huh?
Yes, sir.
Is it working? This one?
But it's coming, sir.
Coming, no?
Yeah. Good afternoon, one and all present here. I am Deepika, my friend Chandana. We are from Maharani Lakshmi Amani College. We thank one and all present here for giving us an opportunity to present a review study on Luciferase enzyme. This Luciferase enzyme, which is present in fireflies.
One second. Okay, continue.
Okay. I would like to start by instead of switching on the lamp when it's get darker, you could read by the light of the glowing plant, said by Michael Stano. It is interesting to know that plants can produce oxygen and detect carbon dioxide, and there are also many sources of food. But it's interesting to know that plants can also glow and they can also produce. The reason why plants produce light is due to the inserted enzyme luciferase. This luciferin enzyme is present in fireflies, which acts as a fuel for insects of bioluminescence. These bioluminescence present in lighting bulb, they are used for mating. They are also called as glowworms, fire candles, and etc. By using many recombinant DNA technologies and other laborious experiments, the scientists were able to make the plants glow. The main aim is the vital vision is just to make sure that the plants get light even in the dark like a glowing lamp, and this can help in photosynthesis of a new young plants. These can also replace the electric bulbs. The main objective is that to produce emission of light by natural means. These flashes can light up not just the plant but the whole forest. These fireflies belongs to the family Lampididae, and they are invertebrates and they are omnivores. The lifespan is about for 2 months. The diversity of fireflies occupied is 43.68%. How the scientists used methodologies for inserting the luciferase DNA is so far the scientists were able to make these experiments in plants like arugula, crespine, watercress, and kale plants. They took the leaf of the plants and they have soaked in the enzymes luciferase. Due to the pressure created, the luciferase enzyme were able to penetrate to the small opening called stomata. And the scientists were successful in making the plants glow. And in tobacco plants, these have been genetically altered. Why they choose tobacco is because they have fresh leaves which was produced often, and these to make genetically engineered plants glow, they were irrigated with the water with fireflies luciferase, and the gene for luciferase is responsible for fireflies production and was modified by adding genetical materials that served as a set of activating the signals. So after doing experiments, what actually happened when inserted the luciferase enzyme, what mechanism happened is luciferase acts as a catalyst, and when the molecule luciferin present in luciferase gets oxidized and it produces the light and heat. The next results will be said by my friend Chandana.
The researchers concluded that the plants were able to glow during the nightfall, and also the light which was emitted by the plant was detected by the light equipment instrument called lamnometer, and also by the help of photographic films. And the plants were able to glow for about 4 hours. And the light which was emitted by the plant does not harm the plants. Instead, they help the plant to repair itself, and also for the process of photosynthesis. And there are some of our ideas which can be executed in the future. As this was an experiment which was conducted under the lab condition, the plant were able to glow for about 4 hours. This on further optimization can be improved for about 12 to 24 hours. And also the intensity of the light can also be improved by the activity of the enzymes. In the future technology, in the future, this technology can be used in a low intensity indoor lighting, and also in transforming trees into the street lights. Thank you.
let it be like a slide reader. So your work is quite interesting. Similar to this one, I think Allergy also does some work, bio-remediation or something like that, where you see oceans and this one. My question for you here is, why should I want 12 hours to 24 hours? We have sunlight also, no?
Yes, sir, but
During
this is
night
at
time,
night, sir, dark time.
Because we have 24 hours in a day, according to my knowledge. Is it extended?
No, sir.
I understand climate change and other aspects, but 24 hours, I don't know why. If you can justify that one, that would be great.
Sir, like in outside sunlight will be available, sir, but inside the house it is useful, sir.
plants.
No, it's small plants, sir.
Why do we need this? Why do we need this?
It would,
Ecologically, it is not good. Anyhow, it is not good. Why do we need this?
So to conserve the light energy, sir.
electricity can be
Conserve light
conserved.
energy, you will play with ecology.
No, sir, this enzyme is non-toxic, sir.
When do plants respire?
Sorry.
When do plants respire?
Photosynthesis, what is photosynthesis?
Light, sir. So during sunlight, they prepare protein.
No, I am not asking when they do photosynthesis. I am asking when do they breathe?
Night, sir.
Ah.
Yes, sir.
So when you inject this Luciferase into it,
Sir.
when are you allowing them to breathe? You stated that when you inject this, it produces light and it helps in photosynthesis.
Yes, sir.
So day and night, if they are only preparing food, when do they breathe?
So when we insert the enzyme, the mechanism which takes as the plants grow, in the same way this light is produced, sir.
Understand the question. Morning, photosynthesis happens.
Yes, sir.
It takes in carbon dioxide, gives it oxygen. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Night, when the sun is not there, it also breathes in oxygen.
Yes, sir.
And it starts respiring.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
when should it be sleeping in that case? In the other way.
We are presenting from 2 to 3 days. We are presenting to save ecology. There is another way they are coming up with the things.
We'll check on this, sir.
Why did you choose this to present?
So because when we see that fireflies are glowing with the light, so we thought that why this light can be used. Thank you, sir.
So I request all the UG students to kindly have your lunch and come back. Meanwhile, we'll continue with the PG. So we'll take the PG presentations. So the UG students can kindly have lunch, come back. Right? Please, you can have lunch. Durgaji, please come back. Number 27.
27. Stream up. Huh? When did you send?
Morning only I've sent. For your mail.
Just a minute, we'll check it. Full name? ಇವ್ರದ್ದು PPT ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರು. All participants list.
Manulita Ramya Sotenya.
Don't worry, I'll add later. Wait.
Listen, 4 hours. 4 hours is better, not 24 hours.
Tanmay, number 20, Tanmay. Okay, I'll just read out the names. Tanmay, Sushant, Grishma, Bhavana, Manaswini, Deblina.
Online.
Which line?
Online.
Okay, you're in, madam. Who's your badge? Stress for something?
No, sir, they are sent out.
For teachers, I think we have few more people there. I understand your issues, but I'm trying to manage both the things. Actually, I think if I take on the schedule, teachers is after 4 o'clock. If I open the schedule, I'm not speaking much for that reason.
I'm not enrolled as a faculty.
Yeah, enrolled as a sub-faculty.
It is registered as research scholar faculty or on the so one line adu. ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ ತರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಇದು ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ there was a complaint stating that YouTube stream ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಹೋಗು,
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಯಾಕೆ
ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಲೈವ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ?
ಲೈವ್
ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಲೈವ್. One student has said it is not coming. It's fine.
2 members 3 members ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಯಾರು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ?
ಅದು ನಮ್ಮವ್ರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಎಸ್
Okay,
5
ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ?
Tanmay will be presenting on
5
behavior of black kites.
ತನ್ಮಯ್ಜಿ,
I request all the PG students to kindly come front so that it's easy for interaction.
ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ತಗೊಂಬ.
ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಇಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ತೀನಿ.
ಹಂಗೆ ಇದೊಂದು ಚೂರು ನೀರು ತುಂಬಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀಯ.
ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಇಟ್ಟು ವಾಪಸ್ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ.
ಹಾಂ,
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಿಸ್ಕೊತೀನಿ.
ಓಕೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಬಾಟ್ಲು?
ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ 100
100.
ಅದು ಫೋಲ್ಡರ್ ಪಿ ಜಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡೀಟೇಲ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
And you have a bird as any. This is next bird one. Which one? But you have to be closer to the camera. How many wings do you want?
12.
12. Today, fine, let's see. We're doing the bell as and when necessary, according to our needs, so that your tummy will also feel happy. Okay, let's start. Long press. Your time has started.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tanmay from Maharani Science College, and I'm going to present my research topic entitled "A Study on Foraging Behavior of Black Kite, Milvus migrans Govinda at a Meat Market of Mysore." I would like to begin by introducing the study species, black kite, or also called as pariah kite, which belongs to the family Accipitidae, which includes diurnal raptors. Milvus migrans Govinda is the Indian subspecies, which is resident to India and is very plentifully available in most of the urban places. Mysuru is an urban agglomeration and also the second largest city in Karnataka.
which houses a lot of urban biodiversity. Devraja market, or also locally called as Dodda market, is the main market of Mysore. Boti Bazaar is the meat market where meat poultry is sold in isolation with the vegetable market in Devraja market. Black kites, despite being one of the most successful and abundantly found bird of prey, they have received very less attention from the researchers. The work presented here is one of the pioneer studies regarding black kite behavior in an urban landscape in this region, in Mysore region. Hence, the present study is conducted. These are the following objectives: to study the foraging behavior of black kites at the selected study site, and to analyze the obtained data using appropriate statistical tools. To fulfill the following objectives, the selected study area is Devraja market, which is the main market in Mysore, which is situated in the heart of the city. They are the following coordinates. As I mentioned before, Boti Bazaar is the separate section where meat is sold. The meat market has separate sections for selling different types of meat. Basically, there are two types: open market and closed market. The open market sells mainly chicken and fish meat. The closed market sells seafood, mutton, and other meat. The study period was from April to June 2022. The study was conducted on bi-weekly basis for an hour from 8 to 9. Different bird species found at the market were checklisted. Their contrasting feeding habits were listed down according to the standard references. Other urban fauna was also noted down. Cafeteria experiment was performed to check the preference of foraging meat, the preference of the preference of meat, the meat preferred by black kites. The findings of the current study are as follows. A total of 9 different species of birds belonging to 6 different families were listed down, out of which black kites and house crows were found on all the study days, followed by house sparrow, common myna, jungle myna, uh, rock pigeon, Brahmini kite, and rose-ringed parakeet. As I mentioned before, there are eight species of different birds coexisting with the black kite, sharing the same resources. So their natural feeding habits were categorized, out of which omnivore birds dominated, comprising 56%, followed by carnivore 22%, granivore and frugivore 11% each. To substantiate the figure 6, linear fit model and normal order statistic median was graphically illustrated to explain the bird species and their occurrence. Because of exposed meat and unhygienic meat disposal system, meat markets attract a lot of urban wildlife. Such wildlife were categorized into different groups and listed down, out of which birds dominated, comprising 43%, followed by mammals 24%, followed by insects 19%, reptiles 9%, and miscellaneous 5%, which included unnoticed and unidentified animals. From the previous graphs and tables, these are some of the photographs of the wildlife found in the market in my study area. So from the previous graphs and tables, it was evident that crows and house crows and black kites were the most dominantly found species in the market. Interestingly, house sparrows, whose population is under threat in many urban areas, were abundantly found in the study area, coexisting along with black kites and house crows. Along with this, stray dogs were also prevalent in the study area. Black kites have a habit of swooping down and picking up their prey. So they perch on tall supporting substrates. So these tall substrates could be either natural or artificial. So in my study area, there are 4 different substrates were seen to be preferred by black kites, out of which sharp terrace was the most preferred perching object, followed by dish antenna, house terrace, and the least preferred perching object was the tree. Short terrace, why? Because it gives them open access to watchfully to scan the meat market, and they can swoop in and pick up the meat whenever they get the chance. These are the photographs of different perching objects preferred by black kites at different elevations during different times of the day. Since Devaraja market is a heritage market, it is surrounded by heritage roads and heritage buildings, so a lot of heritage trees are also present around it. So these are mainly ornamental and avenue trees. So these 11 species of trees belonging to 7 different families were the most commonly found trees around the market. These trees provided roosting, perching, nesting grounds for different urban birds. These are some of the photographs of the vegetation around the market. Since Devaraja meat market is the main market in Mysuru, a lot of different types and breeds of meat is sold throughout the week. So mainly fish, chicken, mutton, and seafood is sold. Further, freshwater fishes, seawater fishes, brackish water fishes, chicken of indigenous and non-indigenous breeds, mutton and seafood are sold on daily basis. These are some of the photographs of the meat which is sold in both open and closed market. A cafeteria experiment was done to check the preference what the black kite prefers to eat. Since black kites were present only at the open market, they only had access to chicken and fish meat. So chicken and fish meat was divided into different parts, as I mentioned in the table. Black kites, from the experiment, it was evident that black kites rejected the pieces which only had bones or only had meat. So they preferred the pieces which had certain amount of bones and meat, like the thigh, drumstick, wing, back and neck, gizzard, liver, heart, and also the body of the fish. These are some of the photographs to show the different foraging activity of black kites at the meat market. Since all these birds share similar resources, kleptoparasitism was also observed here. Only intra-specific kleptoparasitism was observed. These are some of the recommendations. The current study provides insights in designing site-specific friendly management plan for many urban metropolises across the globe. The study could be useful in designing better policies, ensuring the existence of black kites in urban landscape like Mysore by providing the foraging grounds like the Devaraja market. So here's a picture. The picture on the left is the current scenario of the Devaraja market, where there is market activity going on. Along with this, there is biodiversity in the market. A dog can be seen, a black kite and crow. Everything is coexisting at the same time. So the picture in the middle was taken during the pandemic, where lockdown was imposed and there was no market activity. So since there was no human activity, there was no any biodiversity. So to conclude this, I would like to conclude this. It is human activity and human activity is very important for the survival of urban wildlife. Black kite is one of the most successful birds of prey in the world, which opportunistically exploits a wide array of food resources. By behavioral adaptations, the present findings indicate potentially important role of market sites in influencing the roosting site selection by black kites in urban landscape like Mysore city. Higher availability and predictability of chicken, mutton, and fish offal in all garbage dumps of the city might also have partially influenced their greater preference for these offal substances. Black kites in the study area were seen to use man-made structures for nesting, roosting, and foraging than tree substrates. The present study, the present record serves as a baseline data for long-term management of black kites at the Devraja market, and also to explore the different foraging strategies of black kites in different urban landscapes in India. I would like to thank the principal of Maharani Science College. I would like to also thank shopkeepers for being very cooperative throughout the project, and Lake 2022 for providing me this opportunity to present. Thank you.
For me, I will not talk about the biodiversity aspect. For the betterment, I want to look at your graphs. Like you showed a graph of species versus
Yeah.
your linear in your. What is this one?
This is a linear fit model here.
What is on x-axis? What is on y-axis?
Okay, so the one on the x-axis is bird species and occurrence. So this red line shows the reference line. It is the
What is
species two. There was a different table. So what I want to explain in this graph is this is the reference line, and whichever is closer to the reference line occurred along with black kite the most. So whichever is farther from the red line.
I tell you one more thing. If I just change that species numbers,
Yeah.
I still get a better linear fit.
So you can get that. Sir.
What you have done is probably you have used a bar chart, something like that, as against histogram, not histogram, scatter plot. Am I correct? Or else probably would have used particular species A versus its occurrence, species B versus
Yeah.
You are just showing the frequency here. Basically, you are showing the frequency graph as against the relations. So you can't bring in the frequency towards the relationships. And there cannot be something related to frequency. So since you are doing masters, try to learn that one because you can't directly use something like this.
Right.
If I put the species number 2 at the last, species number 3 at the third position, just before 9, I'll get the still better fit. Instead of using for linear, I can go for a polynomial also. You should think in that aspect. So should I go for linear? Should I go for polynomial? Okay. So just try to think over it. Okay, since it is, I think you are supposed to present your MTech thesis also, right?
It's already presented. Dissertation.
Dissertation is done.
Yeah.
So for your next research things, I think you should keep them in mind. Regarding the birds thing, I'll ask the birds.
So this is interesting yet confusing. This is one of the aspects. The second aspect is that when you compare a raptor with something like as small as a sparrow, you know there is a great difference in the extent of the niche and specificity in the niche.
Yeah.
How do you address these things when you are comparing both the types of birds together?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that question.
So it is like when you take a raptor,
Yeah.
it might need a great area, right?
Right.
But when you take a sparrow,
Right.
it might require. So the mutual, let's say, a conflict for food. So how do you address that when you are comparing species across varied ecological niche?
Okay. So the birds which were found at the market shared the similar resources. It was mostly meat. So the crows, the kites, and even the Brahmini kite, and even the pigeons and mynas ate the same food as black kites. And since it was a market, there was other food also. Right next to it, there is a vegetable market. So even house sparrows found food there to eat. So they coexisted in the same space.
So it also depends on the hypothesis. I might not have focused on what is your hypothesis. Okay, so you can delimit the systems based on. So is it based on the availability of the food you have segregated these things? Where you have higher abundance of food availability, all these birds would flock.
Yeah.
At different instances of like that.
Yes.
I think you can actually explain it better. Maybe. Yeah. What is the topic? What is the topic?
It is the study of foraging behavior of black kite at a meat market in Mysore.
So why did you bring which is coming on? No, project kite which is going on. You know, there is a project kite which is going on. So WI government of India, MOEPC, you know that person who is working 2 at a time. Okay. You got answer? If you want to, I can connect you with that person. Okay.
Yeah.
He's a senior of mine from WI. Okay. He's about to complete his PhD in Oxford. So this particular work is very affine to that kind of work. So you can take that thing and you can consult him. Okay? For your papers also, you can consult him. Okay, he's a very good person. Okay. And what sir has done, you have seen the paper which is poster paper which is there, poster establishing journalist and specialist in IST bird campus. There is one work which is being done. That is my work, which is on the same line. But the thing is, I have not seen the presentation, so I will not be able to comment on that. But what is klepto? Just for grading you, what is kleptoparasitism?
Kleptoparasitism is a phenomenon where, to tell it in simple words, one bird catches a prey, and another bird, rather than catching its own prey, it will snatch it from the bird which has already caught the prey. That is kleptoparasitism.
So you have what are the species you have taken in account for if you are trying to?
There were kites and crows. So there was no interspecific kleptoparasitism. There was only intraspecific. It happened only with among the kites and among the crows. Crows and kites did not fight for the food.
But that is a very rare thing because crows and kites and manas, there is a linear territory which is goes on in the aerial way also. Okay, so manas will never let any crow come down to the second tier of that forest. Then the crow will never leave this black kite to come on the top tier because it is there. That's what I asked that girl presented on that thing. Why the black kites are going into the tower itself? They are not making their nest in these trees. Why they are not doing it? That is the main reason because now manas are not allowing your crows and crows are not allowing because there is altogether. This is because one particular species, that is the raptor species of vultures, are not there to chase away. They are not, raptors are not there. So that's a big thing which is going on. Okay, I'm not seeing the presentation.
Why you have included rose-ring parakeets, house sparrows, and rock pigeons along with the other birds?
Okay, so
because the other birds I can see that they also compete for the meat. But these three, why you have it?
Because I mentioned the three perching sites as well. So black kites also go and perch on the same trees along with rose-ring parakeets, pigeons, and mynas. And also pigeons and mynas can also be found in the market, inside the market. They feed on the meat along with black kites.
Rose-ring parakeets?
Not rose-ring parakeets, pigeons and mynas.
You saw pigeons eating meat?
Yeah. Yes.
That could be a first reporting from your city. You can write
Actually, I could also see house sparrows eating. They were eating like very small bits of meat.
It can happen.
Small clips, what comes out.
Yeah.
The pigeons.
That is evolution. It is now they are making nest from your wires and all.
Okay. I want to ask you, when you mentioned that when it's COVID, there was
Yes.
presentation. So, how do you think that on that period, there was no meat market?
Yeah.
Then how have black kites might have survived? Have any record that whether they have survived on the sparrows? Sparrows you have seen them.
Yeah.
So, is there any record or have you seen these kites are actually, they need food. They have to somehow get food. Sparrows were there. So, any record that they have attacked the sparrows, any small birds, chicklets, anything like that?
I have not personally observed at that particular time. But I've seen around my house, which is also nearby to the market. So they hunt the live prey and eat some of the black kites.
Yeah, there is a record.
Yeah.
Since you have shown the sparrows over there, sparrows are present because the market area, a lot of grains are there, fruits and vegetables are there, so that's right. Sparrows are the fruit givers. So when there was no food, since there was enough food for them from the meat market, they will not have thought of eating any small birds. When there was a COVID, have you ever observed that these black kites might have attacked small birds?
I have not paid attention.
Okay,
the lunchtime? No, but this will be the lunch. Okay, we'll have limited discussions for 3 to 4 minutes max. Then I'll start bringing well multiple years.
So how to turn on?
Sorry, I'm
So, good morning everyone. I'm Sushant and I'm here to present my research work on study on fauna diversity at College Lake, Mysuru. So basically, the diversity of the research work is the diversity of an organism which belongs to subphylum Vertebrata and class Apes. They are basically biped creatures and they are cosmopolitan in nature, that is birds. And birds have evolved, the clade of organism have evolved a very distinguished and unique feature, that is presence of brightly colored feathers. Birds are one of the best indicators of environmental changes and ecosystem health. They even play a major role in biodiversity studies, being in the part of food cycle and food web, and they also act a many role like scavengers, predators, and pollinators, and also in seed dispersal. There are, according to the BirdLife International, there are about 11,000 plus species of birds globally and 1,350 plus species in Indian subcontinent. And in Karnataka is home for about 530 plus bird species. Avifauna diversity acts as an intrinsic tool to monitor many different types of habitats, both qualitatively and quantitatively at different levels. And at the current situation, avifauna diversity or the bird diversity is under huge threat and getting disturbed due to the increasing of constraints like deforestation, urbanization, pollution at all levels, and all other different various problems. And hence, the present investigation was undertaken. Objective is to conduct a field survey and prepare a checklist of the birds of avifaunal diversity at Karanji Lake, Mysuru, and also to study the avifaunal diversity based on its economical status, IUCN status, and also dietary status, and also to analyze the recorded data using the appropriate statistical tools. This is the picture which depicts the study area, that is Karanji Lake, Mysuru, which was prepared using GIS, and this is the main island of the Karanji Lake, because as the huge amount of birds congregation takes at this particular island. So study area Karanji Lake is present in that particular coordinate, which is situated right in the foothills of the Chamundi Hill, and it is right beside the infamous Sri Chamarajendra Zoological Garden. The total Karanji premises is about 65 hectares, and the land area is about 36.4 hectares, and approximately the forest area is about 14 odd hectares. The lake water capacity is about 629.2 meters, and the highest flood level is recorded is about 744.14 meters. Lake has also a fixed mud path which is about 10 to 15 meters in wide and 1.5 to 1.6 kilometers in length. And in the middle of the park, you can also get a bird watching tower which is about 2 stories high, and at the end we can see a butterfly park, and in the middle we can also see a walk-through bird aviary. That's about the study area. The observations, the study period, the duration of the study period is about one year, that is from April 2021 to March 2022, and the observations were done during on the bi-monthly basis during the period of 6:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. And the methodologies which was employed were point count method, grid count method, and also visual encounter method. For recording the data, the binoculars was used and a digital camera was used, and for species identification, according to Grimmett et al., the Grimmett et al. Birds of Indian subcontinent book was used, and also Merlin app, and for recording the data, eBird app was used. Statistical analysis, for the statistical analysis, the abundance and frequency was calculated, and for the ecological diversity indices, Shannon diversity indices, Simpson, and Manhattan richness index was calculated. This is the results which depicts this is the table which depicts the complete checklist of the birds, and we a total of 94 different bird species was recorded in the Karanji Lake during the study period, which belonging to 16 different orders and 47 different families. And if you come to the IUCN status, 90% of the birds, which was 90 species of the birds which was recorded were least threatened, and only 4 species were near threatened. And if you come to the graph, this is the graph which depicts all the number of families and number of species coming under each and different orders. Highest was the Passeriformes, which contained 23 families and 43 different species. And if you come to endemicity, 3 birds were endemic to India, which was recorded in the checklist. That is spot-breasted fantail, white-cheeked barbet, and mottled dudong. This is the graph which depicts the feeding gauge of the birds. There were totally 8 categories, and in which omnivorous was the dominating one, which contained about 31 species or 33% of the birds. This is the table which depicts the abundance and frequency, that is the statistical analysis, and the highest abundant one was the black-headed ibis, which was 0.3064, and 10 different species were highly frequent, that is 100%. And if you come to the diversity indices, Shannon Wiener diversity indices value was about 3.151, which interprets that the study area is moderately species abundant, and the Simpson diversity indices value was about 0.693, which interprets that the study area is moderately diverse, and Manniness richness index value was about 1.028, which conveys that the species richness in the study areas is just moderate. And these are some of the images which contain shikra, Brahmini kite, spot-billed duck, Eurasian hoopoo, kingfishers, cuckoo shrike, drongo, oriental robin, and this is Stickle's flycatcher, golden orioles, inurescent woodpeckers, popular orpita, mottled dudong, rosen parakeet, pelican, cormorant, peafowl, white-breasted water and black, red-naped ibis, grey hornbill. And Karanji Lake was an important bird area as it has pretty rich and prominent habitat and vegetation. It's a very good place for sheltering and roosting of birds, and there is even recording of breeding of the birds inside the Karanji Lake. It also acts as a breeding ground for many birds, which helps for the movement of local and migratory birds. The interest found from this study was there is a unique and significant relation between Chamundi Hills and Karanji Lake. The birds from here visited Chamundi Lake, and birds from there visited Karanji Lake. That was one of the interesting finds. During the study, it has also been found that the Karanji Lake is under huge threat because of many kind of activities which are going on in there, like being with the inflow of the UGD or sewage water, or increasing the pollution, increasing the urbanization, or all other things. And there is a urgent need to aware the local people and authorities to take right and proper long-term and conservative and protective actions in order to save Karanji Lake and to save its avian heritage. And recommendations were to immediately stop the entry of UGD or sewage water inside the lake, and we should also the weeds has to be removed in a very regular interval, so that it will avoid eutrophication, and more native and host plants should be planted so that it will attract more native and more native local and migratory birds. Water aeration should be performed very frequently so that it will increase the oxygen level inside the water, and awareness and implementation should be carried out from universities, schools, and local people involving various NGOs and governing authorities. And conclusion, I would like to conclude that totally about 94 different species were found, which comes under 16 different orders and 47 different families. And the present study highlights the importance of wetlands for the avifaunal diversity. And this kind of study type is very important to monitor and conserve and protect the bird diversity in and around urban areas. And this data also provides this recording also gives the future data for any kind of future efforts that can be undertaken for the beneficial and mutualistic interaction between various vegetation type and plant species among the birds. There needs to be an urgent awareness program that has to be undertaken to save the avian heritage. And lastly, I would like to say that the further detailed research has to be carried out for the better perspective about biodiversity and conservation. And these are my acknowledgement. And thank you.
So what are the plans for your next research?
Plans.
Next plans for your research.
Oh, detailed research about the behavior of the
This is your
bird.
master's thesis.
Yes.
After that, what?
About this study or my future plans?
Your plan.
About doing research and PhDs.
Birds.
Birds, it's ornithology. Yeah. Yeah, please. Yeah. Yes.
ever show that to you.
It's not acceptable in
Yeah.
India.
It's penalized. You can be penalized if you are showing in some.
You missed the
You
width of
see?
India.
That was a major thing.
Actually, that image was taken from a SACON report.
Then why you are saying that this is never ever.
SACOM is no issue to endorse, So you cannot take. Why did you not take it from Central Bureau? Survey of India. Just been you should say that I have just been opportunistic. To save time. So but then of course legends and all those things also matters, The compares isn't it the scale and all
You
those
see, Google was penalized for this. IUCN was penalized for this. A number of international organizations were penalized for this.
Okay, let's not. It's only for you. Okay, then when you talk about the indices, all the three indices for that because of moderate.
Moderate, yeah.
Why should I do three indices?
To undertake different aspects. One will tell the abundance of the species, one will tell the richness of the, one will tell the abundance of one particular species, and one will tell the richness of total diversity, like different aspects.
Sure. And the equations are very proper. The masses to it. When of BI, when with BI. Whatever you have done, that's great. I'm not stating no. But when you represent something, you have to represent in the appropriate way in the scientific program. So this will also help you in your further career part. That's your only thing what you're trying to do.
Very well documented. Okay, now, I like your checklist, how you have segregated it. Yes. Okay. And how you have categorized this, but I think somewhere you had mentioned what those denotes also, because we understand it.
And below the column I've mentioned that, sir. With the represent.
Yeah. So that's fine. The other thing is, since you're specific to a wetland, can you tell me how many of these birds are specific to that wetland? Because there are many terrestrial birds
Yes,
which
sir.
are not dependent on the wetland, but because there is also a forest nearby, they are present in that locality.
Yes,
But how many of these are specific to that wetland? Because in the concluding statements, you emphasize the importance of conservation of that wetland, Karanji Lake. So, have you done that?
Yes, sir. So basically, I found about 51 species residents. In that, 34 were majorly dependent on the wetlands, and another remaining ones were the terrestrial ones. 51 were residents, 34 were completely proper water birds, and our other were the terrestrial birds.
So, did you not get a chance to compare the results of your study with some of the earlier studies on current? I hope there.
The data is kind of lacking also. They have very old data, which was 1990s.
Even that would have given you some.
Yes, sir. As I saw, about 147 different species were found out in Karanji Lake. But that was like the congregation of all the different data, sir. It was not done in a specific period. It's like from 20 to 30 different years from different people that collected the data and this is cumulative it and made it 147 species.
So, but it might so happen that you might want to write up an article. That you need some references.
Yes, sir. That using Mysore Nature, I've given the references. That data was taken out from mysonature.org. I've given the reference.
They have a checklist by themselves.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have brief part. You're presenting a poster, right?
Yes.
So you have 4 minutes for the poster. So we are just
So I have the CPT
Yeah, we'll
also. You have to put this also.
No, not necessary. But you can put it at the bottom if necessary. Have not put it down? The display?
No, sir.
I can put it down later.
So good afternoon. I'm Grishma from JSS Mysore. I'm currently pursuing my master's, and I've done this particular poster on assessment of diversity of stingless bees in southern Karnataka through morphometric analysis. So I carried out the morphometric analysis in Forestry College, Panampet, that is in Kodagu, and going to the introduction. Stingless bees belong to the subfamily that is Mariponae, which comes under the vast family that is Apidae. They are very resemblant to the small houseflies which you see, and they are meant to be stingless because they are not that aggressive when compared to the other bees. And they are normally social or solitary bees, that is, they stay in groups, and they have their nests which are dwelled inside rocks or marshy areas or old buildings and in between the wood or something like that. And this study was actually taken because morphometric taxonomy of these stingless bees, these studies were actually less. So in places like Mysore, Bangalore, Coorg, and other places, these bees are not touched by scientific reasons, and that is why we were interested in taking and doing the morphometric analysis of the same. The objectives of this particular study was to study the diversity of stingless bees in different locations of southern Karnataka regions. That is, we visited 40 different locations, and to study the morphometry of some body parameters of the collected stingless bees. We didn't take all the complex ones. This was just a hypothetical or preliminary study which we did. We took 18 parameters and they were all basic. And to study the physical appearance and behavioral pattern of stingless bees while collection. So this was not that much in depth. We just observed the behavioral and the physical appearance when we collected the bee samples. So the materials and methods. When we go to the study area, this particular study area which you see right here is from Durbalapur, and this is the colony which you see inside the tree trunk, and this is also a colony which was there on the well. So we see a lot of diverse nesting behavior of these stingless bees also, because this kind of opening of the stingless bees is made of raisins, and here we could see it's made up of damper, that is sand. So what we did was we went to places which were marshy and isolated, and we consulted the village people there, and people who domesticated these bees, and that is how we got to know the places where they are dwelling. And collection method, we went, these are few colonies which were domesticated in Mangrove, and this was in Bangalore. So what we did was we took glass waves which contained 70% of ethanol. It acted as a preservative, and because of the smell which this ethanol had, when we kept it inside the opening, to the opening of the domesticated colony, the bees started falling inside, and this was the way we collected the bees. We almost collected 15 bees, like single bees from each colony. And for the study, we took 10 bee samples from each of the collected sites. And then we went off to morphometry. So we used binocular stereoscopic microscope, which had a tab attached to it. And this tab had an inbuilt scale which helped us to measure the body measurements by pixels. And this was later converted by using the pixel converter so that it can be read in millimeters. So we went with basic 18 parameters, that is body length, abdomen width, thoracic length, width, head. And the main one interesting factor was we studied the number of hamuli also. Hamuli are nothing but hook-like structures which are found on the hind wing, which helps in attaching both the hind wing and the forewing. So this is the complete body of a stingless bee which we could observe on the tab. And this was the number of hamuli, and this was the bee which was focused under the microscope. Now, results and discussions. We basically did this to see if there was any morphological variability, and this was the detailed morphometric analysis of 366 samples is what is mentioned here, because we had 400 samples, that is from 40 different locations, but then we could interpret only 366 in this table. And then the basic statistical analysis which we took was principal component analysis, that is PCA. So by taking the scree plot of the 18 morphometric characters, we got to know that there are 8 characters which can be taken out through PCA. So this is called as a scree plot, and that was the morphometric analysis. And this was the total variance which is explained by the PCA, and this is the component matrix. This is the first component, second till the 8th one. And finally, according to these results and discussions, we couldn't come across with a lot of variability because it showed only 60% of variability. So only because of this result, we had to go forward with the behavioral and physical appearance of the bee. So for the recommendations, we would like to say that there should be a little more studies about this with more intricate parameters of morphometry, so that we get to know we get to know what these stingless bees are actually in, because they are not scientifically touched by the scientists. And nowadays, stingless bees are domesticated as they are biodiversity. They are very important for the biodiversity because they use very less resources to grow, and none of us know about it more. And so by studying them, we would be knowing their importance in pollination and in the biodiversity as well. And their byproducts are also highly medicinal. So people in the village use these propolis, that is the wax created by these bees, for medicines which they create in Ayurveda and stuff. So, and I would like to conclude saying that the morphometric analysis didn't show much of variance, and hence it concluded that further detailed studies are needed to identify the variations of morphometric characters in the stingless bees from the southern Karnataka. And there's, I guess, now that we've just done it for southern Karnataka, we would like to do it in northern Karnataka also, and we are continuing the process of studying about these bees. So I would like to conclude by saying this, and these are my references, and this is the acknowledgement. I would like to thank Dr. Arun Kincharedi, who guided us in the Forestry College, and my other tour guides, and my other friend who was accompanying me. And I would like to thank a lay conference tour 2022 to give me an opportunity to present this poster. Thank you.
Why did you took this particular species?
Of stingless.
Why? Keep it close.
Of stingless visa. That's because
people take Apis dorsata, people take Apis family.
Yeah.
People take that because that is something which has to do with your pollination.
So actually, here I first started it in my native, that is Kodagu. So there actually we find a lot of these stingless bees also, Tetragona species. So what happens there is they are also having a prime, action there for pollination. And when compared to Apis dorsata and Apis cerana, these are less maintained. You need not maintain them as much as your dorsata or cerana. So people around are not much familiar with these bees. So I wanted others and the surroundings to know about it so that it helps us. And there in Kodagu, it's mainly about coffee plantation and other plants, so pollination.
Yeah, one more question.
Yes, sir.
So there is another bee, another fly which is there. No, white fly is there.
Yes.
Do you know what white fly do to your guava or your apple base?
I think it's a parasite. It's a parasite. Yes.
So, is there any study, in India which takes care of this as a predator? Is there any relationship between these two species?
No, sir. Actually, these stingless bees, they are so well protected that in none of the there are one particular kind of a wasp which affects them. That is what is studied till now. But there is no other parasites which affect them because their propolis, which is built by them, is so protective that they don't get affected by any external or physical parameters.
So, morphometrics, good thing. Yes, but you have taken alcohol.
Yes, sir.
70%
Yes.
ethanol.
Ethanol, yes, sir.
Ethanol is a desiccating agent.
Yes,
It actually takes away the water which is there in the body.
Body, yes, sir.
Okay, and you see this entire bee, or when we see structure inside, no microscope, when the water is taken up, the structure, the internal structure, they tends to change. So the entire morphometry which you have done now, it will be on fault line.
Okay.
Because of the agent only which you have chosen. It has to be taken as formaldehyde.
Okay, sir.
That's the main thing.
Okay, sir. So we actually followed a procedure which was given in a paper. Like we didn't know about this, sir. Yeah.
You see, when you do, I have done for bats. I have done scat analysis for bats, and the major order which comes is your Lepidoptera, Hymenoptera, Polyptera. So when you do that thing now, the entire morphometry changes. Because it is very small size you have to take, the pixel you have taken.
Yes, sir.
So that changes are altogether all different.
Okay, sir.
Take care of it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now we have Bhavana.
The mic.
Which mic you want to take? No? Color mic you want? Okay, that.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Bhavna S. and I am a student of MSc in Plant Science from Bangalore City University. So, the topic which I am going to present today is Mekedatu Dam Project, study on its impact on the riverine ecosystem and devising alternative solution. So, the government has come up with a new mega project known as the Mekedatu Dam Project across the river Kaveri, and it is one of the free-flowing river and in the last stretch of Karnataka. And this has been affected due to this dam project because this dam project is a multi-purpose balancing reservoir which can store up to a capacity of 67 TMC of water and also generate 400 millivolts of electricity, which is of high cost, that is around 9,000 crores rupees. But why this project has been brought up is because by the BWNSSD analysis, due to fast urbanization in Bangalore city, by 2050 the population will be more than 20 million. So this will result in the increase in the water demand also. So to meet that water demand, the government has brought this project in the Mekedatu region. But the main cause of worry is that the forest land diversion. This is a forest land diversion because around 5,252 hectares of forest land will be destroyed, which is present within the protected areas of Kaveri Wildlife Sanctuary. And this is not an ordinary forest land because it is mainly in riverine ecosystem which is present in Karnataka, and it is also known as the keystone ecosystem. If this such type of forest land is destroyed, then recreating or reviving such forest will be a next to impossible thing. And along with the destruction of forest land, there are 5 more villages which are present along the river Kaveri, basin. So these 5 villages will also get submerged, and this will lead to the displacement of tribal people which are present over there, and this will affect their livelihood also. So the main objective of our paper is that to assess the loss of biodiversity and to know the cause and to know the effect of this loss on the entire ecosystem. And the second objective is to know the present drinking water source in Bangalore and its status. And the third objective is, since if not the Mekedatu Dam project, then what other alternative solution could be brought within the Bangalore in order to provide water security for long purpose in Bangalore. So for that, as per the first objective we said, that is to assess the loss of biodiversity. We should know what type of plants are present over those regions. So for that, we have our department has conducted a survey, field visit on 24th February 2022. So and we have conducted a sample survey in the regions of Sangama and Muttati, which is comes under the Kanakpura wildlife range. And mainly we have identified plants through the taxonomic e-characters, and with our guide we were able to identify the type of vegetation which are present over there. Mainly we saw three different habitats, that is riparian forest, dry deciduous forest, and some patches of scrub forest were also seen. And according to the study done by the BC Nagaraja and that is other authors in 2014, this area consists of flora about 2037 species from 990 genera and belonging to 180 families. And there were also, to name a few, population of fauna like otters, crocodiles, and varieties of fishes. Mainly the famous fish like marshal. This is one of the critically endangered species. And there were hundreds of, and this riparian forest which were identified, means which were observed by us, is also a corridor for migration of the many hundreds of elephants in these regions. So some of the observations that we done in these regions were along the bank of the river Kaveri. We were able to find some keystone species like Terminalia arjuna, Syzygium humini. So these were mainly important for maintaining the balanced ecosystem in those regions. And why it is known as the keystone species? Because this Terminalia arjuna, one species, can it is acting as a microhabitat for many different species. For example, if grizzled giant squirrel, which is also a near threatened species, this species dependent on this tree for to feed the fruit of this tree. So if this one tree is removed due to the dam project, then the other species which are dependent on this tree will also get affected severely. And in the rest of the sanctuary, we were able to observe different species like acacia, ficus, and Arvia bineta. So other species were also observed. And this is IUCN status which were provided by the Kenneth Anderson Nature Society. And this shows that already in the sanctuary many animals and flora like birds, fishes were already in the red list. So we have to preserve this forest instead of destroying it for the sake of our own purpose. So the evaluation that we have done on the impacts of the impact which is caused on the entire ecosystem due to this project, that is, everything is interconnected in nature. So if one thing is affected, it will also affect the human beings in the last. So how we can justify is that, for example, the sediments which are built up behind the dam, this will cause reduction in the water store capacity. That is, 67 TMC of water will not be stored. Instead, the less water storage will be taken place, and even the Kaveri river is also gives rise to tributaries like Arkavati river. This Arkavati river will finally reach the Sangama region where this project will be brought up. And due to this, the Arkavati river, which is coming from Bangalore, it will also carry the polluted water along with this. Then, if the dam is constructed, the polluted water will remain stagnant and it will lead to eutrophication, and the quality of the water will also be reduced. So, due to this, if the quality of the water is reduced, then we cannot use for the consumption of water and it cannot be facilitated to the Bangalore people. And it also increases the greenhouse gases, and mainly it affects the for migration of the fish, and mainly the rainfall will be affected, because since forests are there, it will evapotranspiration from the dry deciduous forest will be more. So this will also, if this forest is destroyed, then if this forest is destroyed, then the rainfall will also be affected, and the loss of ecosystem services will also take place. So the according ecological center of science has already conducted the research saying that the real worth of the forests which are going to submerge from the Metidatu Dam project is about 81.6 million, 81.6 billion. So if this forest is destroyed, the worth of it will increase. This cost will affect. It will cause a burden on ourselves itself. Finally, it will reach the people who are present in Bangalore. And also one of the calculation that we have done is that with the carbon sequestration which is done, it's by this forest is one of the regulating ecosystem service, and we have calculated the amount that we need to spend manually if these forests are destroyed. Then using the technological, if we try to capture the carbon, then it will lead to more amount, like lakhs together we have to spend due to this capturing the carbon from the atmosphere. And hence this type of ecosystem forest is high significance at the time of climate change. And if not this project, if not this project, then we have to implement eco-friendly and less carbon emission and less energy intensive, which is affordable cost to our Bangalore city, mainly to solve all these problems. And so finally, I would say that integrated water management system is very much important. To Integrated water management system is the best system instead of constructing the dam, because the rainfall pattern in Bangalore is sufficient to meet the water which is required for us. So finally, I would like to conclude that Kaveri River let us be a supplement and not as a complete substitute, and let us leave the forest, which is an asset to our country. And this can be done by educating the people, and multi-level participation, collaboration is required. And I would like to conclude that if it is our choice to make whether the river Kaveri should be free flowing or to construct a dam and restrict it for that is we have to choose, and we have to take the right decision, and it is our choice. So these are some of the references, and I would. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Can you emphasize much on the water security?
So water security, like since rainfall is more in Bangalore, we can past from this IMD data, we can know that but from past 2 years, the rainfall has been increased from 1,200 millimeters. So we can see that instead of floods and droughts, we can manage that runoff rainwater and store it from the rainwater harvesting structures like green infrastructure, where we can adapt the vegetated rooftops. Not only vegetated rooftops, but by planting trees on the roadside in the landscape. So all these greenery should be implemented, and even the rejuvenation of the lakes. So if there is something to hold the water, then absolutely the droughts and floods can be prevented in this region.
Probably, I think yesterday you were there.
Yes, sir.
You heard Sir's talk?
Yes.
You talked about floods in Bangalore also.
Yes, sir.
Why was the floods in Bangalore?
That is the Kalwe's.
You see that nearly 90% is urbanized.
Yes, sir. Due to fast urbanization, the infrastructure that we have built.
What has the government done? Government has already done something to store water. So what are the things that the government has done to ensure that we reduce wastage of water?
that is where sewage treatment plants has been implemented only in few areas, but those plants are not working in a good condition, I think.
Don't make arbitrary statements. If you know, you tell you know, or else you say that you come back.
Yes, sir, I will come back.
If anyone have any questions, please.
Bhavna, what you are doing a master's in what?
Plant science, sir. That is botany.
Plant science. Okay. What is the difference between a sampling and a survey?
Sampling is.
And why we do use these two techniques?
Surveys that we do particular area, like considering hectares survey, but sampling we will not consider one region. Means hectares means one particular place.
Okay, I got that.
Next we have. Manaswini. Manaswini. DGs, after this presentation, I think we can go for dinner. The DGs will continue. I think now your brain will be happy that the presentation is over.
Yes.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Manaswini. I'm studying MSc Botany in Bangalore City University. So my topic for today is organic farming and the products, the practice and perception. So agriculture started with the civilization, human civilization. In India, the use of chemicals started only after the Green Revolution. So because use of chemicals, there was environmental pollution, the soil fertility was lost, the important microorganisms which are required for good yield for agriculture were lost, and many useful insects which feed on the pests were lost, and also the use of hybrid yielding varieties, high yielding varieties, hybrid varieties, yielding varieties. These were lost, and we started using GM crops and these BT crops in cotton. And because of this, there was also health hazards. So one of the solution I can tell is organic farming can be used so that we can to some extent we can stop this type of pollution. So the organic farming is simply the agriculture without the use of chemicals and fertilizers, also pesticides. So the nutrients for the plants is obtained through organic manure, the compost fertilizers such as this biogas slurry can be used, farmyard manures, etc. So these organic products are the products which are obtained from organic farming. Coming to the status of India, 56% of the world organic producers are in Asia, and India stands at the first position by area in Asia, and also at fourth position as the in the case of area, that is area by which is under organic farming, and it was in the year 2020. It was in the first position for most organic producers, and around 34 lakhs million tons of organic products were produced in the year 2020 to 21. So in India, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Karnataka are the leading producers of organic products. So government of India has launched many schemes and programs like Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana, Bharatiya Prakritik Krishi Padhati Program, and National Program for Organic Productions for the supporting the farmers for organic farming. So objectives of my research is to study the awareness of organic farming and the products in among people belonging to both farming and non-farming background, and also to study the perception of organic products. The material and methods, I did a survey on using the questionnaire, the primary data was collected, and it consisted of the two parts. First part was of organic farming, and the second was about organic products. Coming to the results and discussion. So, in my survey, majority of the respondents were female, and they were belonging to the age group of 18 to 25. So, all were youngsters, and then they, most of them, like 71% was they were postgraduates, and 76% were hold a degree. So, they were literates and qualified. So, among 42 respondents, 97.62% were aware of organic farming, and 52% belong to farming background. Among this 52%, only 22% people practice organic farming. The rest, for 59% of respondents practice the mixed type, that is, they use the farmyard manure and also the urea or some chemical fertilizers. The rest were practicing purely inorganic farming or conventional farming. So the reasons for not practicing organic farming were that they have less knowledge about organic farming, and about the majority of them told less knowledge, and the rest told it was expensive. So when they said that they are practicing organic farming, the next question was what type of natural materials do they use for their farming. So a majority of them told that they use farmyard manure, and then compost and biofertilizers. And 80% of people practicing organic farming grew vegetables, and 20% grow cereals and pulses. So the opinion after this, the opinion of organic farming among all, both whether they are practicing it or not, where most of the people told that the cost, yield, investment, profit, and also irrigation is high in case of organic farming than in case of conventional farming, and only 40.48% of respondents were aware of government schemes on organic farming. And coming to the organic products, so among 35 of them who told they will purchase organic products, majority of them told that they buy it from organic outlets, and the reasons for use were that they are healthy, natural, and chemical free. They are environmental friendly. So for the people who told they are not using organic products, the reasons were that they are expensive, and secondly they are unavailable. And the frequency of consumption of organic products were that 41% were consume it on regular basis, and others once in a month or sometimes rarely. So conclusion, there is always a never-ending demand for food. So because of this increase in population, we started using chemical fertilizers and high-yielding varieties, genetically modified crops. But this organic farming method can be used as an aid to problems of environment and health hazard caused by this conventional farming method. But this importance of organic farming among people is less known, and then the awareness of organic farming in people and the schemes about the schemes, people are not known about the schemes. Even farmers are not known about the schemes provided by the government. So there is a necessity to create awareness, and also there is a concern about availability of the organic products. Like they are, most of them told that they are not available. So it should be made sure that it is available in local markets. These are my references. I would like to thank my sir, Dr. Ramachandra Rao. Thank you. Sir, GRF sir.
This year,
Yes.
I thought today morning we started with Ramchandra Rao, whether he is applying to
This is a master's work.
Yes, sir.
Yes, today you had food, no? Yesterday and today?
Yes, sir.
It is organic, this one. You know, Adame Chetana.
Yes.
And especially that sweet is this one. I have asked them to keep for the evening. So you all can again have it. Okay. And You know that one container, only the 1/4 people have consumed. I think you should have marketed that properly, organic there, then they would have taken. Okay, so now the responsibility is from you. In the evening when you go now, make sure that everyone takes that properly. All your batchmates, your college mates. Okay.
Yes. They are yet to go, sir.
Huh?
They are yet to go.
So that PGC. I see. Oh, that's where only then. You should have.
One more question, no?
Yes.
Whenever you're presenting like work which is based on senses,
Yes.
okay, always present your senses design because that will only give you credibility for your work. Because until unless you don't show that thing, we never know what you have done on field. Okay, because that can be done secondary review on can also be done from the papers and literature. So always show your photographs of that place and also your questionnaire survey design. That is the main thing when you are doing such kind of work.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, now we'll continue the UT presentation. Okay. So we'll have something like this. Personality, Trinity, you're here. Trinity. Followed by Harshita. Harshita, you're here. We're still having lunch. Harshita. Fine. Okay, Anusha. You have to open your mouth. Had too much of food? Okay, that's great. Then Suki A Rao. Okay, we'll go in the same order. Srinidhi, Harshita, Suki A Rao.
PG and research scholar.
PG and research scholars can go have food and come. Yes, sir. All the PG are there. Research scholars are here. Your partner. No problem. Srinidhi, please. Okay, load madam. The duration is 6 minutes plus 2 minutes for paper presentation, 4 minutes, that's 3 minutes plus 1 minute for poster presentation, and
This one.
Yes.
Should have mentioned your more details, right? No UG, no PG.
That had to be done. Thanks. So my I guess this is that's not an issue.
No. We okay. We use it.
Because this
Not a we use it. Can start.
A very good afternoon to all my professors and my fellow UG students present here. My name is Srinidhi. I am studying in UG Maharani Lakshmi Amini College, Malleshwaram. Right now, you people may be wondering why, when others have chosen a much more complex name, why have I chosen just butterflies and plants? I wanted to choose a name which impacted what butterflies actually are to the nature. The name is very simple, but it has a diverse complexity hidden behind it. Now, my study was conducted in JB Park, also known as Jayaprakash Narayan Park. This is a botanical garden cum park which is located in North Bangalore. And this park is bordered by Mathikere on one side and Mutyal on the other. This is it is the third largest park in Bangalore, coming after Lal Bagh, which is the biggest park. This park is known to have 20,000 different varieties of plants. 60, out of which more than 60% of it are flowering, and then shrubs and also medicinal plants or herbs. In this, recently there have been in these parks there are groves called Pavitra Vana, which are again divided into three different groves, which is the Nakshatra Vana, the Rashi Vana, and the Navagraha Vana, where you can see more butterflies and you have acupuncture and stuff in there. And more care is taken in these three places to preserve the butterflies. And due to its thick forest cover of 85 acres, you can see more than 60 to 80 different species of butterflies. So, butterflies, as many of us may have studied, they are one of the chief pollinators. That is, they help flowers in turning into fruits or finishing their flower stage, etc. And even in some of our religious texts, they are mentioned as a symbol of purity, beauty, and peace. So, how they are used in pollination? When they sit on the flowers to get their nectar, the pollen sticks onto them, and then these pollen grains are transferred to another flower. When they go to another flower in order to take more nectar. So, out of the six families which are seen in the region of the Western Ghats, 5 families were found in JP Park alone. That is the Hesperidae, the Papillonidae, the Peridae, the Lichenidae, and Nymphalidae. There is another species which is not found here is the Rhodinidae, which is itself pretty rare in the Western Ghats. So I wasn't able to find those species here. Now in this study of mine was conducted for a period of 1 year, that is from 2021 July to 2022 November. And these are some of the photos I was able to procure. We can see the tailed jay in the top and evening browns. And if many of us may have noticed, these butterflies can be seen in our houses, which are very tiny. We think that they're best, but in reality, they're just butterflies. And the butterfly in the top right corner is actually a variety of mormon, which is again pretty rare to see in the park. And while this one looks like a monarch, it is called as a common tiger. So in my period of research, I found out that the butterflies generally prefer the summer climate. So though there are certain species which are seen throughout the year, some of them are seen very rarely in winter or completely not. This is because they go into a hibernation because of the cold climate. So as you can see, the density of the butterflies during January is comparatively less, and it increases towards May, June, and July, and then begins to reduce as the colder months appear. So among all the species of butterflies, or the families of butterflies, the Hesperidae and Lichenidae and Peridae were the more common species, as they were of a comparatively smaller size. And also, Nymphalidae were most commonly seen during the spring season. And due to their size, Papillonidae butterflies were very rare to spot. These were my references. Due to lack of So I wasn't able to take the on-site pictures of the butterflies, but I was able to get in contact with Mr. Y. Krishnan, who is a wildlife photographer who has secured a few awards. So I was able to meet him in person and take a few photos from him.
Is this your primary work?
Yes, sir.
I won't give that credit. That's right.
Surprise.
You are entirely at the end. She has said that.
No, sir. Actually, what happened was I have an eye for, as an artist myself, I used to observe the butterflies, then go and refer the boat.
Whatever you take, madam, you take a single wing or anything which is there, no, you will take that. That can be considered as a primary work. Okay. Whatever photograph you take from your phone, whatever you do, okay, that will be taken as a primary thing. But never ever take from somebody and then give a credit to him.
No. As per my understanding, she has done the field survey. The photographs she has taken from.
Yes, sir.
She has done the field survey.
Yes, sir.
That's what she
Because
said, from July 2021 to November 2022.
yes, sir. Because that time I wasn't having any medium to click a photo or
And
do
also,
anything like that. So
okay, but always give the data then in that way. Then.
Okay. Srinidhi, right?
yes.
Okay. So first thing, why he has that confusion is because we didn't see a table of the number of species that you have actually documented in that 1 year period.
Yes, sir. I had put those the list of species. No, sir.
Sure. Family wise you have put, but here you have not mentioned that it is from your study. You were talking about Western Ghats and the families here.
No, sir. I was doing since we are pretty close to the Western Ghats. Some of the species from there are seen here, whereas not all of them are seen here due to the space and due to the distance from the Western Ghats. There are some species which are found here and in nearby places.
Since you have been doing the field surveys, how confident are you in identifying the butterflies on the field?
Sir, I would like to say at least 70% confident, depending on how close.
Go to the edges.
Yeah, this image.
Sir, this one.
What species is
Sir, it is.
Okay.
Sir, it comes in the very species. I mean, family.
Now, why I asked you this question is when you were explaining, you told about something that comes inside our homes in the night. That is a moth.
No, not during the night, sir. Sometimes
I have never seen this coming inside any house.
But sir, I have actually noticed, not very often though. But once
Is it
in a while
your
I've
work?
noticed.
Is it
Yeah,
your work?
Yes, sir. I have noticed once or twice. I have noticed this in my room because I live pretty close to JP Park itself. So I have seen by chance it coming.
Its name you don't know.
Sir, I know the family, but I'm not sure with the name.
When was the study period?
Sir, from July 2021 to. Sir, because of college, I used to do in the morning from 6:30 to 8:30, and then in the evening I used to go from 5 to 6.
So whenever you do a study, no, that is related to do any animal, any species, okay, there is always the number of occurrence you make frequencies. Otherwise, how person will come to know how many you have seen, what is the indices, there are indices which are there. Samson, Shannon, there are n number of indices which are there. You can do that thing that can give you a paper also that will give you credibility on your longer period of time that will give you something because in undergraduate you have a paper or something like that. Otherwise, this is even for presenting in this place now where people are presenting to a level where they are presenting next level kind of work. You see, I have seen the students' work, lake, the work which they have done, pre-lake conference. That was altogether different level. We expect some more work from UG level.
So maybe what you need to do is you need to read some papers where they have done butterfly studies, where you will understand the methodologies and all that. So if you read that, you will understand how you can make this better. You have done the field work, okay, but then how you have interpreted the data and put it here, there are some gaps which need to be filled. Yes, thank you.
Who is next?
Next is Anusha V and Harshita.
Anusha V and Harshita. What is the name?
Tree poisoning.
Hmm?
Tree poisoning. Here.
This
No,
one?
sir, below that.
This one?
Anusha, yours is a poster or a paper?
Poster.
Is there on the PPT also, no?
Yes.
Leave it white. Okay.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. I'm Anusha from Maharani Lakshmi Ammani College. So my topic is tree poisoning. Tree poisoning is nothing but injecting a poisonous and toxic chemical substance to a tree, which leads to a death of a tree, and it might be intentionally or accidentally. Intentionally is by to kill a poisoned trees which has been actually poisoned, and to construct any buildings. So they'll do this, and accidentally is by the people who doesn't have any idea about this. So they'll do it by accidentally, and it can also affect fruits, berry, leaves, roots, and it also affect soil and beneficial organisms, and it also affects xylem, phloem, vessels, which leads to a death of a tree. And this can be done in two types. One is by drilling holes, and the other one is by injecting. So the actual chemicals used are like glyphosate, copper sulfate, vinegar. So this copper sulfate is applied on the surface of the stem, and the vinegar is as it's in a liquid form. The roots will absorb this vinegar as they absorb water. And my aim and objective is to save poisoning of trees, poisoned trees, and contaminated soil, and to save extinction of species, rare species. Uh, the methodologies are antidote. Antidote is nothing but a 20% sugar solution mixture applied on the pores of the trees, and uh, it helps in saving the tree, and it is done during this growing season. And charcoal treatment is non-treated charcoal or a plant materials which has been powdered and sprinkled on the ground. So after sprinkling on the ground, we should grab it with the help of the rake. So we should make sure that it should not affect any parts of the plants. And top dressing is nothing but removing a contaminated soil and replacing it with fresh and clean soil. And the discussion So applying sugar replicants will help the tree to regain its health, and the sugar solution should not be sweeter. So if it's sweeter, it will kill the beneficial organisms which are present in the soil, and we should dispose this contaminated soil to the eco center, and we should seek guidance from them so that we can dispose it of particular center, eco center. And the conclusion is that we can conclude that the tree poisoning is occurring very frequently and has become a man-made disaster. And we should spread awareness about the tree poisoning, and it not only affects the trees, it also affects soil, and even it also affects humans. Applying antidote will help the tree to regain its health, and applying charcoal powder will absorb the toxins as the charcoal face mask absorb the dust on the face. So in the same way, they'll absorb toxins on the soil, and removing contaminated soil will help the tree from further being damaged. And these are my references. And here we can see how they are drilling the holes to poison the tree, and we can even find how the tree is being poisoned. So we can see the holes, and the tree is being dried, branches falling down, and so we can also save tree by putting a safety gate around them, so that we can, when someone come to poison the tree, so we can aware them, and if they will not obey to us, then strict protocol action should be taken for them. So once they apply poison, and after removing the tree, so to remove this stem, they'll apply poison to this, and once they apply toxins, the root will become blind, and it will lose its energy, and it will become dry, so that they'll remove the root easily. So thank you.
PAC 823. PAC 823. PAC.
You're Anusha.
Yeah.
Anusha, tell me, where have you come across the tree poisoning in Bangalore?
In Nagarbavi we have seen, and in Matikere we have seen.
How you got to know they were poisoned?
By seeing these holes, we can identify that they are being poisoned.
What did you do?
So we should if the tree is poisoned, we should help them to recover from being poisoned, like antidote method. So that is a mixture of sugar.
Did you find out why they are poisoned?
Yeah, to construct buildings or to remove the poisoned, which are the trees which are poisonous, and which are the disease. And the trees which are very effective to humans, so they will do this.
But it is not projected. What was the hole size when you are observing holes?
3 to 5 centimeter.
And what is the depth?
Depth is 7 centimeter.
Depth is?
7 centimeter. 5 to 7 centimeter.
How big was the tree?
Like tall.
It's okay.
It will be tall.
Huh? It's okay.
It is a huge tree, so they actually use this method to destroy the huge tree.
Do you know that it is illegal to cut the tree?
Yes.
Even.
What did you do?
So we should inform the police or
Which police?
forest department police. We should.
So they will tell it's in city, not in forest.
So where was it observed? Roadside trees or park or?
We can see in both roadside. Here we can see in the roadside.
It's here. Now it's here.
Roadside only we can see. It's a Actually, I took this picture from Google, sir.
without his permission, you put his picture.
You are alleging a person to cut a tree, and that is a crime,
You know, he's not a tree doctor.
He's removing the then if he's a doctor then he'll remove
Leave it. Go. Next is
Shruti Era. Poster, can somebody help her, please? Give that to Anisha.
this one.
Yes, sir.
Don't put somebody's photo without their permission.
You can use this so that other people can use.
So this is fine.
Okay. Can you
Namaste everyone. So my name is Tuti Rao and I'm from Maharani Lakshmi Amani College. This is a review paper on nature-based solutions to address changes in climate in rural and urban Karnataka. So now we are known that due to global warming, we are seeing that the patterns of seasons is becoming on changing. So this is affecting the Karnataka this is also affecting everywhere, but in Karnataka I have chosen because this is a drought area and where I live. So what is happening is we have gone through various methods, but we are seeing that there is nothing much of solution we are getting, or it's not that effective. So coming to nature-based solutions, this will be helpful. So my objective is when I went through the case studies, I got to know that agroforestry, green, blue, and grey infrastructures can help to mitigate the climate change in Karnataka. So agroforestry is mixed cropping between commercial crops and the commercial or wild trees, shrubs, or herbs, which will be intercropped together, either on the borders or together. So looking at this, the Karnataka government has come up with a scheme known as Krishi Aranya Protsaha Yojana, that is agroforestry. This was started in 2011. Then in urban areas, we can go for blue-green infrastructure. This will help in regulating biodiversity, and the humidity also. Then we have grey infrastructures, which will improve the wastewater management. In grey infrastructure, we have constructed wetlands. So this one, the sulfamides, and the other one, this is where I came across a case study which showed that we can use the substrates like biochar, zeolite, and pyrites to reduce or break down the sulfamides and sulfomethoxazole. This needs to be further studied. So this is a picture of agroforestry, and according to the scheme which Karnataka government has launched, you can see the variations happening. In 2013, we had highest beneficiaries. At the same time, we also had seedlings being taken and sold. Whereas in 2014 to 15, we had the incentives were given to the farmers. The incentives to the farmers is given for 4 years. Then this is the JP Park for biodiversity park in city. This is an example for blue-green infrastructure. And then we have Mysore Lake, Gorhali Lake, which is also called as Heart of Mysore. And then Jakur Lake, you can take it as an example for blue infrastructure as well as for grey infrastructure. The next one is what the experiment says. So you can see that the substrates, the 3 lines over there, this one, the substrates which like the biochar and zeolites have are more effective than the conventional one, which is the gravel or the river sands. So I would like to conclude that the agroforestry, blue, green, and grey infrastructure is something which have been coming up from a very long time in Karnataka. So if we go on again implementing these traditional methods with the technology, we can sustain it. And more importantly, we need to have strict policies and authorities who will make this possible, provided the proper infrastructure to be built or properly designed. And then we as local people, if at all there's something happening around us, we need to take in charge and either to spread awareness not to happen something like this, or go to the authorities or people responsible or who can help us to make sure that we are not losing more of our environment. These are my references. Thank you.
Take the mic. There might be some questions.
Can you name any 3 species of trees that is grown in agroforestry?
Sir, scientific name I don't know, but common name is we can grow jackfruit, mango, neem. Eucalyptus I'll not tell, because if eucalyptus is grown, then the water is being extracted. So even though it is told that you can grow eucalyptus, but that we are supposed to grow trees which will help the commercial crops.
Okay. Can you tell me how a constructive wetland will help in purifying the sewage water?
So constructive wetland, first of all, the solid waste materials is taken down, and then these waters are let into the constructive wetland, where the secondary and tertiary cleaning is happening. So basically, the plants and the microorganisms in the wetland are breaking down the chemical particles. So there's biotransformation, so that I have to go through again. Very basic process. Thank you.
Next is.
Asta Shakti, Gagana, and Pranati Sikhi, and Meghna.
What is the topic?
Effect of construction work on water percolation ability of soil. Yeah.
You can present from this also.
Oh, there's no necessity.
If it should go on this.
Good afternoon. I am Astha Shetty.
And I'm Gagana.
And we are presenting a poster on the effect of construction work on the water percolation ability of soil in different areas of Bangalore. The foundational substrate on which life first appears is soil. It sustains life form. The degrade in the physical, chemical, and biological conditions of soil is known as soil degradation. Half of the world's soil is already degraded as a result of ongoing urbanization, industrialization, and deforestation. This loss puts at risk the quality and availability of food, water security, biodiversity, and it increases the danger of climate change.
So as my friend just mentioned, over half the amount of natural resources, natural soil, and the greenery of the major cities has already degraded thanks to the continual urbanization process. And this involves construction work. And soil is a major part of construction work as it acts as a binding cement is a major part of construction work as it acts as a binding agent, adherent, and hardening agent. And this has a direct negative effect on the soil as it increases the alkalinity of the soil, making the nutrients insoluble and unavailable for the plants to absorb.
Our objective is to determine the difference in the water percolation rates of soil in areas which are near construction site and the areas which are away from the construction site.
And our area of study was in and around Malleshwaram. And the methodology we used was 3 PVC pipes of length 16 centimeter and diameter 10 centimeter were taken and placed at equidistant distances from the trunk of the tree, inserted at 2 centimeter depth, and a volume of 250 ml water was added, and it was timed. The timer was started when the water was added and stopped once it was completely percolated, absorbed.
Percolation rate.
We calculate the percolation rate with the formula amount of water in milliliters against percolation time. So as you can see, these are the two areas that we've taken, that we've considered. That is the area near a construction site, and this is an area. This is an area near a construction site, and that is an area that is away from the construction site. We have taken 6 samples in each categories. We have conducted the experiment against the parameters of temperature, humidity, rain, distance from the tree trunk, and distance from the construction site. Here is the data that we obtained. So we calculated the percolation rate. As you can see, we have tabulated the results. We conducted the unpaired t-test on our data, and the p-value that we obtained was 0.17 for percolation rate, and the mean time, the p-value was 0.4 seconds. By conventional criteria, the difference is not statistically significant, but we think that if we conduct, since our experiment is ongoing, if we conduct the experiment in more areas, we will probably be able to find a conclusive result.
And we also did a literary review for topics in a similar study area, but we were not able to find a lot of papers on the effect of cement on the percolation rate of water in particular. We found one study, however, done by Dr. Eugene Namare and O.P. Singh in Meghalaya in 2019, which basically told that though the effects are not significant, it did have an impact on the water holding capacity and the soil moisture content of the area soil, and that even now, although the effect of the cement was not significant, now if the trend continued, it would be harmful to the environment.
So, we would like to thank our college zoology department, our guides, Dr. Shaburnee Roy and Hema ma'am for their constant guidance, and TV Ramchandran sir for giving us this opportunity.
One question: why it was unpaired t-test and t-test?
So we try to calculate the mean for the 2 unrelated groups so that we can see if the data that we have found out, if there is a trend and if the difference that we find is significant or not, so that we can prove that there is an actual effect of cement on the percolation rate.
The t-test, what is t-test? What is t-test?
Unpaired p-test is a statistical.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Can you go to that slide where you have collected the sample? From where cement is coming here?
This is the 18th Cross Company Road.
I've seen you collect the sample there.
Yeah, so as you know, we have mentioned it, the construction was ongoing, and also on the opposite side of the Sankey, the construction is ongoing. They're trying to construct the sidewalk, because of which probably air dust, there could be an effect of cement on the soil.
Sidewalk construction happened?
No, near Sankey.
This is where? How far is it from Sankey?
Near 50 meters. We've taken it as a parameter, sir.
The only thing that happened with cement there is the white topping, but that was not something that happened at that place. They made that and brought it in. So I don't know if your sample collection was in the right place. Please see where you can actually have. Where do you think there'll be a lot of cement deposits on the soil?
Active construction sites.
Why did you select anything from there?
We did have other samples, so this was not the right picture to show, and not the apparently not the right area to consider. But we did have other samples collected from directly opposite active construction sites near them, very close to them.
Just to understand based on the figure, sorry I couldn't date. So you are trying to understand the infiltration, right?
Yes.
And you are using what's the length of the pipe?
16 centimeters.
Okay. Going ahead from this, since I teach some of these aspects, what I'm trying to tell you is, you are trying to use a single ring infiltrometer technique. So for that one, the length of the pipe should be somewhere around 50 centimeters in your pipe. So we should not judge the ability of the infiltration with respect to only the top surface of soil. Because if anything, if you scratch it up, you have higher infiltration on the top 15 centimeters, at the bottom it will go flat. So in this case, I would recommend you to instead of having one PVC, take one at the centers, one at the sides, take 15 centimeters.
So we have
One is circle, okay, around that, something like a donut. Okay, it's a double ring infiltrometer. You can just see the word called double ring infiltrometer. Okay, they are very huge. I don't want you to take such. Take a smaller one. I'm working with the principle. When you have that one, the central one, the water will go straight. Sides will go, the water will go laterally also. So the lateral things are negative. In that case, going for a mistake.
We'll take a suggestion into consideration and work on it.
Thank you.
Akshita, Pranati, Mithuna, Suchitra.
One minute. Least. Behind it.
Consulted with remediation.
ಹರ್ಷಿತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
Okay, we'll go to Pranati.
ಪ್ರಣತಿ ಇದು ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಇದೆಯಾ?
Constructed wetlands, bio-remediation.
Harshita, you are around? Harshita, Pranati, Mithuna. That group is not there. We'll go to the next one.
Bindushri and Bindushri.
PPT ಇಲ್ಲ. PPT. You have shared. It's not here. ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರದ್ದು ಹೇಳಿ.
Biodiversity.
It's not here. I will check it there.
Just a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
ಇರ್ಫಾ ಅಮನ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
Niharika.
ವೈಷ್ಣವಿ.
Third. First and yeah.
Oh, people are change. You have such a big pathway.
Yours is also a poster, right?
Okay, your time starts now.
So, good afternoon to one and all of the present here. Myself, Vaishnavi Gupta, and they are my co-presenters, Niharika V and Irfan. We are standing here in front of you to present a poster on Have People Accepted the Change. So we are standing here in front of you to present a poster on Have People Accepted the Change. So now you might be thinking about what change we are talking about. So we are talking about the change after the ban of single use of plastic by the government. So let's move into the presentation. So plastic waste or pollution is nothing but the accumulation of plastic objects in the Earth's environment that adversely affects wildlife habitat and obviously humans. Or we can say it is a significant amount of plastic that isn't recycled and ends up in landfill or like thrown into some unregulated dump sites. As you know, India is the 5th largest or highest generator of plastic all over the world. According to the Central Population Control Board, India produces about 3.5 million tons of plastic every year. Like about 60% of the plastic waste is to recycle, but the rest 40% is uncollected or ends up in like landfill or in oceans, that's really damaging the environment. So, however, you know, plastic is slow to degrade because like it takes some 400 years because of its chemical structure. That is because of its chemical structure that presents a huge challenge. So, our main aim is to conduct a survey on the usage of plastic in the hotels or like its management in BBMP level.
We did a physical survey. We did a physical survey among 50, like 30 restaurant owners, local vendors or juice shops, where we asked them what, like, are they still using plastic or have they opted to something else? Out of which, like, 14 of them were using biodegradable materials, 10 of them were using reusable, and 6 of them were using plastic. So when we asked about the reason to it, the reusable people said it was one-time investment, whereas the biodegradable, some of them said it was because of the ban of the plastic, and very few, I mean literally very few, wanted to get it out of their own will. And like, we even surveyed general public to know what would their opinion be on this matter, where most of them, like, for saying, they said they would go for biodegradable thing, but when they were asked what they had been using for their general occasions, they said generally it was plastic because of the convenience thing. And even we surveyed a few BBMP workers for the adverse effect or the problems they were facing due to the garbage or the litter produced by the human thing. So, like, those people complained about having rashes or skin problems as they were not getting proper facility or the kits or the gloves to collect the garbage, as they were in direct contact with the garbage. They had an itching problem, and they even had respiratory problems due to the inhalation of fine dust, and many of them complained about having cancer issues.
After the survey, we actually seeked interest in knowing if there's any other alternatives in order to reduce plastic. So we found a few, such as plastic additives, milk protein that is from casein, and then PCL polyester, PHA polyester, liquid wood, etc. And then we actually see plastic is harmful for us. We know that plastic has adverse effects on humans, such as it causes, when it is disposed in the landfills or anything, it is biodegradable and it comes back to us. So I conclude by saying this plastic is harmful for us. So find an alternate, use another alternatives for plastic.
You showed so many alternatives for the
Yes,
plastic,
sir.
right? Why people are not using that?
Sir, it might be because lack of knowledge or because plastic is very economically feasible and easily accessible.
Sir, and mostly these eco-friendly things are higher cost. People don't want to spend their money on something which they can get at a cheaper cost.
If I'm a poor,
Not just poor, sir. It's not about being poor. Even if you are educated somewhere or the other, it will be one time we go for, okay, fine, this is costly, we can get it. But as the time goes on, people anyhow come to the cheaper thing itself.
And it's
how do
easy.
you convince it?
So we actually have to
What are important. So we can actually like give awareness programs and stuff. And what I believe, the ban of the single-use plastic is not that very, yeah.
Rather
than banning the single use of plastic, I think production should be banned so that
the main thing is awareness should be created among people, and then we should let them know that there are other alternatives, and actually the cost should also be reduced, so that if we think about marketing, if we produce with a little investment at the first time, and then as the production is going on and the marketing is going on, they'll get to know the use of it, and then the same as during COVID, at the initial stage the cost was more, but then as all the time went, all the cost of masks and all came down. So I maybe on that way it can reduce in the future.
What have you done towards yourself to avoid plastic?
Yes, sir. Not something.
Yes, sir. So actually, we can whenever we go for shopping, we can actually keep a bag, cloth bag in with us. Anything? Okay.
We can do what you are doing. What you are doing.
When we went for the survey, we actually told those people, like, so like on my personal thing, we from our home we shifted from all the plastic containers to the glass containers, and then we like on ourselves carry bags so that the plastic where if we go obviously if we don't have a bag they will give a plastic bag, so it's kind of we carry bags for ourselves opting from plastic bottles to steel bottles. And for milk and all this milk vendors giving the glass bottles like from our own side, because mostly generally people give the plastic bottles in which the thanks.
Industry you can. Kaushik, can you call Industry? Industry at all. Poster?
Yes, sir.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಶೇರ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು ಇಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಿಷ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು ಶೆಲ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ
ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಈಗ
ಆಯ್ತು ಜಬ್ಲಿನ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನ
ಹಲೋ
Yes, sir.
Deblina.
Yes,
Hello.
sir. Yes, sir. Am I
Are
audible?
you ready?
Yes,
You
sir.
are audible. Are you ready to present? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So next presentation is by Deblina Mukherjee. She PG. Okay, you can share the screen.
Okay, sir.
PG. Kaushik.
Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
You can make it full power presentation mode. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I am starting right now.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Debalina Mukherjee, a student of MSc Department of Zoology at West Bengal State University.
So today I'm going to give a short course of presentation on the Lake 2022, a great symposium entitled Prioritizing Ecologically Sensitive Burrowing Mesofauna in Correlation with Mangrove Regeneration for Effective Conservation in the Biodiversity of Sundarban. So basically, the background of this study is the relative roles of lever, atmospheric, and tidal forcing on estuary and sea level variability are a matter of concern in today's research worldwide, and thus are being examined thoroughly, especially in deltatic estuary and wetlands. The deltatic landscape contains vegetated marshes, tidal flats, circulation channels, and other features that frictionally dissipate waves propagating through the system. So basically, we have tried to make a correlation between the mesofaunal regeneration along with the mangrove in Sundarban. So basically, our study area is the Bokhali Sea Beach and Henry's Island. It is situated in the Sundarban, Jela, South 24 Parganas in West Bengal. So the main aims and objectives of our study are to learn the general concept of biodiversity, their sources and distribution, and how the burrowing mesofauna like crabs population is used as a method to reduce the loss of biodiversity in the nature and to mitigate the species extinction, and also in regeneration of mangrove community in deltatic estuarine wetland ecosystem like Bokhali. And this study has also some other objectives, which are number one, to know about the particular habitat and niche of concerned wetland flora and fauna, to make out the prevailing estuarine ecosystem as well as ecological harmony with observations on various species, subspecies, their diversity, habitat, ethology, and of course their interpretation, to investigate about the ethological aspect of a particular species as well as to know about the wilderness from its closer proximity, also to give an idea about the breeding season of the organisms, and to know about the conservatory measures taken in the protected areas. So basically, here the main methods and materials that we have followed is the ad libitum study, that we went to the Bokhali Sea Beach and Henry's Island one day, and we have just studied the particular species which are of our interest, and all the surrounding environment. And the second one is continuous records. This is all about this type of recording consists of obtaining accurate and faithful information on the observed behavior of the particular species of our interest. Then the discrete records, this type of record we know that also known as temporal sampling, consists of taking a sample of the observed behavior but periodically. For its part, this type of sampling has two aspects. They are data obtained that may be interesting or easier to observe for the person who performs the data collection process. The selection process is subjective, which can lead research in one direction. The fourth one is very important, that is focal sampling, which consists of observing behavior of only one individual organism at a time. So there is no fear of any distractions and study is nearly done. And the fourth one is quadrant study. The most important aspect of any study on biodiversity is to select some representative plots and then record the number of all plants or animals lying within the plot, and at least circulating the average diversity index from the recorded observation. So quadrant study we have done is one of the most familiar and useful tool in this regard. So here I have just represented the place, date and time, that is on Bokhali Sea Beach, where we have set the quadrant and we have assessed various species of the crabs to make a correlation with the mangrove regenerate. And this is the quadrant size that we have made on the Bokhali Sea Beach, that is 10 meter cross 10 meter grids. And there, this is the weather report at the time we did the experiment on Bokhali Sea Beach. And here are the different crab species that we have examined, which are Ocypod macrocera, Ocypod ceratophthalmus, Dotilla blandfordi, Scylla serrata, Uca rosea, and Metapograssus major. And these are the main dominating crab species, varying in their morphology as well as anatomy greatly, and they are making a correlation in their habit and habitats in the same place on the Bokhali Sea Beach. So these are several image plates of the particular crabs that we have identified just right now on Bokhali Sea Beach, and they make a great diversity as well as a great extent of their correlative habitats. This is all about the mangrove regeneration, that is at the intertidal zone on the Bokhali Sea Beach as well as also at the Henry's Island of Sundarban. The regeneration of mangrove community has been prominently observed, and not any species specific regeneration is going on. Multiple mangrove species are growing all up together. So these are the several image plates of the mangrove regeneration at the intertidal zone of Bokhali Sea Beach. And so from this correlation we can make some conclusions, right? Like that, uh, by studying this scientific illustration, it is quite clear that being very much foundational to the area specific conservation strategy, crab diversity can easily be considered as a first choice to play in prioritizing the mesofaunal population at Bokhali Sea Beach and Henry's Island of Sundarban region, that is helping for conservation of mangroves and in their regeneration, along with qualities of having an optimum budget allocation, well defined conservation missions, and ongoing taxonomic and hazard evaluation of floral and faunal resources. So in this paper, the ecological biodiversity loss reasons and present conditions along with the conservation strategies are finely depicted through a number of authorized statistical analysis discussion. So through this scientific discussion, it is hopeful that we are able to present the general concept of deltatic estuarine wetland ecology, their sources and distribution, and how it is used as a method to reduce the loss of biodiversity or to mitigate the species extinction. So finally, it can be concluded that the mesofaunal rhythmic distribution greatly helps in regeneration of mangroves, and this provides a solution to a more complex concept that includes consideration of ecosystem services, policies, costs, social preferences, and other factors that such as like human activities and climate changes. So from this study, we can also uh, speculate some future projections, like if it is the juvenile form of any crab, possibly the fiddler crab, we have shown the image plate, then why it is such a contrasting color like in the female and male, and if they are contributing in the mangrove regeneration, or if yes, then how it is done. So these are some future projections that we can evaluate. So this was all about a very short course of presentation on this extensive paper. So I would like to express my sincere gratitude and thanks to Professor Shilanjan Bhattacharya, Department of Zoology, West Bengal State University, for his able guidance and kind supervision in arranging and conducting the field study at Bokhali and Henry's Island. And I would like to also extend my heartfelt thanks to the authority and my classmates for their cheerful presence and assistance during the field study. So thanks a lot for giving me such an opportunity to present here. So thank you all.
Yeah, Devlina, there are some questions. So, okay, over to you, Manoj.
Deblina, there is a question you have taken quadrant study. So I would ask you whether we can take a circular quadrant.
Sir, we have
Can we
taken
take a
the
circular?
square. Sir, actually, we have taken the square quadrant. We may take I don't have any idea that we can take any circular quadrant or not. The number of times I have used quadrant studies, I have used the square quadrant only.
And quadrant is square only, not other shape.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, you read on that. That is an important thing because crab has a no, though there is no specific direction in which like these animals moves. Okay, circular quadrants are one in which you can find their no ecology better.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. I will follow it, sir.
Okay, thank you, Devlina. Please share the PPT
Thanks.
to us. So, require further documents. Okay, please share the PPT.
Okay, sir. I will mail it. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay. Next round. Yeah, Nobi.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please wait for 5 minutes. There is another presentation is going on. Once it is finished, we will take up yours.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bindu and my co-partner Bindu. We're presenting a survey report on biodiversity of ants and their nest. So our main aim and objective of our study was to understand the habitat and the nesting patterns of ants. We were all aware about the ant hills, but not about the ant's nest. So here I would like to explain the different types of ants nest. So the common ant species which are found in Karnataka are the yellow crazy ant, black crazy ant, ghost ant, black carpenter ant, short-legged hunchback ant, and harvester, weaver, acrobat, and procession ant, queenless ant, and so on. These are the common ants which are found in Karnataka. I would like to. We have taken 4 different species and studied their nesting patterns. The first one is the weaver ant, whose scientific name is Ecophilus maragdina. They are arboreal. Before this, the ants build 2 type of nest, that is arboreal nest and subterranean nest. Arboreal is the one which they build it on trees, and then subterranean they build it under the ground. Weaver ants build their nest on the trees. They glue the leaves like this with the help of the silk which is produced by their larva. And the next ant is carpenter ant, that is the black carpenter ant, whose scientific name is Campinoturus species, and they are again arboreal. They build their nest in the moist wood, and then the presence of this ants indicates that the wood is infected because they build their nest in the woods, and they get their names as carpenter ant because the way they build their nest is similar to how carpenters do their work. And then next we have the acrobat ant, the Chromatogaster burina. They're arboreal. They again build their nest on the trees, that is in between the branches of the trees. They take the wood bits, and then with the help of their saliva they build a cartoon type of nest which you can see in this picture. And then next we have the harvester ant. They're called as harvester ant because they collect seeds and store it in their nest for their further consumption. And the type of nest what they build is subterranean nest. They create a crater or a cone sort of thing in the center of their nest, surrounded by stones. And then next coming to the result and discussion, we can see both arboreal and subterranean type of nest in the ants. And then the main reason why we studied ants is because the harvester ant, which I've told you previously, they also contribute in increasing the fertility of the soil by depositing the waste in the soil in their nest, which is subterranean. In the subterranean, they have different chambers where they deposit their residues. That residues indirectly acts as a biofertilizer, which increases the fertility of the soil. And these ants, they build nests to provide themselves a microhabitat, for the reason of protection and to protect themselves from the predators. So the references, these are some of the references, and we thank ISC and our zoology department and our teachers for supporting us. Thank you.
Then to go to the topic. Survey report on biodiversity of ants. Biodiversity, the term is different. You people are no. I've seen this even in school, UG. Biodiversity is a different term. You have to use species diversity of ants. Okay. Biodiversity is another term. This travel no tells something else. If I tell you you are not Bindu, I can call you Manju. How it will it is altogether different.
Where did you go and see the list?
Sir, this is a survey report, sir.
What is survey report?
We reviewed many.
Review report, it is not survey report.
Thank you, sir.
Manumita, Ramya, and Soundria. Poster?
So shall I start?
Yes, please start.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. My name is Manumita and my friend is Ramya. So today my topic is nailing and pinning of trees is in a survey. So before entering to the survey, I have a question. So we will go in vehicle that in bus or in two-wheeler. We used to see the advertisement around us. It will be sticked to the or pinned to the trees. We will be fascinated by seeing the advertisement. But do we think that tree is getting harmed? So the main aim of our project is the main objective of the survey was to check on the number of trees that has been nailed and pinned to portray the advertisement and in and around the 18 cross and create the awareness about the sames on the trees. So the introduction about the trees, as all knows, it is a biotic organism in the environment and it plays an immense role and cannot be replaced. So the recent days number of trees has been uprooted immensely and the BBMPs receive thousands of applications to uproot the trees to construct the activities like the road constructions and etc. So the anthropogenic activities are the major weapons posed on it. The one of the anthropogenic activities are nailing and pinning. So the nailing and pinning methods, the physical examination has been taken. So the physical examination was around 18 cross. So the nails, how many nails were pinned to the trees? So many nails were 208 nails were pinned around the trees, which was in main roads. So in inner the 18 cross, it was less. So the advertisement portrayed is on the main roads. So the graph of the result is 208, the highest nails we have seen in the main road of the 18 cross. So the discussion part comes that barks of the trees is the main component which protects the internal parts of the external environment. So if it injures, what happens? What are the effects that happens? So it may the decay or the disease susceptibility can be okay for the trees, and the cambium is the inner layer which is a growing tissue which produces the cells that further comes into xylem and phloem or the more cambium. So which if it is affects the water from the root to the canal, it won't passes. So that the metabolic activity of the trees also reduces. The stress induced on the trees also get affected. So the conclusion of it is, so we always, everyone says we have to plant the trees, but what are the trees exist? Do we protect it? So protecting it is very important. So small changes make huge differences. We can think that the nailing what makes huge difference, but nailing can make the tree metabolic activities disturbed. So we have to stop that metabolic activity. So the advertisement portrayed in the trees nailing can be done in social medias. Many platform is there for advertising the things. But why trees? Because the people who gets attracted is on the when we go past the roads. So if want to do advertisement, we can paste on the walls. If the wall is damaged also we can construct it, but the trees to again to grow, it takes many years to grow. So the conclusion of it is to everyone has the right to live on this planet and should live. The trees also have. So the activities that induce the stress in plants has to be deleted and alternatives choose to portray the advertisement. So the references we have taken, and thanks to the Department of Zoology and opportunity to giving this to the research and the guide Bhavya ma'am and our friends and the IAC team. Thank you so much.
What are some of the infections that can be caused because of this?
Sir, didn't see any fungal infections. So, but because we have surveyed in 18 cross, so around 100 trees we have.
Generally, because of the nailing, you said it's bad for the trees, right? So I'm
Yes,
asking like what type of infections do the trees catch in case they're exposed to water and dust and other things?
So fungal infections can be there, and
Because of the nail, there will be rust formation.
Does that affect the trees?
yes, sir.
What is the cell, plant cell, outer lining of the plant cell? You see, they are the most resistant and most tolerant living beings on this earth.
Vinay asked.
Very simple interventions by Manoj and Arun.
Okay, so we'll have two UG presentations now online. One is various human interventions by Manoj. Various human interventions by Manoj. So people from SR University, are you ready? Hello? Students, are you ready from SR University?
Yes, sir.
Getting it?
Yes, okay. You can share the screen and do the presentation. So next presentation will be wetlands of Huda.
Yes. Present the share screen. So share screen.
Yeah, you can click on present. There is an option to share screen.
Yes, click.
This is UG category. Two UG's presentations are there. After that, Naubi Junior will present.
Share. Share system or share. Windows. Share. Yes. Yes, share. Now we can download it, minimize it. We can open.
Hema, at the bottom there is something called as present.
No.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Share the screen. Here's the entire screen. Open that PDF file. Open that PDF file and share it.
Is it there?
You just open the PDF, automatically it will be shared here.
Sir, it is opening.
You minimize this.
Sir, is this
You
opening?
minimize.
Rajesh
You
sir, it is not
minimize.
opening. No.
Sir,
You
is
just
it
minimize, sir, then automatically.
Sir, minimize this stream, so that will open. Open that file. Open that PDF file, please.
Sir, we opened the PDF file. Sir, it is visible.
No,
not yet.
Share the entire screen, sir. Share the entire screen.
Entire screen, sir. So now we are presenting.
Sir, so I just remove you. Then again, you share now. Click present. Click present. There is an option called share screen.
Yes, sir.
Share screen. If you click share screen, there is an option to share the entire screen instead of
Yes, sir,
Chrome
entire screen.
Chrome. Yeah, you click on entire screen.
Yes.
Click on the screen,
then share.
and then click share.
Now it's shared, sir.
Yeah. Yes, it is shared. Yes.
Now they can start.
Yeah, you can start presenting now.
Yes, we can start.
You have 5 minutes time. You can start presenting.
Can we start now, sir?
Yeah, you can start. You can make it full screen. There is a 2 arrows in the corner. Na? That arrow symbol you can press so that it will become full screen. Next, yeah, good. You can go ahead.
So, the August organizing members of Lake 2022 event and my supervisor, S. Vinay sir, and all my dear fellow participants. A flamboyant good afternoon to one and all, and thank you for giving this opportunity to present our work. My name is T. Hemastri. Currently, I'm pursuing my BTech second year from Civil Department at SI University, and let me introduce my teammates, Praneeth and Payal. Today, our topic is about mapping of wetland and its services in Kuda. Wetlands. Wetlands are considered as biological supermarkets as they provide great volume of food. In the present event, we are trying to analyze the influence of irrigation projects on hydrological and agriculture services. So, to understand this, we have considered Kuda boundary in Telangana. Kuda stands for Kakatiya Urban Development Authority. We have considered Kuda as our study area because it is under the command area of Maner Irrigation Project. So in this study, we have considered zade cropping pattern and wetlands during summer. For this research, we have collected remote sensing data from Landsat series of satellites from the years 1977 to 2002 in the months of March and May. So to analyze the spatial and temporal patterns of agricultural and water bodies, we have used spatial matrices that are normalized difference vegetation index and modified normalized difference water index. So as you can see that remote sensing data were cropped to Kuda boundary, and we have done image segmentation to by using color contrast to indicate water bodies and agricultural lands. So the results are as indicated. In 1977, the area under water was less than 2,000 hectares, and the agricultural lands were about less than 20,000 hectares. By 1986, as the Lower Maner was commissioned, increase in area under water and agricultural lands is observed. That is, area under water increased up to greater than 3,000 hectares, and agricultural lands increased up to greater than 30,000 hectares in the years 1989 to 2017. By 2018, Mid-Maner was commissioned at Karimnagar. So being on the catchment area, the area under water increased up to greater than 5,000 hectares, and agricultural lands increased up to nearly 70,000 hectares. So I conclude that because of as Lower Maner project and Mid-Maner project has commissioned at Karimnagar, in semi-arid regions of Telangana, the water bodies have become perennial. So, and wetland services have been improved. So likewise, agricultural spaces also have been increased. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, if there are no questions, we'll go to the next presentation. So same thing. Durga, sir, you have a question? You have to come here and ask. So we have a question. So, Durga, sir, please come here.
Yeah, so how do we distinguish between a concrete and a grain cover based on your remote sensing apparatus?
Hemashri, are we audible? Hemashri, are we audible? I don't know that.
Yes, sir.
So you answer the question now. You answer the question.
Sir. So what is the question?
There was a question for you. There was a question for you stating that how do you distinguish between concrete and green cover with remote sensing data?
So we're not able to hear you properly. You're not audible. Can you
How
please
do you
come again?
distinguish between concrete and green spaces using remote sensing data?
But that's what we have calculated in NDWI and NDVI. Uh, hello.
Okay, that's good. So we'll go on to the next presentation by Manoj. And so they'll be presenting upon the wetlands and their services in Karimnagar. So the same way you share the screen, Manoj, are you around? Yeah, share your screen.
Yeah. Wait, we are doing.
Good downloads.
Yeah. What do you have to do?
Just wait a minute. Wait a minute. Video.
Why you have closed? It was there. It was shared. You have closed it.
Video on this. Are we audible?
Yeah, you are audible. You can go ahead. You can present.
Is the screen visible?
It is visible. You can present.
Good afternoon, sir, and all the organizing members. First of all, thank you for providing this opportunity to present our work. I am K. Arun Kumar. I am undergraduate at SR University in Civil Engineering, Telangana. In the current work, we are trying to understand the sensible human interventions towards improving regional ecosystem services. Our objective is evaluation of water bodies and agriculture patterns in summer season due to human interventions. Wetlands are playing vital role in biodiversity. Severe degradation of natural resources increases societal demands. So, conservation of wetlands is mandatory. To understand this, we have considered Karimnagar. It is one of the 3 smart cities in Telangana. And we have selected 25 kilometers buffer from city center. Jade cropping pattern and wetlands during the season were analyzed. For the study, we have collected remote sensing data from the ANSET series of satellites from 1973 to 2022 at the interval of 5 to 6 years. For the study, area of interest was developed by considering 25 kilometers buffer from city center. Satellite data were extracted to understand the study area. Across years-based indices methods were used to extract the area under agriculture and water. To understand this, normalized difference vegetation index and modified normalized difference water index maps were prepared. To get the results from selected years, we have images in poster. Now the results will explained by my friend Manoj.
So, as a part of the results, we got the statistical imageries
of our area of interest. So here the imageries were represented in that poster. So the blue part is represented by water bodies and the green part is vegetation. So the statistical data of this imageries were depicted in the bar graphs shown here. So if you take a look at this bar graphs, in 1973, the area under water bodies and area under vegetation are at 500 hectares and 20,000 hectares respectively. So if we see in 1985, there was a Lower Manor Dam was commissioned. So by which there was a huge increase in the area of the water bodies up to some 3,500 hectares. So simultaneously, the rainfall pattern has also changed with the change in the area of the water bodies. So we can see some fluctuations over here in the over the period of time. We can see some fluctuations in the area of the vegetation and water bodies by the excessive use of water sources and changes in the rainfall pattern are the few parameters for that. And if you see in 2018, there was a Mid-Manor Dam was commissioned, and if you see the statistical data in 2022, there was a huge hike in the area of the water body and the vegetation up to some 1,15,000 hectares and some 1,75,000 hectares respectively. So if you see the downstream of the Lower Mane Dam, there was a huge change in area of water bodies and vegetation simultaneously. So why do such a dramatical changes in the water body and the vegetation as came into the picture? So because due to the sensible human interventions for conservation of wetlands, there was a huge change in the water bodies and the vegetation. So by that I conclude, I would like to say with the influence of sensible human interventions, we can see a lot of change in water body area and the vegetation area as a part of food security. So with the reservoirs in the vicinity, lakes have become perennial, improved groundwater. So increase in annual rainfall over time, and increase in area under shade crops, improved food security, and increase in water bodies and cropping areas, improving regional ecosystems. And thank you. And if you had any questions, I'd happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Yeah.
Good presentation, Manoj Group. I would like to ask you some questions. What Landsat series you have used? Over a period of time, you have used the data. So, what are the different Landsat series you have used?
So can you repeat the question, please? You're not audible.
What is the different Landsat series data you have used over a period of time you have used now from 1979
Yes,
to
sir.
2022? What are the series data?
Sir, can you repeat the question?
Okay, thank you.
So you have used various Landsat satellites. Now, which are those series? Can you name the satellites which you have used? Please, sensors especially.
9, 9, 8, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, sir. Except 6. We have used everything.
Okay. 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 Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next presentation is by Naubi. So Naubi, can you share your screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So Naubi belongs to post graduation from UPES. Yeah. Oh, he's a research scholar. Right? Okay. He's a research scholar from UPES, Uttarakhand.
I have shared.
Is my screen visible? No.
No, not it.
Okay, I will share the entire screen. Please wait.
Oh. It came and went.
Is it visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
Hello? Okay. Uh, Good evening to everyone, members of the organizing
I
members,
request Srishti
participants.
to.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Okay.
Okay. I will be presenting on indigenous organogels for oil spill abatement. Okay. Oil spill refers to the intrusion of crude oil and its various constituent components into water bodies. These may have various side effects and is a great component of environmental pollution. My work will talk about phase-selective organogelators, which are compounds that are able to entrap spilled oil components and to block them into a 3D gel structure for the removal of the spill on water bodies. When we talk about a phase-selective organogel, we talk about a compound with a low molecular weight structure that is able to selectively and efficiently remove oil spilled without the use of a carrier solvent or heating and cooling process, easy and low cost, and environmentally friendly, of course. Here, here is a review work that illustrates the various or environmentally friendly compounds used for the synthesis of organogels for the oil spill abatement. The first phase-selective organogelator synthesized in 2001 was synthesized from an amino acid-based compound. That is a single peptide group compound. Here we could experience the effectiveness of the gelator for the gelation of the product in the presence of solvent, carrier solvent, for the diffusion of the compound. Various experimentation has been done on amino acid-based compound for phase-selective organogelators until the synthesis of a tripeptide structure that could gel the oil within a period of time less than 30 seconds in the absence of carrier solvent and had a gel lasting time of 30 days onward. I also demonstrate the glucose-based phase-selective organogelator. Here, various compounds were synthesized, like glucoperoxide compounds, triazole compounds, triol compounds, and also carboxylate compounds. We experience a great capacity and promising effectiveness in organogelation from carboxylate compound and triol compounds, where we could have gelation below 15 seconds. That is less than 0.004 hours for carboxylate, and a T-gel, that is ability to resist change in structure with temperature greater than 100 degrees Celsius. And it was able to gelate low hydrocarbon compound, low chain hydrocarbon structures such as gasoline, kerosene, and diesel. We also experienced great gelation less than 0.008 hours, that is about 30 seconds, with the use of triols that could gel crude oil in the absence of carrier solvents as well. I also demonstrate the amide-based phase-selective organogelators. Here we show the amide-based phase-selective organogelators, where we also experience great potential in gelation of about 0.006 hours, which is about 22 seconds gelation with with a gel concentration of 1 point, with a relative great amount of gel concentration of 2.25 percentage weight per volume. Here the percentage weight per volume shows the gram of the gelator per 100 ml of the solvent that has been gelled. Okay. This work shows the effectiveness of low molecular weight compounds and accessible and easy to synthesize compounds for the gelation of organic compounds in water bodies. This will enable us to easily get rid of environmental pollutants in the absence of carrier solvents in an effective and rapid way. An effective phase selective organogelator in the absence of a carrier solvent will enable us to easily remove crude oil and regenerate the crude oil under optimal conditions. Okay, thank you. Hello?
Yeah, thank you, Nobi. There is a question.
So, three groups you are telling about amino acid, glucose based, and amide based. So, what
Yes.
about the gel lasting time? So, the last column. So, I wanted to know about that. So, about, among
Yes, sir.
these three groups, what is the difference between those groups in the last parameter you are mentioning about gel lasting time?
Okay. Please, sir, firstly, I want to talk about one important point. There is not a fixed method of evaluating the effectiveness of organogelator because it is not although the synthesis has started since 2001, it is not a common method, common approach. People are focusing on high technology. So there is no regular standards. But some experimentations that has been done into deep investigation has shown effectiveness and a considerable duration of gel lasting time. We can see here in amino acid that the gel could sustain a period of 30 days onward. It could sustain a period of 30 days onward without the structure being disrupted or modified. That is, the gel remained in structure for 30 days onward. And this gelation was carried out in the absence of carrier solvent. We can also see in the glucose-based phase selective organogelator that the gel could sustain a period of 60 days onwards. That is above the 30 days that we could see in the most effective gelator that we had in amino acid. So we had better results for the glucose-based phase selective organogelator. And we also had promising results for amide-based phase selective organogelator, which could also last for a period of 60 days onward. Here in these tables, I illustrated the most effective and the most concluent work regarding the phase selective organogelators in a comparative manner. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Nobi.
Okay, sir.
Please share your PPT with Durga sir so that we will take it. Okay, we will collect it from Durga sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Please share your PPT with Durga sir. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So next presentation is by Srishti. I'm waiting for her.
Diksha and Sapna Kumari. Diksha, Sapna.
See, it seems she had a network issue.
Okay, then we will take up other presentation. Once she come, then we will.
She has put her pen drive in some other system, and she is again logging in now.
It's okay. Then we will take up some other PPT. Then we'll. This is the one. This is the one.
Oh, yes, sir.
This is the one.
There's a PPT also. Poster you have put there. How to cut packets. How to cut milk packets.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sapna Kumari. My name is Diksha K. And our topic is to create awareness on how to cut milk packets in a proper way and how it affects the environment in a large scale. So in 80s and 90s, people used to get milk packets in glass bottles, and many people used to get directly from the farm, where the farmers who used to maintain cattle used to come and give the milk packets. Sorry, milk directly in a vessel. But now we get milk packets in pouches. Those pouches are made up of an harmful uh, material called PET, which is polyethylene terephthalate, which is 100% recyclable, and it ensures the safety of the content inside it. It protects the product and quality, and it is cost effective. Many companies and factories prefer to use this because it is cost effective and it is easy to transport from one place to another. But it also is non-biodegradable, and many people cut it in a way which separates a small piece of packet away from the larger quantity, and which creates uh, land pollution and many pollutions. Uh, it has harmful effect on human, which is creating problem in their health, and with the health issues are obesity, decreased blood sugar, and possible cancer. Next, I would like to hand over to Diksha. So on this, we conducted a survey. For the survey, we did it in two ways. We collected manually the milk packets used by a household, and the second one is we just send a Google form for everyone to fill so that we'll get to know. Where you can see the right side, there is a milk packet cut in a wrong way, and this is the right way. When we cut the milk packet like that, the small pieces will be left over. When we cut like this, the milk packets, it will be there only, but those small pieces, where will it go? When a person comes to take the garbage, he might separate it because as it is very big, he'll take it and he'll separate it. But the small pieces would be neglected. So when we did a survey, out of 263 people, we got only 91 correctly cut milk packets. In that 172 incorrect way, where it amounts to 60 to 65% of wrong way. So whereas this 172 small pieces have gone. So one of my friend, she showed about um, milk packets mattress. She did that because the milk packet was very big enough for that she could sew and all. These small pieces, where will it go? It will be unrecycled. So in a day, only in Bangalore, 78.80 lakh liters of milk is used per day. So how many milk packets of such they would have cut in a day, and so many small pieces would have left over, and so we would conclude that from 263 people, 172 pieces of waste are generated per day. If this continues for a year, 61,920 pieces of waste will be generated. If the same case in the country, if this is the same case in the country, then think about the plastic waste that is generated. So let's be wise enough. Always creating awareness, saying awareness is okay, but let us be the first one to change. A journey of 1,000 miles must begin with the first step. So we have to be that. We have to take that first step, and we have to change. When we change, and other people will see us, and they will also change. These are our references, and I'm thankful to the College Department of Zoology for the opportunity given, and I'm thankful for ISC team for helping us, for giving this opportunity.
So what did the people learn from your survey? If they any questions, then probably would have told them something back, right?
Yes, sir. Many of my neighbors, when I sent the Google Forms in WhatsApp, they just came to my mom and they just asked, "What is this about?" And when they approached me, I just said, "What all the things will happen when these small plastic pieces they are neglected, they are left out. They might be carried away by wind, and they might be get deposited in the water bodies, and which might affect the marine animals or aquatic animals. Sorry, aquatic animals. So I just said them to cut it in a right way.
Any changes?
Two of my neighbors, they have done it.
Great, if one does it also Next we have Raksha. Next Anjana. Raksha.
Yeah, Vinay, can we take up Srishti and then we will move?
Yes.
Meanwhile, you can change the poster. Srishti, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you, sir. My voice is
Yeah,
audible,
please.
sir?
Yeah, it is audible. It is audible. You can share your screen.
Okay, sir. Yes, thank you, sir.
PG presentation, na? Yeah, Srishti is a research scholar from UPES. So you can start presenting.
Yes, sir. Sir, my screen is showing.
Yeah, it is visible. You can put it to full screen mode. Yeah, presentation mode.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
you
sir.
go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Myself, Srishti Sinara. I am Junior Research Fellow from UPS Dehradun. Today, my topic of presentation is in situ metabolomics for bioremediation of polluted soil of Dehradun, Uttarakhand. So, agriculture was practiced organically when in Dehradun first time, but after that, population got increased, so that demand of food and agricultural crops are getting increased, so that there are need of much use of yield. For that, farmers use much fertilizer, pesticide, so that actually leads to soil soil pollution due to excessive use of fertilizer, chemical fertilizer, pesticides, and all. And these actually also lead to for human diseases and human health and hygiene, because these are all toxic heavy metals which are deposited in soil. So for that reason, continuous monitoring and surveillance of soil are necessary. After that, and for this topic, we have facing some challenges because there are very few less understanding of microbial dynamics which are present in soil, because soil contains huge amount of microorganisms. Some are good and some are toxic, but we have very little knowledge about that. Very few microorganisms are already sequenced, and also there are some other bacteria which are helpful for pesticide degradation, which are our main focus. And there is also inadequate data present in genome scale metabolomic models for Indian scenario, because genome scale metabolic model is network based tool that collect all known biochemical reaction equation, includes gene, each and everything they include, and make a model so that we can predict the what the microorganism can function in a soil, so that and in that case there is a very inadequate data on that genome scale metabolomic models. And we can also use system biology approach for this microbial degradation of pesticides, because there are pesticide residues present in soil very long time that will cause soil pollution. So if we will use bacteria for that degradation of that residue, pesticide residue, that can be our green approach, that can be our environment friendly approach, so that we can do this also. So objective is to draft genome scale metabolomic model for pesticide degradation using microorganism, and there are different type of possibilities of the microbial degradation, like different kind of environment which can affect this degradation process, different soil parameters which helps this degradation process. And as well as we can also check the associated microbial activity related to bioremediation, that how microbes affected this bioremediation, in what factors, what parameters helping this biodegradation procedure, and if I will add any other parameters from outside that can also aid to degradation, that we also can achieve from this study. For this, we have firstly collected soil sample. We have selected different farming sites of Dehradun, Uttarakhand. From there, I have collected soil samples, and we have also processed this soil sample. We have kept this soil sample at 4 degrees centigrade for physiochemical parameter analysis, and minus 20 degrees centigrade for microbiological analysis. I have done the physiochemical parameters of the soil, so that we can get the idea of the health status of soil. And after that, we are also preparing the microbial abundance checking through sequencing of the microbes. And as well as we have also I am also doing the checking we are correlating the data of sequence with the microbes which are present in soil, so that we can prepare a model from that microbes data. For that and this is my plan of methods that I can follow, that from that I have taken sample. I have kept the soil sample in minus 20 degrees centigrade, and after that I have checked microbial growth. And also I am doing the sequence analysis, so that I can get the idea of microbial community which are present in soil. The microbial community also helps in microbial degradation, and from that we can also get the idea of frequency of gene that involved in this degradation process, so that we can screen specific microbes which are helping in this procedure, and we can also form a metabolic model from this study. These are my results. That way I have performed the physiochemical analysis of soil which I have collected from 4 locations of Uttarakhand, Dehradun. And from there I have done this physiochemical analysis. These are the parameters I have checked, that is sand percentage, clay percentage, pH, electrical conductivity, moisture content, bulk density, specific gravity, carbon content, nitrogen, hydrogen, sodium, potassium, calcium, iron, magnesium, manganese, zinc. These are all the mineral content which I have checked. From that we can get the idea of the physical health status of soil, so that I can correlate the data of the physiochemical properties with the microbial abundance, so that we can get the idea of the microbes which are helping any kind of degradation procedure, which is specifically on pesticides. And from this table, that is also it is get we can get to know that seeing the carbon concentration, nitrogen concentration, and potassium concentration, that these are all abundantly present in soil, so that these soil are healthy for crop yield. And these are the results that I have these are the four location I have mapped here, the where soil samples I have collected. And the other thing, the clustering, which I have got the physiochemical parameter data I have collected, and after that I have made this clustering. From this cluster analysis, I got to know that this my sample 3 and sample 4 location, which are related by our physiochemical parameters, but the distant places are sample 1 and sample 2, which are actually there are different location of Dehradun Hota. They are geographically distant from each other, and the parameters and the crop growth, they are also distant from each other. So sample 1 and sample 2 is some kind of different, but there are similarities, something showing that is in sample site 3 and my site 4. So the conclusion from this study, that is crop yield is affected, that is by our using of chemicals in soil. And to get we can getting idea from this analysis of microbial parameters and functional, we can correlate the functional attributes of microbes with genome sequence, and we can also engineer the specific and unique microbes for sustainable agriculture. So I'm thanking School of Health Science of UPS for permitting this project. And these are my references. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Srishti. There are some
Hello?
questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Srishti. There are some questions.
Yes, sir.
Like, it was a good presentation. I had few doubts. Let's say when you took soil samples,
Yes.
they were all surface
Yes,
samples.
sir.
Am I correct? And how many representative samples were taken? Was it one single sample or was it multiple samples at a place?
Sir, I have collected multiple samples. We have pooled the soil sample on the same field. I have collected 4 different sides of the same field, and after that I have pooled the soil, and then I have done the physiochemical parameters.
Okay. And you said that you're relating the physical, chemical as well as the biological entities. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. I am correlating the physiochemical parameters and the microbial parameters, which are microbial
Okay.
presence, abundance in.
So where did you find higher abundance? Was it in clay or was it in sandy soils?
Sir, up
Am
to
I
now,
audible?
whatever I have done, I have seen. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir,
Please
can
go
you hear me, sir?
ahead. Yes, please go
Yes,
ahead.
up to now, whatever I have done, I have found that clay soil, which are moist condition in soil, are better. Their microbes are also present in large quantity apart from the sand.
Okay, thank you. I would request Sudarshan sir to continue with this.
So I have just about the sampling site, I have doubt. So yeah, it is
Yes, sir.
agriculture, but what kind of site that was? What kind of site was it
Sir,
was? Maybe yeah. Can you elaborate
So
on that?
these are all farming sites. There are different type of crops like wheat, sugarcane, and vegetables are grown in that field, and their pesticides are used regularly. From that particular field, I have collected soil.
So completely agriculture, no near to urban
Ye-
area or any
Sir, these
contamination
are all
like that.
these are not at urban areas, sir. These are all suburb area. Their farming is their main profession in that area.
So what did you find about any relation between the physicochemical parameter of soil and your microbial community? So did you see that?
Sir, up to now, sir, I have done all the physiochemical properties, but I have not related of these microbial parameters. Right now, I'm working on that because I'm just working on this in 6 months of this topic. So, sir, my work is going on.
So still the organisms, the community
Sir, I have isolated some
identification.
Sir, I have done the sequencing of these my soil samples, and for that sequencing, we have done doing the analysis part, that which microbes are specifically present in that particular soil, so that I can correlate the data.
So you any particular group of microorganism dominating there? Did you find that? Or
Proteobacteria, farmicutes, these are the majorly present in that soil.
so you'll be specifically you will be narrowing down to the group dominating there.
Yes, sir. I'm narrowing down the particular species which are helpful for this pesticide technique.
Okay, the last sentence in the conclusion was the specific what you mentioned, the specific some specific word you have mentioned. That's why I'm asking about that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Engineer
Yes, sir,
specific
engineer
and unique
specific and unique
yes.
microbes. So that I
Microbes
will,
for
sir,
sustain.
I will do this. This is my aim of this project. I will do this, but up to now I have not done this. I will do this.
Fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Srishti. Thank you so much. Share your PPT with Durga sir so that we will collect it from Durga sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I will show.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
What is the name? This one. Raksha UG. You take.
Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Raksha and this is my teammate Sanjana and she is allergic to dust. Today we are here to explain about the causes of allergy and the causes of pollution and its impacts on the environment and the ways to overcome the pollution. I would ask few questions over here. How many of you are here allergic to dust? Do you have any family history of having dust allergy? And are you experiencing it recently or from childhood? Okay. We conducted a survey on how many people are allergic, and these questions were put in them. Almost 300 people answered our survey. What is allergy? Allergy is an exaggerated response of the immune system to the foreign body. We all know that Bangalore is one among the most populated and polluted area. Higher is the population, higher is the urbanization, higher is the industrialization, higher is the vehicle usage, and higher is the development and pollution, dust, and allergies. The soot or ash produced by these and of the microparticles less than 2.5 micrometer are the main cause for allergens. Apart from incomplete combustion of fossil fuels, the open burning of garbage, industrial emission were also the main cause for allergens. We can see that some areas like Malenadu is not polluted much. So we can't see any dust or soot over there. And the people over there are with high immunity levels. We can see that they didn't even use masks during the coronavirus times. Uh, the materials used was a Google form, and we conducted survey through these forms. This was the result that most of the people gained the allergy during their lifespan and not from their birth. This is due to increasing in pollution, and human beings are not able to adapt to the pollution the cause by that they cause, and this is increasing rapidly. We can see that some people had family history of allergy, but they had adapted by gaining immunity from heredity. But as increasing in pollution, the allergy is also increased, and this is expressed. The suppressed allergic character is also expressed nowadays. I would like to say that the solutions for this are usage of electric vehicles instead of using petrol, avoid burning of plastics in open areas, and work in recycling them. Measures to be taken by the government for the emission of industrial effluents. And we have to create awareness among the people about the pollution and allergies caused by it. These are the references. I thank IAC, my zoology department teachers who guided us. Thank you.
You mentioned that before plants,
Yes.
there was no allergies. There are no allergies to dust.
For dust, sir, from pollution. They had allergies from heredity.
And you said that people did not use masks also.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Yeah, I surveyed there.
Where?
In Malnadu.
Which place in Bangalore?
Hornadu, Sringeri. There.
When we went, we were wearing masks and we saw people wearing masks.
But they told us that they didn't wear it.
Inside the house, no one wore, I understand.
But
Inside the house, no one wears the mask.
not in homes, sir. In their locality also, they not used to.
You have to go with words. And that's okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Next is Bindrushi, na? Next are next. Raksha and Sanjana. Then Hema, Meghana, Sonia, Saranya. Absent. Raksha is not there? Hema, Meghana, Sonia, Saranya. Oh, they are Raksha. Okay, okay. Nikita Verma. Nikita Verma. Nidhi L. Please come here, madam. Be ready. This one. Okay.
So, a very good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Nikita Verma from MNAC, and today I'm going to present my very short-term research on species diversity of birds present in the Ashwatthnagar area. So, the Ashwatthnagar area is located in the northern part of the Bangalore, and in that I have selected two localities. One is the outskirts of the KLP layout, and the other one is the Dollars Colony. So why exactly this topic is because not recently, just 1 year back, I shifted from KLP layout to the Dollars Colony, and everything was more or less the same. But the major difference which I could find out is the presence and the absence of birds. I could spot like without any intention, still I could find more number of birds in the dollars colony area while compared to the KLB layout. And so I thought of having some short-term research on it. So as you can see, the main objective of my this research was to find the avian diversity in both the localities, and also to find what is the exact reason behind why birds are selecting one locality but not the other. If you how to zoom this? Try Control plus. Okay.
PDF.
Not the zoom thing.
We'll do that one.
Okay. I'll concentrate on these two. Okay, so if you see those two satellite images, one is in the outskirts of the KLB layout and the other one is in the dollars colony. I have marked the image, the area of my conservation in red line. Over here it's not that visible, but yes, this is that area. It is very much visible that the amount of vegetation, or we can say the green coverage area, which is due to the trees, is less in one while compared to the dollars colony area. So this is the main difference which I found, and which I hypothesized, which I thought that may be the reason of the presence of absence of birds in both the localities. Also, the area of the KLB layout, which is under my consideration, is around 0.01 square kilometers. Of dollars colony, it's about 0.06 square kilometers. And these areas and all the data have been collected from the satellite image of the Google Earth. So these are not the exact one, but surely the approximate ones. And the area of vegetation covered in the outskirts of the KLB layout is around 0.02 square kilometers. While over here it's around 0.04 square kilometers. And the distance between the two areas, distance is not the exact correct word over here, displacement we can say. So the displacement between the two areas is just 0.24 kilometers. So we can see it's not much difference of some, 300 or 400 kilometers. It's a very small distance. They are just situated beside each other, but still we can find a good difference in the presence and absence of birds. So here is a table which demonstrates this research was carried out around for 2.5 months, since I didn't have much time. And the time period which I selected for it was from 5:30 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. There are two reasons behind this. The first one is because the prevalence of the birds is more during this particular time, in the early morning time. And the second one is because I was free during this time. So this is the thing. Around 20 birds I could spot out and find in the Dolls colony area. But while coming to the area of outskirts of the KLB layout, I could find only 3 species to be very much prevalent, which are easily observed by the people over there and also by me. And one more thing which I want to bring your attention to is that if you look at the table which is demonstrating the birds found in the Dolls colony area, I have marked the Asian quail in red color. Why? Because the time at which it was between October and December when I carried out my research, the time at which I was doing this, Asian quail wasn't there in that season in that locality. But I remember hearing her voice during the months of Feb and March. So I can't simply ignore her. And that's why I have mentioned zero over here, because in this time period, she wasn't there, but she's present in that area. And also, she or he, anyone. And then... And then the spotted owl also. So we generally see owls in the dark night time. And it was a coincidence. I was studying and I just spotted it out. So I've mentioned it over here. But during 5:30 to 7:30 a.m., we don't find them. So the conclusion which I drawn after all these things, and one more thing, it was a very short-term research. So there are very future perspective, which I'll be mentioning at the end. So the conclusion which I drawn, first let us come to the discussion, was that the number of birds which are observed in one of the area was too much, but over the other area is just 3. And yesterday I think sir was Ramchandran sir. He actually Ramchandran sir. He actually said that the rock pigeon. If you find too many rock pigeon in an area, it doesn't mean that it has very good vegetation. It's actually a symbol of poor environment quality, and we can see that over here. Rock pigeons, sparrow, and house toad. These kind of birds which are very much adapted to human lives and adapted how to live with humans or in the house of humans on the parapets and all, are one which are found in the outskirts of the KLP layout. So the conclusion which I found was the birds get attracted towards the vegetation. The area which had more amount of green area and a more coverage of green area had more species of birds, while compared to the outskirts of KLP layout, even though the areas were very much close to each other. There are some limitations to this. One is that identification of the birds. I tried identifying the birds with the help of Google Lens and also with the help of the website, that is finishing in a while, of iNaturalist and Everydays. This is how I spotted the birds, and the other one was which was overcome by taking the frequency, number of birds observed per day instead of taking the whole number of birds which are observing, because we are not sure. Today I'm seeing the bird, tomorrow I'm seeing the same bird, but how will I get to know whether it's the same one or the different one? So this is the thing. Talking about the future perspective, so I'm planning to carry out my research in this small area only because since I live there, it's easier for me. In the future, we want to compare which are the migratory birds which and do the migratory birds exactly come over here or not, and also to classify the birds according to their families and orders to have a better data and to collect all the data and present it in a statistical way. Right now, I have a very little data, so this was the thing which was done in 2.5 months. And thank you. Scroll up.
Serial number 7.
Yep.
But you said you are not sure of the identification.
Yeah, and one more thing which I forgot to say is I have mentioned the vernacular name. So since I myself don't know the Kannada language, so I took the help of the neighbors and Google to find out the vernacular names. And some of the places you can find they are empty. Why? Because even the people were not knowing the names. So. Okay, then maybe it's my mistake to spot the word in that way. So this is also one of the limitations. If the research was carried out for at least 1 year, then we could have covered all the seasons and all the birds which visited over there, and also a large amount of data gives a little error, like less error.
Initially, you made a statement.
The study area is?
Yes, sir, it's Ashwath Nagar.
Ashwath Nagar, this pale road, na? Pale road.
Yes, sir, that 80-feet road.
How many sparrows are able to find?
So sparrows, I could find many actually. I think I have mentioned over there around 20 as how much I saw in that 2.5 hours during that time.
Ashwath Nagar has buildings which are not very well decorated with so many things. Okay. And you are finding 20 gubachis.
Yes, sir, around 20.
Because I did entire 8 months work, I didn't find 2 gubachi also. Right. In the entire 8 months work, I was not able to find even 2.
I'll surely check into it, sir, because it has to be a big mistake somewhere done by me. I'm not aware.
It's okay. Never ever say that I've done mistakes. I'm just asking.
During this time, like you didn't even see 2.
It's possible.
It's possible.
Agree that probably 5-6 years back, Dr. Harish Bhatt was stating that there was not even a single sparrow. Later on, we started finding the sparrows coming back.
In Yeshwanthpur before.
In Yeshwanthpur area. Yeshwanthpur and this place is quite near now, right now, they can come. So it should also be justifiable. You should not say that I have made a mistake. No?
I asked this question because every single time you are saying, okay, when a presenter is there, you are so specifically you are saying that this is my work. You have to be, confident about it.
Confidence about it, of course.
Good. Like another thing, in the beginning you explained about the tree and the bird association, right?
Mm-hmm.
But towards the conclusion, I didn't see anything, any remarks that you made towards that point.
The tree and the birds. Okay.
You said you thought that there are more species of birds here because of the vegetation there.
Yes. Yeah, sir. So I think in the conclusion I've said like the birds get attracted towards the vegetation. The vegetation is more in the Dolus colony area, and that's why we can see more birds over there.
What are the trees are there in this Dolus colony?
So normal trees generally, I don't know the name of all the trees present over there, but you can find the jackfruit trees over there. Also,
I'm not
Which
getting
bird comes to the jackfruit tree?
that one. I didn't see that in deep to connect each and every tree over there. Yes, we can make an approach to find like which bird is attracted to which kind of tree and find their feeding habit. But yeah, these are the
Easy to find the feeding habits with this data that you have.
yeah, but I haven't mentioned which tree exactly I found it. So, and
There
not
is-
always on tree. Sometimes on my.
Is there any badam tree?
No.
The area Katappa is there. You check.
Okay, I'll surely check for it. Or maybe the area I'm considered over there is no problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
At 3 minutes, we will ring a bell.
ಇದೇ ಕಳಿಸಿರೋದವರು ವಾಟ್ ಯು ಪ್ರಿಂಟೆಡ್ ಒನ್
Good afternoon, one and all. Myself Nidhi from Maharani Lakshmi Amini College. I'm here presenting a topic on nature-based solution when abbreviated NBS. It is nothing but the management of and sustainable of nature to tackle its own socio-biological changes. Like here, I'll be explaining what four main domains: water, air, biodiversity, and resources. So the first one. Cities interact with their surrounding areas in multiple ways. A zone of influence where the flows between cities and surrounding areas have same effect for given domain. Interaction between cities will be greater than rural areas. That is shown in the first picture of multiple domains in influencing cities. The second picture indicates the water. Watersheds for surface water and groundwater influencing cities. Groundwater catchments may be different from surface water catchments. Trees will indicate the possible placement of NBS to mitigate water-based impacts like flood. There are certain measures taken to mitigate flood like SUDS, sustainable urban drainage system. This will help to reduce the stormwater inputs to urban drainage and water crosses. This will also reduce the peak discharge and flow volume and increase flow lag times. Even one more measure like local LID, that is low impact development also is used. And next comes air. The upwind reflects the zone of direct emission of pollutant. The precursor components such as ammonia, nitrogen oxides converted through chemical transformation in air and contribute formation of secondary pollutants. The third picture illustrates the upwind and downwind influences. The trees do know the possible locations for NBS to mitigate impacts, and the quantity of air pollutant removed by NBS by locating woodland outside or on the edge of the cities. In China, they have been initiated the grain to green, planted trees, and have been revegetated a deserted area to thousands of kilometers upwind, therefore reducing range of dust pollution. The picture 4 illustrates pollution monitoring location in suburban areas southeast of UK. In wind direction is from southwest, which is clean, but more pollution come from the east. The fifth, I'm talking about biodiversity. That is, NBS makes sure corridors, stepping stones of more natural habitats exist both within city to allow movement of species across the landscape where green, blue, space between urban and near areas are highly fragmented. Hence, I would like to conclude by saying prevention is better than cure, because by preventing the manpower, money, and time will be saved. So, yeah.
Nature-based solutions. Talking to sir for what? Nature-based solutions. Very good. For what?
Sir, they particularly helps to mitigate the particular like climate change, and here I have specified on the water, watershed, airshed and all.
And you have studied figure 1, figure 2, figure 3, figure 4, figure 5, figure 6. But if I see there, this the round figure is there. No, it's figure 4. And that side somewhere figure 7 is there. Below again figure 6 is there. So when you say figure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which figure we should see? You understand? I try not to copy from the papers and paste.
These are review papers, sir, so I...
At least you can copy or paste it properly. You would have typed, but that is the meaning. You would have typed, though you copied, but you have modified and typed something. Not as deep. When you came to the nature-based solution for avoiding air pollution, you said planting a lot of trees in the outskirts of the cities would help solve the problem. So considering we are all in Bangalore right now, so where exactly do you think we have to plant a lot of trees to avoid air pollution in Bangalore?
So I understand there are cities to be will be upcoming, but then these trees are necessary to be chopped up. But then my perspective is, instead of chopping off the trees, you can just uproot it and place it in a place where.
Next we have others. Yeah, I think you can have the information. Yeah, I understand these are completely different. These are completely. So after this we have
Priyanka G, right?
Priyanka G posted.
This is your poster, right?
It's saved as posted.
And from
Just a
faculty,
minute.
faculty, how many are there? You're registered as a scholar, right?
No, this is.
Where is it? Oh, you shared latest one, right?
Yes, sir.
That is what happens when you share again and again. No need.
So apart from that, who are other people that are training? Both are owners of UK. Hope everyone has been done.
You know how many minutes you have?
3 minutes. Speak a bit.
Okay, you can start.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, G. Priyanka, and my co-presenter, Pujari. We are come with the topic of organic farming and sustainable agriculture. So, in the modernization of world, and we are approaching towards the faster techniques and faster outputs. The same thing is applied in agriculture. We all are approaching towards the faster yields. So, how are we doing it? We are doing it in an inorganic way. Are we going healthy? No, we are not going it in a healthy manner. We are eroding the soil, we are spoiling our health, we are even depleting the water table. We have come with the methods of organic farming which will help everyone to live a healthy and happy life. Handing over to Pooja. So let's talk about organic farming. Organic farming is even called as ecological farming or biological farming. Agricultural systems that uses organic origin as their fertilizers like
Biofertilizers.
fertilizers like green manure, compact, etc. are called as organic farming. Next. Methods of organic farming. We have taken three main methods of organic farming that is used in the large scale. One is the manure prepared from the cow dung gas plant. With this, cow dung is being undergone through anaerobic digestion. After which is there is a semi-liquid slurry form that is used in the crops, and there is a biogas form which is used for the fuels. Preparation of manure with a mixture of cow dung and crop residue. Crop residue and cow dung is being put in the pit that is closed and kept it for rotation of 5 to 6 days. After which the manure is being made, and this can be used in the uh, crops. Now handing over to Priyanka. The other method which can be used in the large scale is the vermicompost. Vermicomposts are a type of manure that is prepared in the brick pits. So first the wet cow dung is added into it. It is left for 2 to 3 days for drying. So after it is dried, the worms are added into the brick pit, and these are processed for around 4 to 5 months, and these are put into the crops. So coming over to the small scale development of organic farming, these are not only these are not these are not only the things that we are saying here, these are the implemented techniques that we have done at our home. Instead of using the inorganic methods, we are using banana peels, which is rich in calcium, magnesium, and sulfur, which can be given to plants to increase the immunity. Next, coming to Panchagavya, which has 5 materials that are being taken from the cow, and these are processed to give immunity and micro and macronutrients to the plants. This manure is created at our home for the organic farming. This is a basic manure that is prepared from dry leaves, flowers, peels from our home. So this is maintained at a good temperature and it is made away from the moisture. Next, coming to organic pesticides, we have two major organic pesticides which we are using. One is 3G method, which contains green chili, garlic, and ginger. So this strong smell for this helps in killing away the pest, and it also attracts the pollinators towards the plant. Next, coming to fermented rice water and neem oil and vinegar. So we come to this also helps in killing away the pest, as it also does not help in removing the pollinators too. So these are our so this is our organic farming that we have done in our home past 6 years with all the methods which I have said now. So there's nothing added extra into it, but we have cultivated
almost 50% of the yield which we want for our home. By this, we are reducing the pressure to the farmers and we are growing the fruits and vegetables organically. Outcome of the presentation is we request the government to give an idea of implementing terrace gardening and gardening at every home so that the pressure of the farmers reduces. The yield can be managed at our home. So inorganic farming need not to be forced to the farmers. I also request government to implement this by giving a kit that is motivating all the people to do organic farming and terrace gardening at home along with the seeds and other organic manures at the beginning stage. So we have used these references for our project. Thank you, sir.
Very well done, Pooja and Priyanka. Let's say you said that you got good yield in coconut, etc., etc.
Yes.
What is the duration of this study?
Sir, we are doing it past 6 years. So it includes that trial and error method. We have used various other methods and it failed. Again, we used the. So recent methods which has given us success, we have shown.
When was this recent method developed?
Recent method was around 1 year before. 1 and a half.
With 1 year, coconut started giving better yield?
Yes, sir. First, at the beginning,
Or
we
is it
found.
because the water availability coconut started giving better yield?
So the water in our home remained the same from the beginning of our this one, but it wasn't giving good yield. We were not having the stable coconut shells. It used to fall off as soon as it left. So what we started doing, we started adding ash, the cooked ash or wooden ash there. So through these methods, we saw that the yield was coming very good, and we could almost get 13 to 14 coconuts per tree.
In your organic manure, you said you're adding wet powder
Yes,
and then allowing it to dry.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So why are you doing that? Instead, we can take the dry one and add it to that.
Sir, actually, this is done in our home. So in our home, we buy the dry one. But when farmers are doing it, they have to use the wet one. They have to dry it. Then itself they have to process it. So in our home, we buy the dry one from the farmers. They sell this compound called gobra. We buy it.
Then your pesticide.
Yes.
You have added fermented rice water, neem oil, and vinegar.
Yes.
But neem oil alone can remove the pest, right?
So neem oil alone can remove the pest, but fermented rice water can increase the immunity to the plant.
How?
So it is rice water is having many micronutrients and macronutrients.
And you are spraying it on the leaf.
So not only on the leaf, we are holding it in kind of large buckets or something. We are making sure that it is touching all the parts of the plant. So the development also happens sometimes from the stem and it also happens from the root. So we make sure that it's touching all the parts of the plant.
Why vinegar?
So vinegar is helps for the fermentation, more fermentation of the solution.
You are already taking fermented rice water, right?
So actually we are using the soap rice water, we are adding vinegar and we are
Why
leaving.
you have mentioned fermented rice water? That's what we see there.
So that helps in more fermentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Happy to see your kitchen garden.
Okay, we can break for tea and we'll join within the next 15 minutes. The next session will start at 5:15. We'll start at 5:15.
Research చేస్తే DG research తో
Just do the ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಸಿ ಆಗಿರೋದು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದಂಗೆ 4 ಜನ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರು Okay. Your PPTs are sent. You're not sent. It is already sent, both of yours. One was sent. So I'm going to try to do layer these soldiers like a coming from.
There is something was there are lights, there are white lights, and then there is statistics. Then there is statistics. So what do you say? We say tracking because in my case also you have seen the post. So my work, it's 90% more like than that. But yes, hopefully the statistics faster. No, not gray areas.
Correct. Oh my God. Or shoot off. Shoot off.
Do we have a check on how many research projects we need to cover? Can this be covered in 1 hour or something? Hmm?
As of now, two PPTs.
Yeah, but I have told you, I will start completely. If I halfway go, I cannot come back here. Because
Evaluation sheet.
yeah, I'm doing that. But it is sometimes I will have to be careful about the names, because I'm writing down names, but I'm not able to write the entire topic. Anyway, I will give it to you. Okay. Again sometime. Did you take your food properly?
Yes.
You tell me to display it. Tomorrow we can take it. You can display it downstairs. Tomorrow I can take it. No need to submit it, just put it there. There are postal boards are there like this. You put it there. If there is no space, you can keep it with. Because if somebody wants to see, they can see. Madam, Durga, your session is there, na? You're not going there? Your session.
I have asked Cincy, I'll completely send
You have one session here?
No, my talk is there, na? I have asked Cincy, some two people will present before us and we will complete and go.
Okay. Then you come here, na? You can evaluate.
Morning has got applied.
Schedule no problem.
Schedule ಯಾರಂತ ಇದೆ ಅದೇ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಆರ್ ರಾವಾದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ದು ಡಿಆರ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನ ನಮ್ದು
Okay. We'll start with such colors rather than last one. MIC for MIC.
Good evening, everyone. Hope you had a nice cup of coffee or tea. Sure. Was it good?
Research scholars, yeah.
Fine. Now, who are the research scholars present here? Can I just have a one? Okay, I can assume that you have given your presentations already. So, having said this, we'll start the presentation. The first presentation will be by Ms. Bamini. So, the total duration what you have is 8 minutes plus 2 minutes. We'll bell at 6 minute points.
One second, I just opening.
Ramani, research scholar from Environmental Science Department, Bangalore University, under the guidance of Professor R.K. Somashiki. And so going to introduction. First, right to water. That is, according to UN, that everyone has the right to access the safe, acceptable, and physically accessible and affordable water for personal and domestic use. So it is not only restricted to human, it also
Please keep the mic closer to you.
yeah. So it is not restricted to human, and it is also applied for plants and animal sources. So when we come to contribution of groundwater, so it is 62% for irrigation and 85% for rural water supply and 50% for urban water supply. So because of this high dependence on groundwater, so it has a growing stress condition to the country. So we need a proper management. So we know how much water is available. So the 3% of freshwater system, it contains only 22% of groundwater. And India ranks the first in global groundwater extraction. So it is almost 437.6 BCM, that is billion cubic meter. And when we compare to Karnataka stage, it is from 2022 to 2022, the stage of groundwater extraction is increased from 64 to 69%. So the stage of groundwater extraction, that means research, recharge versus extraction percentage. And also some, we can see the data that overexploited zones, that is taluks in Karnataka. It was 52 to 49. So because of the heavy rain, the groundwater level was improved. And again, it is reduced to Bangalore urban. Then we can see the 5-year data from 2018 to 2022. The groundwater, that is static water level, that is below groundwater, below the ground surface. It will be improved. That level will be improved, and the quality also improved. So this is the data produced by government of groundwater authority. But and we know the geology of Bangalore also. It is mainly contains red laterite and clayey soils, and some weathered zone which is below 100 feet, and below 100 feet the hard rock layers are present. So my study area, it is in Bangalore urban only. So my my topic is groundwater composition near a lake abutting landfill site, municipal solid waste landfill site. So Anchakalia Lake, it's a uh, it is present in Naksandra area, which has a regular input of wastewater. So we can see a waste wire running parallel to the lake. So at season they will release these wastewater to the lake, and again they will close. After the lake quality is improved, they will close that wastewater input. And this Anchekalia Lake is downstream to Durbiduklu Lake. And why I'm listing out these points means, so in previous studies, we can see that Pinya industrial area, that's surface runoff, and we know the Pinya industrial area groundwater condition also. So some 33 borewells were capped by Pollution Control Board due to the heavy contamination of chromium. So it is adjacent to that area, and all the surface runoff water will be carried to or diverted to this Anchepalia lake only. And another one, it is nearer to Dorbidrukallu landfill site. So it's now it is a wet processing plant, but before it was a open dump fill. And when I visit to that MSW plant, there is no evidence of that old waste, proper treatment of old waste, and also the leachate treatment. So at that in that landfill official, they have said the landfill leachate will be transported by private sector, and it will be carried out for Kengeri treatment plant. But that localites, they have a different view. They told it was carried by the tank and it will be disposed illegally to the nearby lake surfaces. And one more point for this, the Bidrukalu plant, it is present in the moderately vulnerable zone. So this that vulnerability zone study also carried by some other person. They have identified where will be the MSW plant will be, that is open landfill would be present with respect to the groundwater contamination. So we know the Mavelipura landfill site, which is a drawback. So when compared to that drawback, we need to study the area of this moderately vulnerable zone. And my study area is this, and I have collected 33 groundwater samples in the surroundings of Anchepalya Lake and the MSW plant. And the values will be compared with BIS standard and WHO, World Health Organization standards. And the hydrochemical physics will be identified by using Piper diagram. So have adopted methods are APHA 23rd edition. So pH, conductivity and turbidity by instrument method, and chloride, sulfate, total alkalinity, hardness, all by yes. So according to Piper diagram, the water type present in that area is it's calcium, magnesium, chloride, sulfate, and calcium, magnesium bicarbonate. So calcium, magnesium bicarbonate may be due to the geogenic origin, and the calcium, magnesium, chloride, sulfate may be due to the anthropogenic origin. So my study is started recently only, so I have to do further investigation to link where are the contamination from. So around pH conductivity, with respect to pH conductivity, so only all the samples were out of limit when compared with desirable limit of IS 10500, but they are well within the permissible limit. And pH is within the range only. And major cations, here the 54% will be by calcium, which is also exceed the desirable limit, but it is 12% only exceeds the permissible limit. And 93% will be out of magnesium desirable limit, and 18% exceeds the permissible limit. Sodium, potassium, there is no limit for IS as per IS. So we have taken that WHO standards, which is well within the limit only. And major anions, so bicarbonate is the major contamination. That is, bicarbonate is the element which is we can observe exceeds the limit. And also chloride, and the order of contamination level is bicarbonate, chloride, nitrate, fluoride, and the last one is phosphate. There is phosphate level is well within that range only. And heavy metals, when we come back to the heavy metal contamination, we can see the major area is contaminated with lead, nickel, and manganese. So other all in a reduced quantity only. So water quality also, it was somewhat deteriorated in that area, and it is mainly contaminated with heavy metal contamination. And when we compare the Anchepalia lake, I have taken the direction and also the depth of the borewell and distance also. So I need some more conclusion. I need some more investigation for this conclusion. So I just limited to this conclusion. Thank you.
What is the source of nitrate? So nitrate concentration
Nitrate
is
concentration.
66% of the samples showed highest limit.
So it exceeds 10 mg per liter. That is the desirable limit. But the acceptable limit is 45 mg per liter. But it is within the limit.
But higher in those many samples. So what will be? What might be?
So nitrate is anthropogenic source only. Maybe due to the industrial area surrounding the place. And also I noticed one more sewage line I have to consider there. When I that sampling points, I have to compare with the sewage line also. So whether it will contribute to the samples. Yes. Yes. So pipeline, and also I want to insist one point that groundwater level is somewhat increased. So this is maybe due to the artificial recharging of that area. So as we know that urban area is mostly contains paved surfaces. So due to the runoff and surface runoff, it may come across so many parts. So maybe the reason for that other contamination,
These
metal
sites
and
are
all.
nearby that lakes.
Yes, sir.
No, that nitrate contamination sites.
It's overall, sir.
That exceeding.
It's 33 samples. I'm combined.
Okay. Which sites? Near to lake or maybe you have any.
So I have differentiated here. Nitrate 4 to 34 mg per liter. That range of it's near Anchepalia Lake,
Okay.
and 5 to 17 is Durga's Lake.
Fine. That percentage of samples you got
Yes.
above that. So those samples were
Near to Anchepalia Lake.
near to lake or
Lake
that
only.
leachate, what you are telling, that contaminated. Sorry, the solid waste that site or.
The solid waste site, the western side, I can see the major deviation, and for Anchepalia Lake, its eastern side, I can see the variation. So I need some GIS support also to match that conclusions.
Just to add to Sudarshan's question, so when you say nitrate is higher, let's say you have a lake, upstream of the lake, downstream of the lake. I hope you're understanding what
Yes.
I'm saying. Which side do you think nitrate concentration is higher? Upstream of the lake or downstream of the lake? And why?
Sir, I have concentrated on groundwater only, so I didn't included that lake quality.
I'm not talking about lake quality. It's not against speaking Kannada in case. ಹೇಳ ಕೆರೆ ಇದೆ, ಕೆರೆ ಕಂಡ್ರೆ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕೆರೆಯಿಂದ ಮೇಲ್ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಹ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕೆರೆ ಮೇಲ್ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನೈಟ್ರೇಟ್ಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ಕೆರೆ ಕೆಳಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನೈಟ್ರೇಟ್ಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ.
So one inlet I have seen there, sir. Maybe that area.
Just go to the figure. Just go to the figure. The blue color thing you showed, no? Okay. Let's say sample number 7 is there and sample number 15 is
So
there.
more contamination towards this 9, 10, 18, 30. So this side.
Okay. 14 and 12 they had lesser concentration.
Yes.
It means to say that the water is flowing from 9, 10 to 14, 12. Am I correct?
Yes. This is and I have one inlet is there and here one inlet is there. The two sample is the outside.
So which side urbanization is more? Towards Madhava, towards 14 and 12 or towards 9 and 11? Which side urbanization is more?
The top side is the more urbanization. And you can see a nice road also. It's near to nice road. And mostly urban.
Side urbanization is not there. Less.
It's a residential area.
Residential area. Side is industrial area.
Just one curiosity that 2019 why the groundwater in the statistics by that is by government agency, you know?
Yes, sir.
Why that sudden? Just I'm just interested in that. Why? You see 2019 sudden there is.
So it's data shared by groundwater.
Any reason from your side? Let's say the data let them share. Why it has happened?
So again, it is the
Sir, and
rainfall was higher in 20, I believe. I mean,
yes, 2021
rainfall is higher. 2020, 2021 rainfall was higher. But even though the rainfall is higher, 2019 we have lesser rainfall, but still the groundwater.
80%.
Average groundwater level in meter. Sudarshan, we have to look in the other way. Abstraction is more. They have to put it the inverted way.
Yes. That's a static below ground.
Below groundwater. Sorry. Yes. Okay. Let's look it in the other way. Now, depth and height. The depth just okay. The graphs sometimes are misleading. If it had been the inverted way, it is easy to understand.
Fine.
Okay, any question? Anyone have any questions? You are the UD students. You can ask questions. No issues.
Yes, sir.
Come, sir. Come to front, sir. But not audible. So, what's the rationale for the study? We didn't get exactly what is the study attributing to and what it addresses.
So it's a groundwater. It's a first my study is on the groundwater composition near a lake which is present in which is located in pollution-prone zone, and it also nearby a landfill. So whether the groundwater, my understanding is the groundwater level will be.
Tell us your hypothesis, which due to which you arrive at those objectives. What's the hypothesis? According to you, if there is any contamination sources around the groundwater, it is polluted, right?
Yes, sir.
So that's the hypothesis you want to prove.
So whether the contamination from the contaminated lake or contaminated landfill site.
Okay.
So leachate.
Okay, what kind of pollution are you expecting from leachate?
Sir, it is not treated properly in scientific manner. So, and it is from the localites I came across that leachates are it is disposed in nearby lakes.
No, do you know essentially what a leachate comprises?
Composition generally.
So it's mainly.
Of leachate.
So it's mainly organic because it is an MSW plant. So the main composition is organic, but I have analyzed the leachate sample also. It contains heavy metal also.
So don't you think that if it passes, let's say, a long distance across those valleys and the soil zones, there will be inherently some microbes that would act on it in situ and it would get rid of urease is abundant in soil. So many different types of enzymes are there. Don't you think that if the leachate travels across the soil and by the time it reaches those zones, it would be automatically taken care?
So that leachate is not it is not disposed openly. So it may be disposed to sewage line also. So I have seen one sewage line near that lake. So I don't know where the origin from. Maybe due to that wastewater also we can get that source, anthropogenic source. So I need some more investigation on that. I need to study some more data. And I
so a better approach would have been that perhaps if it covers, let's say, a kilometer or maybe 700 meters, what would be the impact of in situ remediation by the soil zones by the time it comes and lands up? So if you look at these profiles, that might give you better idea of
what is the residual pollutant which is getting into the system. No? So the pollutant at the source and at the destination are not the same. Thank you very much.
ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಡೆಲ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಬಿಡಿ.
Good evening, everyone. Today I'm going to present the paper, poster presentation. It's the evaluation of phytochemicals and validation of antioxidant from wild species of Solanum in Mysore district, Karnataka, India. We know plant kingdom consists of varied phytochemicals. These phytochemicals are major source for medicines all over the world. These phytochemicals are mainly the bioactive compounds, and these compounds are having ethnopharmacological values. Some of the plants, mainly belonging to the Solanaceae members, they are having ethnopharmacological properties. So, with this background, I have studied, I have taken up Solanum species for ethnopharmacological importance. These Solanum species are belongs to Solanaceae members, Solanaceae family, and they are mainly present throughout the tropical and subtropical regions of the world. These Solanum plants, they are having varied phytomorphological structures, and in their variety of plants can be seen in the morphologically variations in the leaf, flowers, fruits, and their stem structure. All these structures variations are attributed can be to the some of the alkaloids and phytochemicals such as phenolic compounds, steroids, and all these secondary metabolites. These metabolites are mainly used for they are exploited for our benefit. Actually, these secondary metabolites are produced by the plants for their own benefit, for protection against phytopathogens. And these plant phytochemicals are usually having the antioxidant properties, and these antioxidant properties they mainly harbor the free radicals, and these can act as a protective effect for human beings, and they are mainly used in the food industry for to avoid the deterioration of food quality. So instead of having going for the synthetic food preservatives, we can offer some of the natural antioxidant properties. So to come across to study the materials and methods, I have collected the samples of different 10 different plant materials, screening of the Solanum species with having antioxidant potential, extraction of the phytochemical analysis, determination of total phenolic and flavonoid contents, and I also studied the antioxidant activity, mainly the DPPH, ABTS scavenging activity, H2O2, nitric oxide, and also I studied the EC50 material, EC50 concentration, and tablet in the statistical analysis. They are the different Solanum plants. 10 different species of Solanums have been screened for the different phytochemical components. And this is all the 10 different plants are studied for their basic phytochemical contents, and out of which 4 plants were finalized and they were further investigated for the phytochemical analysis. And the phytochemical analysis mainly consists of we have taken methanol and chloroform and water as the main content for the extraction. The results, coming to the results, the total phenolic content was found mainly in the methanol extraction and compared to the chloroform and compared to chloroform and water, and flavonoid contents were also found more in the methanol. But when we studied individually the plants with Solanum angui showing maximum amount of yield in the water extraction. The percentage activities of DPPH, IBTS, H2O2 and nitric oxide concentration were studied, and this all showed that methanol extraction was found very favorable compared to the chloroform and water extraction. And this is the percentage scavenging activity for the EC50 and different concentrations of when we studied for the standard standard with plant extract pest concentration of taken in the first chart, first graph, and later in the table we can see the EC50 value of the different plants have been recorded. This is also the EC50 value of different plants have been tabulated. And to conclude, the phytochemical analysis were using the methanol showed higher yield compared to the chloroform and water extraction. In Solanum angui, water extract procedure was yielding very high concentration, whereas in Solanum cisimbrifolium yielded high percent extract in the methanol and chloroform respectively. Antioxidant properties of Solanum angui was having high because it's high phenol and flavonoid contents. DPPH and H2O2 scavenging was higher in cisimbrifolium in methanol and chloroform extract. Solanum diphyllum displayed more in ABTS scavenging activity with EC50 value of 6.2 milligram per ml, and Solanum angui scavenged nitric oxide more efficiently with EC50 value of 7 milligram per ml. So mainly my work is to concentrate on the ethnopharmacological studies of some of the Solanum plants. When recent talks, since yesterday what we are listening, all the ethnopharmacological plants were mainly extracted from the Western Ghats or from the Himalayan regions. But see, these Solanum plants they can be grown even as a weed in barren land and tropical and subtropical climatic conditions. These Solanum plants, they are having high nutritional value with ethnopharmacological importance. Mainly they are having antibacterial, antifungal, and antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and many medicinal activities can be listed out. So my study is mainly to list out or these ethnopharmacological study which shows that plants which are easily available, reliable, with the natural bioactive compounds without any side effect. So thank you so much. I thank ISC for giving me this opportunity to share my poster.
So the plants collected were from
Mysore, sir. In and around Mysore.
in and around.
Yes, sir.
So very interesting presentation. And so, what do you think potentially is the mode of action of these antioxidants? Is it the mevalonate pathway or the cyclamate pathway?
Antioxidant mainly it takes place in two ways. The one is HAT in the single electron transfer method.
So we are talking about, it might be restricting the ROS generation, right?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
The reactive oxygen species. So what do you think this type of antioxidant, how does it help in restricting the production of ROS?
So mainly they have high phenolic contents. These high phenolic contents scavenge the free radicals very efficiently. That is why it can easily, it controls or checks the spread of the free radical cycle that will be broken. That cycle chain will be broken by these antioxidants. And that is mainly because due to the high level of phenol contents of the plant.
And one more, I was also why the species, particularly that species, has that. Why? Maybe any idea? So out of 10,
Chosen 4.
I have got highest in that you told me.
Solanum anglia. Yeah.
I'm not curious in that.
Actually, it is very interesting to share with you because when I started doing this experiment, before that I was very much interested in the tribal studies. I used to go to tribals, but because of COVID.
Any preliminary studies on these all species?
Yes, sir. Preliminary studies means for the phytochemical
Literatures are
analysis. First phytochemical analysis was conducted, out of which 4 we selected for the further investigation. When I had been to Coorg, I saw these Solanum anglia plants on the roadside. I happened to meet the Coorg people. I asked them whether they use it. They said we regularly use it for cold and cough. They make it decoction and we drink it. Even the small children said the green fruits that they eat directly, they said how you can eat, it's bitter but it's good. So we have not got any COVID or any complications. They say it is anti-inflammatory and they do not get cold or cough. Whenever they get cough, they drink that decoction. So this is very interesting. Solanum species having very wide ethnopharmacological importance. They are having, they are used as contraceptives. They are having for triggering the central nervous system, for epilepsy. So many things.
So are there some compounds already extracted which might be, we don't know, used in pharma levels for such type of things? Are you aware of this?
Solanum is mainly a very diverse plant. So solanum plants consist of potato, tomato. They comes from solanum.
Yeah, we know that it is very generic.
Generic, but datura, you know datura.
Yeah.
They are having atropa belladonna that dilates the pupil. So in the same way, these plants chemicals also they are having a very high strong chemicals like solacin, solanine. So these chemicals, phytochemicals, they are very efficient and they have got varied advantages. But one contrasting feature which I want to share with you is tribal people, they use this brinjal very efficiently. But in our culture people or any city people, we don't use brinjal for any post-operative or any when they fall ill or anything like that. So there is a very contradictory statement which I want to know why people they eat it more frequently, but doctors or someone says don't eat brinjal when you are falling or when you get wound. It is poison or it's toxic, something like that. But tribal people they regularly eat and they contain all the chemical micronutrients like phosphorus, iron, potassium, and all these micronutrients are abundantly available and they are very good for health.
So how do you take this forward? Where are you heading to?
I'm interested for the characterization of the Solanum anglia. See, Solanum anglia, I told you, it is in water only. It has shown the maximum result. So, see, when we extract the chemical compounds, we use 3 chemicals. So, why we use 3 chemicals? Because some of the phenolic compounds that have to be extracted. But Solanum anglia, the extraction was so easy, even in water only, the yield was very high. So it is very easy for us to characterize.
Oh, fantastic, very good research. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ananda, for your patient listening, and we are concluding this session. So we have completed successfully UG, PG, research scholars, and 1 faculty presentation also here. So we are now can reassemble in the main seminar hall, ground floor. Thank you, Ananda, for your cooperation. The judges, please hand over the mark sheet to me.
So the session has concluded. We are meeting in the main lecture seminar hall. Thank you so much.